Good afternoon everyone and welcome to a slightly overcast, slightly rainy Oulton Park for the first of two touring car rewind events this year. Now you might think, oh, Ian looks a little bit different, he's done something different with his hair. No, for good or for bad, we're not quite sure yet. Ian is not here this weekend. My name is Leah Halsey and I'll be taking you through all the action we've got today for this one-day event at Oulton Park, and what a day it is set to be. A bumper crop of races for you this afternoon, touring car from the Pre-66 right through to Pre-13, and we even have the first debut of Super Tourers this year. And don't forget, we've also got the MG Owners Club for good measure. So much action coming your way this afternoon. I've actually just got to grab some shopping out of the car. I've got to, oh, Craig, there we go. Hello. Thank you, my good, look, customer service, 10 out of 10. Just on the shop for everyone. Ben, I know you like your Moams. Got you some of them. What else we got? I've got a gingerbread man, that is for me. No fruit though, which is a bit concerning, but hey, I'm gonna take this over to the crew, get them fed for a day that is gonna be one to remember. Touring car rewind north coming your way. Let's go racing. Afternoon, welcome to Oulton Park. You've just seen the Boss and Classic and Historic Thunder cars go out behind me. The rain is starting to fall slightly here in the assembly area, but hey, we've got a bumper crop day here at Oulton Park and the racing is now live. Let's go racing with some classic tourers.
Thank you, Leah, and good afternoon, everyone from the commentary booth. My name is Paul Walsh, and I shall be bringing you all your racing action as it unfolds here. And what a day we have here at the wonderful Cheshire countryside circuit of Oulton Park. We do have a little bit of rain that has started to come down from the eagle-eyed of those of you at circuit side who've been getting in touch with me. And if you are tuning in today, don't be shy. Feel free to say hi in the YouTube chat and let us know how you're doing and whether you're tuning in from home, abroad, alternatively from the circuit. But we have an absolutely bumper schedule, as Leah was alluding to. We do have 7 decades of touring car and tin top racing machines here for the Touring Car Rewind North, the first of 2 special events for this year in 2026, and we kick it all off with the classic Touring Car Racing Club Boss and Thunder series, and then we'll be making our way from what will be the Boss and Thunder machines to the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. So we get all the Morris Garages machines out on circuit. Then we're going to have a bit of a breather. There'll be lunchtime for our drivers and also our spectators, and it'll be a good opportunity for you to go top up your cup of tea. And at 2 o'clock we'll be back for plenty more racing action in the form of the classic Touring Car Racing Club Super Tourer Series, Pre-13s, 03s and 93s. Then we'll be going back to the run of machinery from 1967 all the way through to 1982 with the Pre-83s. Then it'll be the Pre-66s, and then we do it all over again with what will be all the racing due to go around for round number 6 from 10 to 4 this evening. So we've got plenty going on at Oulton Park. I do believe we've also got some demonstrations going on out on circuit, some very classic machines going out there from the Super Touring era, as we do see our first grid making its way into position. And well, an absolutely packed grid here. Indeed, it seems as though you do normally say you save the best to last, but they've saved it all for Oulton Park, and this is how our grid will line up for round number 5 of the 2026 Classic Touring Car Racing Club Blue Oval Saloon Series Championship, and also the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder, and with them the Ricky Kent Motorsport Historic Thunder Championships. On pole position, it is going to be Dave Farrow in his BMW 1 Series, powered with a V8 engine. in and taking pole position by just over 6 tenths ahead of Joe Collier in his BMW M3. It's a BMW lockout on the front row. Piers Grange will start in 3rd place then. His Ford RSR. Good to see Piers back on the grid once again. And joining him on that 2nd row, James Janicki in his Nissan Skyline GTR R32. A car that we're absolutely excited to see out there. And well, it's made its way all the way to the circuit today, all the way from Norfolk. So coming all the way from near Snetterton, all the way over to the other side of the country. And he'll be starting in 4th. Mike Mannion in his Ford Sierra starts in 5th place ahead of Ian Bower, the BMW M3 driver, looking very rapid regardless of what series he competes in, where it's the Pre-93s, alternatively in the Thunder Saloons. Nigel Beardsmore starts in 7th place in his SHP RSR Escort. Lovely machinery that is in the 259. Keep your eyes out for him. And Simon Collier, the man who absolutely had a thunderous day last time out at Cadwell Park, with a brilliant set of performances, well, he's going to be out there looking good on this 224. Kevin Denwood and Colin Voice will complete your top 10. That'll be your 5th row of the grid as the formation lap is underway. And we'll gradually walk you through the rest of the grid very shortly, because we do have a total of 19 drivers who are going to be racing this one, and they're all on their formation lap as they follow around there the Hyundai Ioniq 5N safety car. Melvin Hooker starts in 11th in his Jaguar XJS. Good to see that back out there once again. Indeed, the last time I saw it going racing was all the way at Mallory Park, all the way back in 2024. Derek Jefferson starts in 12th in his BMW E92 M3. Then we do have Lucas Dryden in his Ford Fiesta XR2 Mark II, starting in 13th. And he'll be joined on the 14th row of the grid there by William Hunt in his own Ford Fiesta. Todd Hawkins continues the theme of Ford, starting in 15th from row 8. Martin Reynolds, the Ford Escort driver, starts there in 16th. Your final 4 row of the grid on row number 9 is Michael Rudge and Simon Hutt. And then we do have starting last, but by no means least, Leslie Chapel-Howe in his Ford Fiesta Mark 6. We're 2 minute 24.08, and that'll be your 19-car starting order. Now, Giant stay racing at the international loud of the Oulton Park circuit, the longest loud available and the one that is most coveted when it comes to racing. Of course, Giants do normally take on the island louds as well. This series is no stranger to racing the slightly shorter layout, but we can see all the cars making the way around. And so they will gradually get ready to close up and form into what will be a 2x2 formation. And we've got a very exciting race ahead of us, no doubt about it. But as everyone gets set, we do see a few of you in the YouTube chat there, including Mr. Gamer82. We also say hello to Selena Hollywood, also to Johnny 10 Jobs. So we say hello there to Polschkep Media, and also to Tom DeGoat, who says there's a bit of drizzle at the track. So I get the feeling, Tom, you might be circuit side at the moment. We also say hello to Colin Ware, also to Noah Hendricks, and also to Kieran Dickerson, 1969-86, and also Allbar 1883. So there's a big shout out to my son Elliot, who is marshalling at Dearsley. I'm currently living and working in Qatar and looking forward to return to marshalling on my return in the next few years. Well, a big shout out there to Elliot, who's marshalling at Dearsley, and indeed great to see the Orange Army out there, all doing what they do best, which is making sure that we go racing in the safest possible manner. And well, the lights go off on the safety car. The formation starts to form here 2 by 2, and we're almost ready, ladies and gentlemen, to get underway for what will be the first of our 10 races today in the Touring Car Rewind North for 2026. The first of 2 Touring Car Rewind events following on from the success of the Super Touring Power events, but we are almost ready to go, and well, we wait for the lights out. It's lights out and away we go from race number 1 day, round 5 of the Boss and Thunder Series Championships. They fall the way into turn 1. Brilliant start there from our number 34 of Farrow. Hold on to lead as Collier looks to the move, but it's not going to work. Further down the order, we do see the wonderful BMW Z4 there of Hutt just falling behind Chapel-Howe, who gets a good start in the 362. But as one goes slightly wide onto the grass, well, they come down the hill now. Janicki having a bit of a slow start there, but I suspect everyone just tiptoeing their way on around at the moment and just trying to get to grips with the conditions. We had a dry qualifying session this morning, and then the rain is just drizzling a little bit, and it's on and off rain expected throughout the day. But the field narrows its down to what will be Island Bend. Oh, goodness me, that's a bit of smoke there coming off of, I think that was the Skyline. And the top 3 make their way through Shell Oils Bend. And already see that gap starting to grow. And the Ford Sierra of Manning there going on a full charge as he comes roaring on around there, but he is being closely followed by the rest of the field. But as we can see right now, whilst it might have been an absolutely brilliant start there for our pole sitter, he's not been allowed to get away. Collier staying very close as they make their way over the hilltop, and Ian Burr flying, as we do have a safety car by looks of things, ladies and gentlemen. So the racing will be suspended. I believe somebody's had an off. We'll try and find out what's happened as Ian Burr, there was a big lock up on the front left brake. Gets it stopped just in time in towards the chicane, and we'll come for Knickerbock corner. All the racing will be neutralised when they come to the finish line for this opening lap, given the safety car, and everyone will just calm down a little bit. And well, we do have our reason, and that is the number 56 there of Piers Grange, and the Ford RSR, sadly, with a lot of damage on the rear. Now, whether that's gone into the barrier of its own volition or been aided, not 100% certain, but unfortunately for Piers Grange, this is not a happy start to the day. And well, he hasn't been on the grid so far this year, as I understand it, and well, he's been saving it all up to go racing at Oulton Park, and as soon as he's got going with the racing, it's all come to a bit of an abrupt halt. But hopefully Piers is okay, and we'll give you an update when we can on that, ladies and gentlemen, but definitely that's the reason for our safety car. But as we do see Grange's car parked up there at the moment, so we'll neutralise the racing. I suspect we will need a couple of laps to be able to extricate the car, but what it does mean is the field just calms down for a bit of a moment, and well, as soon as we go racing, it comes to a bit of a pause. And well, as all the drivers make the way on past the stricken car of Piers Grange, very unfortunate there. Well, we can see them all now coming down towards turn 3. So that would be essentially the exit of the opening corner. It's gone wrong for Grange, just coming out of Old Hall. And so it's definitely gone very difficult for him. As we do say hello to Team Aqua there, who says hello, it's Charlie Ribbon, and looking forward to seeing Jimbo try to win the racing today. And we also do say hello to Graham UK, who says looks like a good meeting, watching for our caravan in Anglesey. And well, unfortunately, the sad sight of Piers Grange's car there for a brief moment. And as all the drivers make their way onwards behind the safety car, we should give you a brief mention to the fact that here today at the British Automobile Racing Club, we have 2 events happening in parallel. We have seen a few of you a bit confused as to why there are 2 streams today on the YouTube channel. That's because we've got, of course, the broadcast here from Oulton Park, which is Touring Car Rewind North, but we also do have a simultaneous broadcast for the whole of this weekend, which is none other than Convoy in the Park at Fluxton. So if you're into your truck racing, do make sure you tune on to that. Meanwhile, if you're a big fan of your touring cars, make sure you stay affixed to this broadcast, because we've got so much touring car racing action here today. Now, we should give a shout out to our safety car crew. Driving the safety car, of course, is none other than Gareth Newton, previous real-life racer, now a very prominent sim racer, but he does drive the safety car on a regular basis at Oulton Park. And also shout out to his observer in the car of Elliot Danaher, who's supporting him. And well, big shout out to them, because when it's a good day for them, they don't have to do anything other than make sure the formation laps proceed as planned. When it's a difficult day, meanwhile, they do have to jump in the car and do the work. As there's Piers Grange out of the car by the looks of things. So Piers looks to be okay, although understandably, I suspect very dejected at the state of the car. And having a look around, and well, I wonder whether they're just trying to get something right as the marshal's helping out the recovery truck there as well. See the spectators absolutely packed on the bank in there at turn number 1, and this has been an absolute sellout event, I do believe, in Oulton Park. And well, as we mentioned earlier on, this event being a build-up of what is a continuation of the events that we've had from 2023 through to 2025, the Super Touring Power events that have been held at Brands Hatch for the last 3 years, and then this year we've opted to bring the motorsport to all sides of the country, whether it be in the north or alternatively all the way down to the south. And well, we will have the Touring Car Rewind South event later on this year in August at Brands Hatch, but we've got the Touring Car North event this year right now here at Oulton Park. And the idea is to bring tin top racing and touring car racing, not just focused on super touring machines, but a whole variety of machinery throughout the years, to bring it all the way up and down the country so we can enjoy the discipline of motorsport that we all absolutely love. As Piers Grange in the car then, he's going to be steering the car as the tow truck pulls it along. So it'll be gradually aided, I suspect, to the runoff area at Cascades. And well, the rest of the field now will hold a very narrow line on the left there to make their way gradually on past. As we do say hello to DXT Rob there. Good afternoon, Rob, and I hope you're doing well. And well, he definitely knows Gareth Newton in the safety car by the looks of things in the YouTube chat. Of course, a big shout out to our marshals doing a fantastic job of recovering the car as quickly as they can. And I see there Colin Ware saying, staying with the stream live, and we'll watch the downloaded stream for Thruxton later on. Colin, you're an absolute saint staying with us, I can tell you that. And, well, you're definitely going to be in for a blast watching the Thruxton stream later on as well. Now, just give you a bit of a recap of the stories of these 3 series, as we do see there a family picnicking together. Absolutely fantastic to see. It's a family day out, even if the coats have to come out. Sadly, no sunshine here in the Cheshire countryside, but we do have plenty of cloud, rain, and plenty of machines out on circuit. But to bring you up to speed with these stories from Cadwell Park, well, we thought it was very wet at Cadwell Park. Indeed it was. It definitely outfoxed several drivers over the 2-day race meet. And what we got to see was in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, well, unfortunately, we didn't really get to see too much of Chris Brown, who we don't get to see here today either. His Ford Fiesta XR2 experienced a gearbox failure right at the start of qualifying, so it forced him out of the races. But we did see the return of 2014 champion Ollie Allen, who borrowed Pit Finney's Ford Fiesta Mark III. His car, unfortunately, Allen's own car, still having issues and still trying to get those fixtures to gearbox failure. But Allen's running was limited as well, in the fact the car he borrowed had an alternator issue in qualifying and a loose fuel line as well that caused him not to start the races. And, well, it was a sad day for Ollie Allen, but it was a very positive day for Clifford Pellin by comparison, who took his first series career win overall in Class C in the challenging conditions in race 1. And in race number 2, we did see Reynolds take his win in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. We're going to stop recapping the story there, as we have heard that the safety car lights are going off, and, well, as they make their way round. In fact, no, the lights are still on there, ladies and gentlemen. I think just a bit of eager information coming to us, but as all the field heads on around here, I think we are still on the safety car just for a little bit longer. And the lights are off the safety car now, so we were right the first time, or we were a bit preemptive in it, and, well, everyone's itching to go racing, and we're itching to restart. Without further ado, as the safety car peels into the pits, the race gets restarted with 7 minutes to go. It is Farrow who leads the field down in towards turn number 1 with Joe Collier behind, and then it will be Bowe in third. Ian Bowe right now on a bit of a flying charge, seeing if he can take on the top 2 for what will be the overall honours and the Classic Thunder honours with it. We'll see what he can do. A bit of battling further back. That's Colin Voice there going on the attack. Will he be able to make a move on the Z4? Maybe not, as he does try to. Well, in fact, that's not Voice, that is Hunt. That is Reynolds, my apologies there. Similar cars. Well, Colin Voice has driven, plus also Reynolds, but Reynolds is in the yellow and white Ford there, and coming all the way down. Well, looking at the front of the field there, well, that is going to be Collier trying to go for a move. Will he be able to get it done, Joe Collier? Well, it's going to be battling, looks around the outside. Bit of good defensive driving there from Farrow in his V8 BMW 1 Series, but right now both drivers absolutely digging in as they make their way up towards the chicane. But of course, all this fighting will give an opportunity for Ian Bowe to start to get a little bit closer. He'll be fancying his chances as they hop and skip the way over the curves. But the top 3 already open up quite a sizable gap to the rest of the field, as headed by Manning in his Ford Sierra. And while coming down the hill in towards the chicane, you see that spreading a bit further back at the moment. And, well, I do wonder where James Janicki's car is. It seems to have fallen a bit further back. So we do see that BMW Z4 make its way onwards and making some good progress. A bit of side-by-side racing action there. And that's going to be the Ford Fiesta of Hunt being just gradually relegated on down, the 847 driver. And we're on to the brakes. They all go. In fact, that's Dryden there. My apologies. Getting the numbers correct and the cars correct as well. But Dryden losing out, falling back a little bit further down. But I suspect he's got the speed in the corners, but perhaps not the speed on the straights. But heading over towards the cliff top very shortly, and, well, meanwhile we look back to the front, and, well, it looks as though Joe Collier's had a bit of a slow run over the last couple of corners, because suddenly he's lost the leader of Farrow, and now he's got Ian Bowe trying to poke and probe his way at him. But that'll be another lap complete as Farrow leads his way on to the next lap, and Dave Farrow in the EDF Motorsport road car BMW M1 from Sleaford doing a fantastic job right now of just opening the gap and pulling away very happily. He seems to be in control. Meanwhile, we've got a big queue building up behind our BMW driver of Hunt then, his Z4. And, well, there's going to be a look for a move here. Will the 847 get up the inside? Dryden going for it here towards turn 1. He's had a better run out the corner, but you can see there into the braking zone. He's going to have to really lunge. He's going to go all in, side by side, and it's going to be a lovely move there. Does he get it done? He does. Dryden up into another position, moving up there into 12th place overall. And the Blue Oval G-Class driver, currently leader of his class, doing a fantastic job. But looking back to the front of the field, as they come in towards Shell Oil's Bend, who was that side by side? We will wait and find out in due course, as we do see the wonderful Jaguar there of Hooker still trying to chase after Jefferson. And there we go, as our leaders come roaring on through. Well, right now, those gaps continue to become more and more pronounced as Janiki's Skyline now getting back up to speed there. Chasing after Denwood in the BMW E46 Compact. Well, he's already passed Denwood because Denwood's now behind him in the number 7. And we'll come into the rise as, oh, goodness me, that looks to be a problem there with the Ford Sierra. That's not a good look there. I wonder if that's an issue with one of the tyres on the right-hand side of the car, left-hand side from the camera picture. But just behind him, that's your 259 of Beardsmore, trying to catch back up to Manning, and I suspect he'll be looking for a move on him shortly. Now there is Colin Voice, we should say, as come over the crest. So Colin Voice we got mixed up a little bit earlier on, but Voice is definitely pushing his way forward in 8th place currently. But close racing there. Janiki still trying to close up to Beardsmore. The SHP RSR Escort trying to run away. But here comes Janiki. He's got all the speed on the straights there. And, well, perhaps not as quick in the corners. And also on the brake just a little bit earlier. So no way in this time for Janiki as he now makes way on to the next lap. Indeed, the field's got 3 minutes left. So 2 more laps, we suspect. Oh, that's not looking good at all there for our Ford Sierra. And I suspect that with that fire there, that is going to be definitely getting the Meeble flag shown at it. And well, if he's not aware of it, I suspect they'll be trying to hail that car to park up. But as we do see Ian Bower coming down the hill, and the top 3 have definitely left the camera shot very quickly. And as the rest of the field now makes its way through Cascades, we'll still a bit of progress being made there by Jefferson's BMW, the 128 driver. Jefferson right now up into 10th place overall and 3rd place in the Classic Thunder Class B. But as we do see Janiki Skyline getting ready for another corner there, where he has made his way ahead of the green machine of Beardsmore, so he's made that move most likely through the first couple of corners. And meanwhile there is our leader. And our leader, Farrow, still doing a great job of keeping that gap between himself and Joe Collier. And Dave right now will doing exactly what he's done in previous rounds of racing. When he's had it all go right, make sure nobody can get past him. When he needs to, make himself wide enough. But Collier is the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, with 50.031. But back we go there to the Ford Sierra of Manning, and you can see there everyone now starting to get a lot closer as Colin Voice on the back of Denwood. So Voice wants another position, and Voice right now racing in both Historic Thunder and Classic Thunder. Remember, the Historic cars, they are a sub-split of the Classics, where they are much older machines, but they can race in both series if they so desire, and that's exactly what Voice is doing this season, and doing a fantastic job of it. But 1 more lap to go. Oh, that's our leader there. And that's the front right tyre. That's caved in on the car. That's to be suspension damage there. And for Dave Farrow, this comfortable lead. Sonny is very uncomfortable. And that is his race going to pit lane there. And well, that tyre's rubbing against the bodywork. And for Dave Farrow, that race is over. Hopefully gets him race 2 later on. But that is a nightmare end to what has been a dreamlike start to his racing. So we have a new leader now overall, and in Classic Thunder Class B, there is Joe Collier, and Collier on the final lap in control. That will promote Ian Bower up into 2nd place, and it will be a 1-2-3 of BMWs at still, or will it? No, it won't, because Farrow in the pit lane. So suddenly, we now have a Ford in contention for the overall podium, and that is going to be the Ford Sierra there of Manning, with Janiki still chasing, and also Beardsmore would love an opportunity in his Ford Escort, albeit it's SHP RSR Escort there, bit of a specialised car. They're coming down on through, and right now that's going to be pressure building for Manning. Janiki looking for an opportunity. But will we see Janiki make a move? Not quite in the corners there again. The Nissan Skyline just a little bit too heavy through the corners, and going to fall back. And meanwhile, that's where Beardsmore will catch up. We see Denwood, also Voice, and none other than Solier. Well, in fact, that's not Solier there. That is Simon Collier, we should say, giving chase. But back to your leader we go, your 2-2-3 right now. This has been a very smooth run from Joe Collier. And all he's got to do now is get this home. And starting in 2nd place, he didn't have the pace to match Dave Farrow in qualifying, and he has benefited from Farrow's retirement. But to be fair, you've got to be in the right place at the right time to capitalise. And here he comes through Druids at the moment. All he's got to do now is get it through the last couple of corners here. He doesn't need to do anything spectacular. And for Joe Collier, this is definitely going to look to be a win that we're very pleased with. And 2nd place man in the championship currently. Well, with this result and Mike Cutt not being on the grid here today, well, this is going to be a result that's going to move him to the top of the championship table. It's a win for Joe Collier in Classic Thunder overall and in Class B. And then we'll wait a little bit until we see Ian Bower come through. Well, in fact, we are going to see Ian Bower come through. He has come through in 2nd place. And we've still got a bit of fighting going on further down the order. And well, we are going to see finishing in third. It survives the Ford Sierra to take Blue Oval Saloon honours as well. It's Manning ahead of Janiki, followed by Beardsmore. Then we will have Voice just behind Denwood there at the finish line in the fight for 6th. And then we will have none other than Simon Collier coming across the line. And I believe we'll then have completing a top 10. There's a bit of time to them before we do have Jefferson come across the line. His BMW E92 and Hooker there, and the wonderful reverberating Jaguar XJS will also come to line. So there it's going to be. We do have our 1 to 8 there of Jefferson crossing the line, and then we will see none other than in fact, that'll be Hooker coming up behind him. I believe there's a bit of a transponder issue there with Jefferson's car. It's just been corrected in your time in town on the left-hand side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. And then we will see just behind. That's going to be Hunting's Ford Fiesta. He'll take Class D honours in the Blue Oval Saloons. Good effort from him in the light blue Aqua Machine. And as they all come across line there, we're also going to see behind, that's Hutt, Reynolds, and also Rudge. And I believe we may also see there Hawkins come to the finish line, and he will be your last classified finish of this race. We did lose Chapelhouse along the way in his Ford Fiesta Mark 6, and Piers Grange, of course, we lost. But as all our drives cool on down, let's bring you those results, up to 20 stewards inquiries, and here they are for round number 5 of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Blue Oval Saloon Series, and also the Classic and Historic Thunder Machines. Joe Collier taking the overall win there by almost 10 seconds in his BMW M3, ahead of Ian Bower, and then we do see the 2 Classic Thunder drivers, followed up by your Blue Oval Saloon overall winner, 3rd place in the overall podium, that'll be Mike Manning. James Janiki 4th there, ahead of Nigel Beardsmore, and in the end Janiki had a slow start to the race but made his way almost to the podium. Kevin Denwood taking home none other than 6th place, ahead of Colin Voice. A class win for Voice, a great effort from him in the Historic Thunder class, and some good points in the Classic Thunder series as well. Simon Collier, David Jefferson and Melvin Hooker completed your top 10, and then best of the rest in 11th place. Lucas Dryden ahead of William Hunt, with Michael Rudge and Simon Hutt completing top 14. Fastest lap by Joe Collier there at 49.15. He was looking quicker than Farrow until Farrow's retirement, and we did see outside the top 14 Reynolds and Hawkins complete that finishing order. And sadly we did lose Dave Farrell on the way, and also we did lose Leslie Chapelhouse, who retired after a couple of laps, and also we did lose Piers Grange, unfortunately, with that incident right at the start. We didn't see what caused it, but we saw the aftermath. But as all our drivers pull the way in towards Parc Fermé, I suspect very shortly we might be getting a few interviews of our top 3, and we'll be passing it over to Leah when we do so. But what a way to start off a day. A bit of difficulty, but also some great racing. I think we may be getting a replay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And in fact, this is a replay of what happened to our race leader of Dave Farrow as he made his way on through. And, well, the issue had started before he got to Druids, but it was becoming more and more prominent by the looks of things. So a bit of difficulty there from him, but at least we managed to catch that. And we all seem to have enjoyed that. And I do see Chad saying, that's the Sierra, that's normal. For fight, it's the side exhaust. Well, thank you, Chad. And, well, we do appreciate the fact that you're feeding in that information there. And if you do know anything, ladies and gentlemen, in the YouTube chat that we're missing, do let us know. But without further ado, we're going to throw down to Parc Fermé. It's over to Leah, and we're going to catch some interviews with our top 3 finishers overall from this race.
We are down in Parc Fermé with race winner Joe Collier, just celebrating with his other races, celebrating with his family too. Let me see if I can just grab a quick word with him. So winning that race in quite some fashion, winning by over 9 seconds in the end. Joe, congratulations!
Thank you very much.
The first race winner of the weekend. What was it like out on track?
Awful. It was difficult. We was on slicks, and me and Dave and a couple of others were on slicks, so it was quite very, very sketchy, as you see from the start. Yeah, really, really hard work, but the more you push, the more heat you get into them, but the more you push, you could lose the car, do you know what I mean? So it's a fine line, but well managed, and yeah, we didn't make any mistakes like a couple of other people, so yeah.
I was going to say, what was it like on those opening laps having that safety car?
It played into our hands perfect, because us on slicks, the guys on treaded tyres, not so good, because we had loads of laps then to gain the heat, build the heat nicely, and then when the green flag came, we was good to go. So yeah, it played into my hands perfectly, safety car.
Lovely. Hopefully you can repeat that a little bit later on. Thank you for speaking to us. Thank Joe Collier, your race winner. We'll speak to Ian now. Ian, P2, not too bad for the first time out here at Oulton Park. What was the weather like out on track?
It was just a bit slippery. I was hoping for rain because these guys have got slicks and I've got treaded, so I was hoping I'd get some rain. And that helps me. But yeah, it was good. I'm happy to finish second, so that's good for me. So I don't quite have as much power as these guys. So yeah, enjoyed the race.
Is there much learning you can take from this race into later on?
Yeah, I'm doing pre-93, so it just means that I get a lot warmer than the other guys. So yeah, so I understand the track. I've done it quite a few times now today. So fingers crossed, it kind of gets a bit drier.
Lovely, thank you for speaking to me. Lovely to speak to you.
Thank you.
And now we've got the MG owners' cars out on track, and I caught up with them a little bit earlier in the assembly area. Right, we are down in the assembly area with the MG owners' cars. We're actually going to walk over this way a little bit. We're going to speak to Tim Harvey. Now, obviously, we know Tim from presenting the touring car coverage more recently. Obviously, won the touring car in 1992 as well. Let's just see if he's happy for a attack. Tim, lovely to see you here at Oulton Park today. Obviously, we're used to seeing you this side of the championship. What's it like being back behind the wheel?
It's great fun, you know, these are great little cars, you know, we've got a full grid here and it's good to see in this current climate a full grid of cars, everybody enjoying it, and the cars are really good to drive. You wouldn't think they're over 20 years old, these little MGs, they go really well. I'm just having to remember front wheel drive again.
What is it like to be back around Oulton Park then? We've spoken to a few of the drivers and they're talking about how much they love it. Obviously it's very undulating, it moves away from you. What is it like to drive a car around here?
It's one of my favourite circuits. You know, it's got follows the natural topography of the land, and it's a great circuit. It's technically challenging. It's rewarding as well when it's fast. Yeah, it's one of my favourite circuits, and you know, it's a long time since I raced it. I did a lot of track days here and things, but actually racing here, it's been a long time, so it's a pleasure to be back.
Lovely. Is there anything you can do from P5 on the grid?
Try and hold it. I think, yeah, I'm still sort of learning a little bit. I've got no aspirations to sort of win the race or anything like that. I'm just here to enjoy myself. But yeah, you want to give a good account of yourself. But I'm very conscious that I've got a friendly target on my back. Everybody wants to be an ex-touring car driver, don't they? But yeah, I'm just going to have fun.
Lovely. Well, you've got the right idea, keeping sheltered from the rain, not getting out of the car. Best of luck for the race. Now, let's see who else we can catch. Obviously, Tim Harvey. Massive, like he's right, everyone wants to beat him, don't they, because he is an ex-touring car driver. Let's come over then and speak to Cal Moore, qualifying P8 for this race, not too far off the pace. Cal, are you free for a quick chat? Oh, he's getting seat belted up, we've got to grab him quickly. What are your hopes for this race then, Cal? Anything you can do from where you are on the grid?
Yeah, a finish really. Had a good showing at Cadwell, I'm really happy to be here. I love Oulton, however I don't love the rain, but hopefully that'll stay off for a bit.
I was going to say, it's slightly starting to come down a little bit more now, isn't it? Does it not work for you then in these cars, or is it just a personal preference kind of thing?
Just a personal preference really. Used to race with wet tyres, now we're just on the Toyos. They're alright, but it's slippy. Don't know Oulton quite as well as I probably could, but no, we'll see how it goes.
Lovely. And what is it about Oulton Park you love so much? You did say you really enjoyed it, so is it how it moves away from you? What is it about the circuit that stands out?
It's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster, but I get to control how fast we're going around. Yeah, it's great. All the undulations. It's not just drawn on a piece of paper. It's moulded into the scenery, I'd say. So yeah, it's really good. I love Oulton.
Lovely. We hope you go. Wow, look, it's the same thing as Tim Harvey. It's like they know what they're talking about. Absolutely crazy. So on pole position for this one is Scott Buckner. He's just down there lining up. Is there anyone else we can speak to quickly? Let's grab a quick word. Obviously, we've got Hannah Leonard over there. Her dad is Darren. He's not out in this race. He will be out a little bit later on though. Let's see if we can speak to Josh Byrne, back down in P16. Lovely colour, isn't it? Josh, lovely colour car here. Why'd you pick blue? Is it your favourite colour?
It was already like this when I brought it, so it's a nice colour as well, so I thought we might as well keep it, so yeah, no point changing it.
Yeah, you do stand out a little bit, don't you? Everyone's got like blacks and stealthy colours. You've got a bright blue car.
Yeah.
I've got one question for you. I'm going to start posing it to our viewers a little bit later on. If you were in a two-man team, you and one other, what ex-touring car driver or current would you have in the seat next to you?
Or probably Jake Hill, would it be?
Why? What is it about Jake that stands out to you? Is it because he drove a Laser last year and it was blue as well?
No, just because I've seen him, he can drive anything. He drives historic, so touring cars. He's overall great driver, so definitely going to be Jake Hill.
Lovely. Well, we hope you go well in this race. So these are about to go out on track to get ready for the MG Owners race, and I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Leah, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get set for round number 5 of the 2026 MG Owners Club Championship. And well, what a round we've got ahead of us, because last time out at Cadwell Park, well, it was the show of one driver, Lee Pearce, who absolutely went all in to take a victory, and he took the wins in both races. He had to work hard for it, however, and conversely, at the time, Jake McDermott, trying to follow in his father's footsteps of Steve McDermott, he struggled in both races and picked up the pace. They are both here today, both father and son, Steve and Jake, although as we'll see when we do go through that grid shortly, the fact that it's not been the happiest of qualifying sessions for Jake compared to his dad Steve, who's done a fantastic job. But as all the drivers make the way on around, well, an absolutely packed grid here for the MG Owners Club Championship. And here is the grid, ladies and gentlemen. On your front row, it is going to be Scott Bugner, who put together an impressive 202.93, only 1 thousandth quicker than Jake Woodcock in the end. It was so close between the two of them, and well, nothing separated them at all. James Cole starts third ahead of Matthew Harvey. I'm not sure there's a relation between Matthew Harvey and Tim Harvey, but if so, well, that relation goes strong, because Tim Harvey, the 1992 British Touring Car champion and commentator alongside David Addison in the modern era British Touring Car, he starts in 5th. Steve McDermott, a multi-time champion of this championship, he starts in 6th place ahead of Rob Addison and Cal Moore. Now keep your eyes out for Rob. He's definitely been pushing hard so far this season, and he was the championship leader going to Cadwell Park, but has lost that lead to your Class A starter further down the order of none other than Will Sharp. However, we've still got to go through a Class Z drivers first. Cal Moore starts in 8th place, with Martin Wills and Lee Sullivan completing your top 10. We'll shortly move on to the next set of rows, because we've got plenty of rows on this grid. And as we do make our way now towards what will be rows 6 through to 10, Conor Lawson and Jake McDermott line up together. And for Jake, he's got to work his way forward as quickly as he can. Simon Byrne and Lee Pearce. Pearce starting in 14th place. That's not what he expected in qualifying. Then we've got Christopher Lawson and Josh Byrne in row number 8. Row 9, it's Jake Meager and Reese Lawson. And row number 10 to complete your top 20, it'll be Lance Treadell and Adrian Olsen. But that's going to be a run of Class Z machining for the most part, although Joshua Dakers starts in 21st ahead of James Kendrick, and James Kendrick jumping into a Class Z car because of the fact he's had difficulties with Class F machine, whose engine blew up earlier this morning. William Sharp starts on pole position for Class A. Your classic Class N is MG Midget. Greg Thomas alongside on row 12. That'll be row 13 to Aaron Chappell and John Copland. Copland starts second of your Class A starters ahead of Malk Best, with Hannah Leonard starting there in 28th place ahead of James Wade and David Amflet. And then we've got a couple more rows to cover it off, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a packed grid, but to be fair, this is the biggest year so far of the MG Owners Club Championship. It's 46th year. Chris Millard starts 31st ahead of Robert Fisher, and then we'll see starting in 31st Simon Jackson, and at the very back of the grid, where 10-second delayed start, it'll be Eliza Seville, and that's how our 34 drivers will start. But as we do see the wonderful view, there they all get themselves away now for the green flag lap, but an absolutely packed grid. And remember, this is the championship that's been running for now 46 years, and last year in none other than 2025 it was the biggest year yet for the MG Owners Club Championship. And well, this is all about the celebration of the Morris Garages cars, whether it be the classics all the way through to the more modern MG ZRs and ZSs, and well, you will not find a bigger collection of MG machinery going racing. It's all about keeping it as affordable as possible and be able to enjoy racing these machines quite as close as possible to their road-going version. So if you're a big MG and Tin Top Racing fan, you're going to be in for a treat with this one. But as we do say hello to a few more of you there in the YouTube chat, including none other than James Fraser, and indeed it is I, James. Good to see you tuning in. We also say hello there to Scurry Now, and Scurry No, I should say, and also there to Aristison. And also Matt Busby, who's on the pit straight today. Well, hope you have a good time, Matt, because you're definitely in a prime spot to enjoy some great racing action. We also say hello there to Keith Lowe's, and well, saying where do they get the commentators from, Timu? Well, funny enough, I do have a bit of a running joke with some other commentators, and the fact, particularly with what is a very familiar name to many of you, Paul O'Neill, whereby when I have covered for him briefly for TCR UK last year, it was the running joke that I was Timu Paul. We also say hello to Sam Fram, and also to Fluffy Pingu, and also to a few more of you there. But without further ado, we are going to look away on the YouTube chat. Although not before we say hello to Pope Motorsport. It says, now this could be spicy, what a grid this is. And we can also see a few of you there rooting for Tim Harvey, or Carvey Harvey. Carving through will lead the race and win it too. That's a jingle, no doubt about it. But to give you a recap of the championship standings coming into this round, your overall championship leader currently is Will Sharp in the Class A machinery, and he's leading on 52 points ahead of the 38 of Rob Addison, who had a bit of a frustrating day at the office at Cadwell Park, whereas for Sharp it was a very happy day by comparison. Bringing home both wins after missing out on pole position to Alex Forster there. Speaking of Alex Forster, he starts in third. Well, he's going to be third in the championship coming into today. And then we do have Jake McDermott and Lee Pearce completing your top 5 currently. Now, I do see there a little bit of disappointment from Scoro saying, what, no Metros? Sacrilege. Sadly, yes, we have no Metros here. Although I do believe as part of the demonstration, we may have an MG Maestro later on. But we also say hello there to Waxworks Ashford, and good to see you tuning in and having a good time. And well, as they all make the way through, I'm going to go quiet for a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, and just let you enjoy the sight of MGs making their way around before we do go racing. So as they all make the way almost to position, ladies and gentlemen. Bit of tyre weaving going on there. And as we did hear from Ian Bowe in the interview after the race before this, no rain falling, a slightly damp and greasy circuit. So it's going to be interesting to see who has gone for the wet tyre and who has gone for the drier tyre. They do have the option, and will all come down to who's picked the right one and been able to get the right tyre choice, and also whether they've got the right setup for the circuit. But incredibly close at the front, and it will be a standing start this race as well. Goodness me, what a long line of MGs there. Grand total of 34 of them. And to answer the question about why we do have a 10-second delayed start for Eliza Seville, I don't quite have any information to explain that, unfortunately. So I presume there is a reason. We wouldn't normally be doing that for the MGZR driver. And Seville has been competing in this series for some time this season. But all I've got is the fact they were disqualified from the results of qualifying for a stewarding reason, and perhaps the 10-second delay adds to that as well, but otherwise we do not know. So as the cars now sit stationary at the front, at least it is a long wait. Also a little bit of trivia, the front row does start slightly uphill here, so it's a bit harder to launch off the front row compared to the middle rows, but we now await the lights, ladies and gentlemen. The lights are on. And it's lights out, away we go for round number 5 of the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship for 2026. They roar the way away. Brilliant start there from the 24 Woodcock. Going to look round the outside immediately of Bugner, but looking behind, 3 wide, even 4 wide there as they go into the opening braking zone. And that was a big push through for Wills. And meanwhile, that's going to be up there. That's the 100 going wide. And unfortunately, stuck in the gravel trap to the barrier. And well, that race comes to a stop. And that is unfortunately Lawson there. None other than Conor Lawson being elbowed out. I'm sure there'll be a bit of words between him and his fellow drivers later on. And most of the field has made its way safely away, and as they all roar the way through, we'll wonder where the Harveys will be at the front. But coming up to a Shell Bend, already there, the battle for third place raging on as our leader trying to open a bit of a gap, and the Class 7 machinery right now absolutely storming off into the distance as the Class A's followed. But we do have a safety car, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, and this 20-minute race will be brought to a halt to a degree, albeit I think nobody's got the memo right now, so that's a bit of contact further down coming through Shell Oils. I think that might have been there between the likes of Moore and Wills, and well, they'll have to calm it down now because they will see the boards that say that there's a safety car essentially. I think they'll continue racing to the end of the lap, and there is Conor Lawson getting out of the car, which is great to see that he's okay, albeit understandably, mentally he may not be feeling too okay after seeing his race stopped before he's even cleared the opening corner. But We're going to look over the car there to make sure there's nothing wrong. Take a look at the engine as well, and I suspect just making sure the car's not overheating, because he'd like it to race again later on today. But the racing is neutralised, and well, Bugner at least has held on at the start. Oh, and we've got another car. That's Jack Meager who's gone on. That seems to be at, I want to say, Druids. He's had that go wrong, although don't quote me on that, as he's out the car, which is good to see, but the car parked up at the moment. We see the whole field making its way on through, and as it does so, in terms of Class A, I do believe that we've still had Sharp hold on for the time being. He did have a phenomenal time set in qualifying compared to his peers. He was almost 6 seconds faster than the next closest lap of Copland. Sharp was in a world of his own in Class A in qualifying. But definitely this race has been neutralised for a bit. And what I believe we might be getting a replay of what happened on the open lap, at least to one of our two drivers who is stricken on the circuit side. But you can see the field carrying on round, and this does bite into the race time, unfortunately. We can't delay the race, we can't stop it, because we have a bumper schedule. And well, Connor Lawson there already been extricated. Will he get the car rolling again? He's in the car by the looks of things. Go on, see if it'll turn over. As they say, turn it off and turn it on again. And hopefully we'll get to see the Lawson Motorsport machine go racing, albeit from the back of the grid, as they're taking a look. But meanwhile, this is how it all started. And once we see our top two battling, but then Conor Lawson right in the middle of it all. A bit of contact to the rear of the 77 there, and that seemed to trigger it. So the 77 being slightly pranged, and that was Jake McDermott. And unfortunately, with the looseness of the car, Lawson on the outside, and Lawson in the end, the one escorted to the barrier. So I think Conor Lawson in a bit of a situation where he was in the right place at the wrong time, and unfortunately he's had to pay the price for it. And Jake McDermott, understandably, I think at that point was a bit of a passenger in his car trying to get it under control. But it looks like Lawson's getting going. That's good. It's been able to reverse onto the tarmac. And there he goes. Great news for Conor Lawson, getting going. Although something tells me he may be a couple of laps down at this point, as all the stone chips are thrown away from the rear of the car. And you can see they're completely shaking them off. So we've got one of our cars that was off on the open lap, now back racing as the field's still behind the safety car at this time. And sadly, we don't have our MGF here today, as we mentioned earlier on. We were expecting an MGF to be out on circuit in Class F that would have been piloted by the Kendrick family of Simon, the father, and James, the son, with James being a novice. But as we said earlier on, the Beckham car unfortunately seen its engine blow this morning in practice, and therefore they're not going racing. So instead, what you will see is that James Kendrick is currently in the car out there, and that is the number 76 you'll see out there in 21st place currently. And then later on today we'll be seeing that car being taken over by Darren Leonard. And remember as well that we do have Darren's daughter out there, and that is Hannah Leonard, who you'll be looking out for in the number 10. As all the field comes on through, the wonderful 176, lovely colours on the cars to be fair as well. And well, we see a couple of our fans there, two generations of motorsport, father and son, just taking it nice and easy. And well, the coats are still on, but thankfully no hoods up anymore, and we'll use them as our barometer of whether it's raining or not. But at the moment, we're still under the safety car, ladies and gentlemen. So all due to two cars being caught up at the start of the race. And see, so you're suggesting there that the second car may have been caught up at what was Shell Oil's Bend. But we get a lovely view there of the 64 making its way around. That, of course, the car shared between the Treadell family of Lloyd and Lance. And Sam Fran saying MGF stands for multiple gasket failure. Well, I think MGF owners, I don't know whether that's something they'll take tongue-in-cheek or not, but I do love that. And well, meanwhile, we've got to come back to the focus because the lights are off on the safety car. Great news, folks. We've still got 14 minutes of racing to go, and we're almost ready to go green once again, and it will be to your number 25 there of Bugner to take us away. The final corner he goes, and Bugner resumes the racing. He goes nice and early, but the top three are all together still. He's not been able to drop Woodcock or Cole. They knew exactly what he was going for here as they headed towards turn number one, but will Cole look for a move? Not quite. He was thinking about it there, but probably thought to himself, no, the tyres are a little bit too cold and the brakes are. No point going too soon. So we're back up to speed now. We've still got just under 3/4 of this race, which is fantastic. And well, good to see everyone pushing on. But we can see a bit of a notable split starting to appear in the field. Our top 6 starting to bolt away, and then Steve McDermott currently in 7th place. And McDermott, of course, a multi-time champion, as we said earlier on. And well, one driver who we are not seeing here today, but we will see at Fruxton in their next race meet, will be Jim Bainham, the man who won the 2025 championship, taking a step back for this year, not racing full-time to focus on running the MG Owners Club Championship. And therefore selective rounds he'll be participating in. But good to see that Jim still plans to be out on the grid, and indeed what better way to endorse the series than being the champion of it and also work in the background to run it. But all drivers tiptoeing the way through in the MGZ machines at the moment. As we can see, our number 24, Woodcock, now starting to be swallowed up a little bit there by Cole, who's getting closer and closer. Cole definitely feeling a bit more confident. Well, he won't be looking for a move, but meanwhile coming up behind, that's going to be the 88 of Addison. And Addison, of course, was the one who got elbowed all over the place at Cadwell Park compared to many of his rivals. So therefore, understandably, he wants another opportunity. It was Pierce, the 234 driver. There you see him. Well, Pierce definitely not afraid to race with his elbows out there and give us some memorable quotes. Oh, that's a very crumpled front end on the 44 there of Wills. So I think there's a bit of a story to that on the opening lap. Please carry on, but that's not going to help him aerodynamically at all. But our leader starting to pull away. Bugner seems to have got quite settled down and making a bit of a spread there. And well, we have such an extensive field. As we come back down here in towards your right hand of Lodge Bend, and Cole definitely thinking about the move. He didn't go for it the first time round after the restart. Will he go for it this time? Here we go, up towards turn of 1, outer leap he launches. Will Joe Cole pull to the inside? Will he not? And the answer's going to be, he is going to look up the inside. He's going to go for the move. 2-1 they go in, and in the end they give each other space. Woodcock says, I'll try to hold it around the outside, but that's not going to work. And it's Cole up into second. Lovely move. Now has he got the pace to chase after Bugner, our leader, who's already pulled a bit of a 2-second gap? But look behind there, and you can see already on the attack as well is going to be Harvey, and that's going to be the machinery of, and not Tim Harvey, but the other Harvey racing, and we're still looking for an opportunity to try and get to that 3rd place spot. Oh goodness me, it's still be too wide here as they make their way in towards Island Bend, and as they come on in, the 88, they've Addison squeezing in. Meanwhile, too wide into the opening corner as well, further down the field. Great to see some racing in other drivers, and we do have the battle there between your 43 and their rival, and in the end making a bit of a nice move there. Well, that was none other than Cal Moore moving up another position. But as we come back up through the front of the order, here we go then, and well, we can see already Woodcock really slipping down the order now, under big pressure here from your 88 of Addison. And meanwhile, it's then going to be Harvey, who stays right behind there. Your number 20 driver, Matthew Harvey, just watching the battle in the meantime, as that fight for 3rd comes to a bit of a halt. A little bit further back there, we do see a bit of a look potentially from our runners further away. That's Millard under pressure from Amphlett. Well, not Millard from Amphlett there. Let me get myself corrected. That is the battle a bit further back there between Wills and Byrne, although we do have a 10-second post-race time penalty for Byrne, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Perhaps a jump start. We'll have to find out. I suspect it may be. But we can definitely see as the field makes its way through Druids clearing out. But looking a bit further down, let's get some Class A machinery out there, and that is the MGB of Millard, who's 3rd place in Class A at the moment. Still trying to chase after Copland, albeit the gap between the two of them 3.5 seconds at the moment. We're coming back up to the front, and our 88 still holding on, as you have got Matthew Harvey with him. That's the fight for 4th, and well, they've let the top 3 gradually break away. Woodcock has dropped down to 3rd place, however, as I go on to another lap, and the pace definitely not there now with Woodcock. It was there at the start, but after it was passed by Cole, he seems to be sliding down the order just that little bit more. Coming down to the next series of corners, you can see Bugner very much in control of this race at the moment. Where's Tim Harvey, I hear you ask? Well, at the moment, Tim Harvey's running in 6th place. He's really at the back end of that leading group. And then we do have the growing battle still between Wills and Byrne further down. And well, we have a black and white flag for the number 100. That is none other than what is Lawson. That'll be, well, it's going for an absolute nightmare day right now for Connor Lawson. Black and white flag, and a 10-second penalty has been applied to his race. We don't know the reason for it, but we do know that after being elbowed out in the opening corner, he's having an even worse day in the office. As we come back to racing on the road in the meantime. No change at the moment as they come out of the chicane there of Britons in that fight for 4th place. Addison still keeping Matthew Harvey behind. Tim Harvey watching a bit of a distant view. You can definitely see that lead group, whilst the leader's pulling away a little bit, the fight for fourth place is definitely growing. After making some progress, Addison now finding he's bringing a lot of friends to the party with him. And well, still the 8 minutes remain in this race. I'm just waiting for the next battle to build up here. But the Oulton Park circuit, one which demands just as much precision as it does offer up overtaking opportunities in these MG machines. And we can see that growing split there between your lead group, and that's the top 8 there running away. And then we do have 9th and 10th still fighting further behind. But is that a look from Harvey? Matthew Harvey thinks about it versus Cole. Well, not versus Cole, versus Addison, I should say. And he doesn't quite get that done. And still waits a little bit longer. But coming up further behind, Pierce in that 8th place at the moment. He's just, I think, trying to find a bit more pace out there in the 4-3-2 and coming in towards that next braking zone. Well, the 2-3-4, I should say that. It's near just my eyesight. Pierce still not starting quite on this group at the moment as they come down the hill. But goodness me, that's closed up at the front of the field suddenly. Well, the fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute 2.566 from Cole, your 188. Well, that's a very impressive lap there from James Cole. And at this moment, he might be able to look for a move on Bugner for the lead over one in Class Z. Is he going to go for it there in towards Island Bend? Not quite. But Woodcock is going to be looking at that, raise an eyebrow thinking, can I get involved? Well, here we go then, in towards turn number 5. And there's no move at this time, but James Cole right now going on the attack for DC Motorsport. And the driver hanging in all the way, the Kentish driver, well, in fact not the Kentish driver, the Ellsby driver I do believe, we're right now looking for a move there in towards the chicane. That's not going to work, but they'll hop skip away over the curbs, and you can see already Woodcock's caught back up to this. So it was a bit of a slow start for Woodcock, but suddenly he's found a gear, and he's saying, I'm going to get right back into this fight. But is there going to be a move here? Looking up the inside, he's going to go for it, it's Cole, but it's all just to try and threaten Bugner, trying to get into his mind and make him make a potential error. No such presence of a move up the inside yet from Cole, but he wants to get that a little bit closer. Further back, we do see the 67 of Steve McDermott starting to close on Tim Harvey, so perhaps there will be an opportunity. And we are seeing a black and white flag for the number 64. And that's going to be your number 64 there of the Treadles, who have picked it up because of track limits at Cascade. So that was on the earlier portion of this lap, so it's gone a bit wrong for them. We'll have to wait and see whether Lance Treadle can keep it in track limits. But meanwhile, we stay affixed to the front. What a great fight we've got building up here. Remember, this is going to be a freeway fight, and this could have big implications for the championship later on. This is a wonderful run through Deer Leap here. Cole looks all the way to the inside, and Bugner squeezed him as much as possible and says, no, you don't, but here comes Woodcock. Woodcock looking around the outside, in towards turn 1 they go. Can Woodcock get the move done? He goes to the switchback here. He's going to have a lot of momentum coming down in towards Cascades, but he'll be on that outside line by the time he gets to the 3rd corner. Will he look for the move there? No, he backs out, going through Denton's, decides not to go for it. But we can see behind Addison, still trying to keep Matthew Harvey behind us. That's going to be a move. That's going to be Pierce up the inside of Steve McDermott for 7th place. Will he get that done? We'll wait and find out when we do see them making their way up towards Sherwolds most likely. And then we do have that growing gap meanwhile to Wills and Byrne behind. But still so much fighting going on between all these drivers. It's absolutely brilliant. But there's your leader still, Bugner still being pushed around at the moment. I think Cole riding on his rear bumper and saying to him, no, you can go a little bit quicker. I need to get this move done at the moment. Looking one way, looking the other. You can see he's absolutely itching for that move right now is Cole. But of course, running out a bit of room as Woodcock is constantly there. And Cole has got the absolute nightmare moment of being between a rock and a hard place, which is he's got the rock in front of Bugner and he's got the hard place behind encroaching upon him of Woodcock. We're going down the hill, another look here. Would he go even later on the brakes this time? Cole thinks about it, but not again. A small lock up on the front left, and it's going to send him onto the grass. So Cole, in the end, makes himself go into an own error. And Woodcock goes around the outside there, squeeze on through. Cole tries to rejoin as safely as he possibly can. And well, that's going to be Woodcock back up into 2nd place. So Cole went for it, and in the end, threw it too straight. And unfortunately for Cole, now he's got it all to do once again. The time is running out in this race, only 4 minutes to go, so it'll be this lap, plus most likely another 2 more. And just behind, we can see there, Pierce still trying to make a bit of progress, chasing after Steve McDermott, was chasing after Tim Harvey. Will he be able to make a move as Steve McDermott has fallen to the back of this group? And coming down up towards another lap. We'll have to wait and see as to come. But here they go then on to what is likely to be the penultimate lap of this race. And Bugner right now in control, but can Woodcock do what he couldn't do early on, which is stay with him? As here they come through the opening bend, and while the car's sliding around right now, the lightest they'll be in this race as the fuel starts to run out, the tyres are all nicely warmed up. They can really push as much as humanly possible, but do not rule Cole out in third place at the moment. He has the pace to lead this race, but he hasn't found a way through at the moment at least. But this top 8 very happily together. Meanwhile, whilst they make the way onwards, we'll just give you a quick update in Class A off camera. And what we can tell you, it is still Sharp who leads Class A in 20th place, ahead of Copland and also Millard. But that will be your top 3 in Class A at this time. And, well, we will potentially see them a bit later on. But meanwhile, we stay affixed to the front, because that's where all the battling action is happening. Oh, goodness me, and that's gone very wrong for you 2, 3, 4 there. That is Pierce losing the rear and getting caught in the gravel trap for a brief moment in towards Showell's Bend, but he does get it back together, gets it back on the road, and well done to Pierce for doing that, but not well done for making the error. But in the end, we got to see that. That shows you how hard Pierce was working, and we'll understand it's not quite worked out in this one. We're coming over the rise, and Woodcock right now has got Cole getting close. Cole again on the inside line. He loves to put the car there, trying to really goad his rivals into a mistake. The only driver who's made the mistake right now when he's done that is himself. So therefore, he's not learned from his first instance, but he's still making sure not to make the mistake a second time, it would seem. As Addison following, you see Tim Harvey and Matthew Harvey there, although it's Matthew ahead of Tim at the moment. And then we do have machinery of Steve McDermott, and Pierce has dropped away from this group now, given his error coming all the way through Shellwell's Bend. Bit wide there from Addison. I think Tyre Life is starting to struggle a bit wide there as well from Woodcock. And right now, Bugner, all he's got to do is keep this on the road. And I think he's going to be safe for the win. But as we see Woodcock having to go a bit defensive. Cole looking threatening as they get ready to go on to the final lap of this race. And right now, Bugner in control. But it's not going to be in control for second place, as I think Woodcock and Cole are going side by side. But meanwhile, there's your 39 for a brief moment. And we now come back to the front as it's going to be your leader happily ahead. But it's Cole looking up the inside in turn 1. He's going to try and get a nose in there. But Woodcock in the end simply says, well, if you're going to go for it, I'll close the door on you eventually. And we'll both have to go to the stewards afterwards. So Woodcock there not afraid to change Cole at his own game of being the latest of the late breakers. And Addison and Matthew Harvey closing up behind. Tim Harvey still watching on. And then Steve McDermott at the back of the group. And there is Pierce from earlier on, Lee Pierce, who at that moment, well, he's got it back together. But what a final lap this is going to be right now if we do see that battle grow. But it seems as though Cole not having the best of runs through Cascades, and therefore just falling a little bit further back. As we do start to wait for drivers to make the way through Shellwell's Bend, and shortly you will see coming from the stage right there's your leader, and then everyone else behind, and all they come roaring on through. And right now all this group, they've done a fantastic job staying so closely together. We still off camera have a bit of a battle between Byrne and Wills for 9th place, and that I think is going to go the way of Wills, keeping in mind the 10-second post-race penalty that's going the way of Byrne. But we'll keep our eyes on that as well as some other battles. But meanwhile, we stay transfixed to the front of the field. As the field does get picked up there, well, here comes a move. Cole goes all in on the inside, but again, it's just a threat. It's not something that's fully alongside. And right now, Woodcock just seeing it's been done once, it's been done twice, and he's not going to be fooled by it a third time. So that's very sideways there for Matthew Harvey, just about keeping it on the road. Harvey having to work very hard to make sure that Tim Harvey stays behind. And of course, there'll always be that accolade that I've beaten a BTCC champion in racing MGs. But as our leader comes around with a Bugner, this has been looking to be a very well-controlled race. He's had a lot of pressure from Cole. He's had a lot of pressure from Woodcock, but every time he has withstood the pressure. And right now, well, it's only one corner between him and the round number 5 victory over Oulton in Class Z. That's all the field coming through. I don't think we're going to see too much more battling here unless anybody makes a mistake. We'll make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a huge win, and it is going to be a win there for Scott Bugner. Hand out the window, says, I've won it, taps the car on the roof. He's absolutely ecstatic about it. Woodcock takes second, Cole third. There'll be Addison, Matthew Harvey, Tim Harvey, and then it'll be Pierce across the line in 7th place. And then we will see, well, in fact, I think Steve McDermott has picked up some, well, I'm not quite sure where Steve McDermott's gone in that tower. In fact, he comes back. Then we do see that battle there between Wills and also Steve Byrne, and in the end it is going to be, well, Simon Byrne I should say, and that's going to be a win in the battle for 9th place between Wills, and well, Simon Byrne will be demoted down to 12th place due to his post-race time penalty, so that promotes Jake McDermott up to 10th place, and we'll also see in 11th place there being promoted up Lawson. But a bit further down the order, we do have our invitational participant there of Dakers, bringing on home at 16th place very shortly. and we will see the Class A win by the sounds of things be going the way of Sharp in his MG Midget. So for Will Sharp, it is going to be a championship lead that is going to be extended even further. And well, he has just, well, he's about to cross line, I do believe, although not on cameras, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just keep you updated. Good to hear that James Kendrick has made it to the finish line as well in 19th place in the MG ZS 170. He's had very little experience in driving until today. And well, we're still waiting for Will Sharp to cross line. He has, just ahead of Chapel, so he'll take 20th place. And then your Class A podium will be completed by Copland and Millard. And Best will be just off of the podium in his MGB GT. But there is your overall and Class Z winner in his MG ZR 160. A brilliant drive there from Scott Bugner, the driver, who, hailing from St Ives, doing a fantastic job and will bring it on home, no doubt about it. And he'll be absolutely ecstatic to have done that, given the pressure of the competition. But a couple of cars to make the way still to the finish line. That is going to be the number 14 pushing on. That's Amflet trying to chase down 4th place off of Best in Class A. But in the end, the MGB GT is just going to beat the Roadster by a slender margin. But it looks like those fans have been having a good time right now and just taking a bit of an easy moment there. And well, as they do wave and we say hello to as well. In fact, I think they're waving it to the drivers rather than us, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think they're aware they're on camera. Fair enough. And in fact, they're more celebrating the great racing. Well, we are going to bring the results up on screen, ladies and gentlemen, and here are your results subject to any issues inquiries for round number 5 of the 2026 Adrian Flux MGOC Championship, the MG Owners Club. Scott Bugner, your winner overall and in Class Z, ahead of Jack Woodcock, who in the end brought himself back into 2nd place, and James Cole completed the podium. Rob Addison and Matthew Hardy completed the top 5 ahead of Tim Harvey and had a good time with that. In 6th place, Steve McDermott, Lee Pearce, Martin Wills and Jake McDermott completed the top 10, and then Crystal Lawson to 11th ahead of Simon Byrne, Reese Lawson and Josh Byrne, who completed your top 14. We're not going to go through all the results, ladies and gentlemen, because I think we have got Leah down in Parc Ferme with our top 3. So we are going to shoot over to that. But a shout out to Will Sharp for taking the Class A win, and also to Cole for taking the fastest lap. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to cut down to Leah and hear from our top 3.
Race there from these MGs. Let's give him a couple seconds to get out of the car. Got to give a good mention to Hannah Leonard, who was down in P29, who won her class, so congratulations to Hannah. But let's catch a quick word with Scott. Scott, congratulations.
Thank you.
Winner. Oh, turn the lights off. Not quite night time yet, is it? Congratulations, P1. How was that out on track?
It was good until I lost the clutch. So I was like, I had a nice gap, and then yeah, I just couldn't get it into gear, and I was like, oh no. But they were battling behind, so it kind of helped me out a little bit. But don't know what I'm going to do for the next one because I haven't got a spare one. So we've got to find one now.
Craig, what is it like out on track managing that clutch issue? Then is it just where do you kind of manage that on the circuit?
Don't look behind me. I think that was the main thing. Don't look behind. Just keep going. But yeah, I mean, it was good. It was controlled. Jack helped out because obviously he was defending from James. But yeah, I think yeah, if we can get a new clutch, then it will help.
Where were you able to get them from? You said you didn't have one with you. Is it trying to source one from other competitors? Is that the next move?
There's 35 other cars, so I'll try and ask everyone.
Sweet talking. Well, congratulations. Maybe you can swap them your trophy for.
Maybe.
I'll keep that. Congratulations. Let's see if we can get a quick word with Jack, who's P2. Obviously, it did help Scott that these two are battling behind with that clutch issue. We'll have to see if he gets back out on the go for next race. P2. P2. What was it like out on track? The rain has stopped slightly.
It was spitting the whole time, but it made no difference. It was dry the whole track. It was good. It was exciting. So me and Scott would come together, so we thought we'd try and get away, but I got caught up and luckily made my way back through. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, Scott was managing some issues. Obviously, you were battling behind for position for P2. What can you take from that race into your race a bit later on? Hopefully, it will stay dry for you, right?
Hopefully it'll dry, and I'm on pole for the next race, so hopefully it can be the other way around. I'll get the clear air and let him battle with some people, and hopefully I'll drive off of. Fingers crossed.
And take the whole shot into turn 1. Is that the strategy for the next race? Just lead from the outset?
Everything, yeah, the whole time.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll let you go speak to your family. James Cole, then, P3. Yeah. Congratulations, my sir. How was it out on track there? We said, the other one said it was just spitting slightly. Obviously, it looks like you've been out in a rainstorm with the sweat. What's it like in the car behind the wheel?
It's raining more in the car than I think it is out. No, to be fair, that was a really good race. I don't think any of us touched once, which is what you want. I threw away second myself. Went straight on a Knickerbrook. Rookie error for someone that's been racing for as long as I have, but, you know, we go again later.
I was going to say, what can you take from this race for later on? As there's a bit more rain scheduled for later. Is that going to help or hinder you?
If it rains later, you throw all that out the window and you start again, because I've never raced fully in the wet in these tyres. And luckily it was just spitting. It didn't really cause any problems with the grip or anything, unlike this morning in qualifying. But yeah, we'll see what happens later. From P12 all the way down there.
Oh, so you'll have to fight through the pack then?
Yeah, so hopefully it stays dry.
Well, at least you've got a podium now.
Yeah,
Hopefully you can make your way up through the pack for from P12 later.
Yeah.
Thank you for speaking to us, James. I'll let you go. We are in our lunch break at the moment, but there is one man I want to speak to. We spoke to him in the assembly area earlier. Oh, Tim Harvey, starting P5, went to P6. Tim, P6. Not too bad considering you said you wanted to hold P5 to P6. Bit of movement, but did you enjoy it out on track?
I did, you know, the nice thing was I was with the same group all the way through the race, and you learn a lot in a race when you're sort of close proximity to other cars, what works in the car, what doesn't, where others are stronger and weaker. I didn't make the best of starts, unfortunately. I lost a couple of positions on the start, I got one back, but it was a great fun race, and we were all together all the way through. I thought about having a little go at Matt on the last lap into Lodge, but then I thought better of it, and didn't want to spoil a good race, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Lovely. The MG owners grid, it's full. There were 34 cars to start with. You had that safety car, had its issues. What do you think makes this such a popular racing series?
It's really simple. It's affordable, it's fun, the cars are good, and there's a good ambience in the paddock.
Definitely. And it's quite close racing between all these cars, isn't it? It's quite neutral playing field.
Yeah, very much so. I'm sure the cars are all very much of the same. You know, I just jumped in this car and it's obviously competitive. You know, I'm sure they all are. There's things you'd probably do if it was your own car, try and tweak it here or tweak it there. But here this weekend, I'm just here to jump in it and enjoy it. But I think the playing field is genuinely very level. Yeah.
And what can we expect from you later on?
Hopefully more of the same, hopefully a better start. If I make a better start, then I can obviously, within the bunch, there wasn't too much passing and repassing. We were all about the same speed, but if I can make a better start, then hopefully I can run a bit further up.
Lovely. Tim, I'll let you go. Go and get some lunch, have a little sarnie or something. Thank you for speaking to me. As I mentioned, we are in a lunch break now. We do have some coverage over you for the lunch break, so don't go anywhere, but we'll be back very soon with more live racing. Right, I've made my way down to the paddock and look who I'm joined by, none other than Barry Syme. Barry, nice to see you. Obviously we didn't see you at Cadwell Park, but you're back here for Oulton. How are you feeling ahead of the weekend?
Yeah, really looking forward to today at Oulton Park. One of my favourite circuits. I guess it's our home circuit as well this year because we travel a lot of miles from Scotland near Glasgow, so it's only a 4-hour journey in the van down to Oulton. So yeah, but it's a great track. I've been here lots over the years, and was a good bit of success with this car around here as well. So we're hoping to continue it.
I was going to say we need to talk about that moment in 2022, that win here around the circuit. Can you talk about that? Are you hoping to replicate that this weekend too? Yeah,
definitely hoping to replicate it. I mean, you're won twice in the dry around here against some big cars, against the odds. That one that was on the BARC website it was a miraculous race. Great start. There was 3 American cars and got the lead in lap 1, and had to get my elbows out. There was a bit of bullying going on with the big American cars, but in the end, we hung on for the win. I mean, there was a bad accident in the last lap, but it was the last lap. I think it was 2 seconds to go before it would have. I was willing the checkered flag the previous lap, but they missed out on all the excitement. So. Yeah, today is looking a bit more damp though, so that plays into the Mini's strengths. It's the only front-wheel drive car, and we tend to do better on the dry. So, yeah, we're doing a rain dance now and hoping the rain comes this afternoon.
I was going to ask you, can you speak a bit more about what makes the Mini so good in the wet compared to the bigger cars? What is it about this model and the size of it maybe that makes it so competitive when it is a bit wetter?
It's generally the difference because it's front wheel drive and all the other cars are rear wheel drive, so we can batter through the corners and carry a lot of speed into the corners, a lot of momentum, and just let the back end do whatever it does. As long as the fronts are fine, then we're okay. So we can carry the speed through, so we're exiting the corners a lot faster, whereas if you're in a Falcon or a Cortina, you've got to slow it down, turn through the corner and then accelerate, and particularly if it's slippery, then you can't really get the power down. So that's the main difference. Obviously weight plays a part, but the imps are probably lighter than us. They're rear wheel drive as well though, so yeah, it's interesting, but I'm not too bothered if it's wet or dry. We'll see what it goes, see what the weather gods do later on.
No, but you are very well stocked up though, regardless of the weather. Can we just get a little zoom in on this? We've got premium shortbred Highlanders. Is this the life of a Scottish racer, Barry? Is this the dream?
Well, it's kind of expected. So we've got a lot of helpers. Normally we've got a mechanic JJ, but he's sunning himself in Egypt, so he's missing out this weekend. So we've got one of our old contemporaries, Richard Casey, who builds these cars for a living and put equipment for F1 teams. So he's helping me this weekend. So we thought we'd entertain him and give him some hospitality. So.
Prime, look, if you want the treats, come over to Barry.
Well, I'm not giving him any money, so that's his pay. So
that's all they get. Can I brew 3 shortbreads and you'll be set. Well, look, Egypt or overcast Oulton? I know where I'd rather be. But Barry, thank you so much for speaking to us. Good luck today. We can't wait to see you out on track.
Thanks, Leah. Look forward to it. Cheers. Thanks.
Wow, we've made our way down to the MG Owners Paddock and I'm joined by Darren Leonard. Hi Darren, how are you this weekend?
I'm very good, thank you.
Can we talk about this car then? Because we saw it on track a little bit earlier when we were off air. You went past me and went, whoa, we haven't seen this one in a while. Can you just talk a little bit about it?
You saw it earlier on the track with James Kendrick behind the wheel, because this weekend I'm now sharing the car with James because he unfortunately in the first practice this morning blew his car up. So I decided that I would do the nice thing, having lent one of my race cars out, that I would lend this one out as well. So James is out for the first race, I'm out for the second race. Tim Harvey's in my ZR and then my daughter's out in her ZR. So this car I've owned since 2011, so it's the longest I've ever owned any race car, and until today it'd been in storage for 2 years. So it's an old faithful, but I love driving it.
What is it about this car in particular that makes it a favourite for you to drive then? What are the characteristics of it?
It is very forgiving. With the ZRs, they've got a solid rear beam on them, so they get a little bit twitchy. This has got fully independent all 4 corners, so it handles so much better than a ZR. As I say, I prefer racing the ZS, but as I say, just to support Hannah, I race the ZR in the championship.
It's a lovely family affair, isn't it? We will go speak to Hannah in a second.
Yeah.
But before I do that, I've been asked to ask you about the last time you were here at Oulton Park. What went down?
What went down? Well, it's more a case of what went up, which ideally was the car. 27 years ago in my second season, which Hannah's in her second season now, hopefully she doesn't repeat history, but I unfortunately went off about 100 miles an hour down the back straight, went in head first, bounced out, did a 180, took the roof off the championship winning car from the season before, and then went in backwards. That car, we salvaged the passenger door and the engine off of it. Other than that, the rest of it went to the scrapyard. So today I'm exercising demons somewhat. So another reason why I'm happy to start the second race from the back, let James take the first race from where he qualified, which was a very respectable 23rd, I believe, which for a car he hadn't sat in until 9 o'clock this morning was pretty darn good. So especially for a novice as well. So watch him.
We'll keep an eye on you then. Hopefully you'll have a better race too than you did all those years ago. Darren, thank you.
Big thank you to my main sponsor, C Avia Forwarding, who, as I say, keep the car out there for us. Okay, thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Darren. Lovely to speak to you. And we will go and catch Hannah, who is in her second season of the MG Owners Club. Hannah, Hello, how are you? Look at this lovely fluoro car. We've just spoken to your dad about the last time he was here at Oulton Park, in his second season, having the accident down the back straight. Hopefully not the same for you today.
No, I hope not. I really can't. I don't know if he told you, he used to be 6 foot tall. He's now no longer 6 foot tall because he fused his vertebrae. So I'm short enough as is, can't really afford to do the same, to be honest.
You can't lose the height, can't lose it. Like I just mentioned then, you are now in your second year of this MG class.
Yeah.
What did you learn last year that you're hoping to transfer into this year? You were out at Donington, not at Cadwell, so what are you hoping for your second season?
Just being a bit braver, to be honest. I think it's like more confidence than anything, because like once I've gone around a few times, I can do it, but I like go out there and I'm like, oh no, because I normally 9 times out of 10 I don't practice or test before I go to a track. I just kind of go in blind. But yeah, just being a bit braver, a bit later on the brakes, things like that is just like sort of piecing it all together. But it's coming along all right. I'm getting better, so
improving session by session, aren't you? The last thing I want to talk to you about is the rain, right? It's going to be a common theme, I fear, for our coverage today. How do you do in the rain? Do you perform a bit better? And what is the MG like in these conditions?
I actually drive better in the rain. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. I think it's something to do with my suspension. I couldn't really tell you what exactly, but that's what I've been told. But yeah, because last year when it was raining, I was catching up with my dad. And he's in a 170. So yeah, I definitely a bit more confident in the rain, weirdly.
No, I know some drivers better the dry, wet, but look, whatever the weather, we're excited to see you out on track. Thank you for speaking to me, and make sure to look out for the partnership of Darren and Hannah on track a little bit later. Wow, this is something a little bit different for you. A lovely Alfa Romeo driven by Sam Fish. Sam, thank you for talking to me. Can you talk about the history of this car then? What's its backstory?
Well, this one actually raced in the championship about 7 or 8 years ago with another driver who's now in a different car. But before that, it's been racing since the late 80s. And the guy that actually built the engine for it in 1990 actually put this together kind of 5 or 6 years ago as well. Yeah, so it's been a sprint car, it's been a race car, it's been everywhere. Yeah, I think that's why it survived, because most of them didn't really survive, did they? They went rusty and like.
Bit minging, didn't they? What is it about driving an Alfa Romeo that you like them? Why this car as opposed to the others we see in the pre-83 grid?
Well, my dad raced them in 1988 and my uncle in 1990, and they always said how good they were, really. And there's a lot of hype on how they handle, how they drive, and this one came up for sale. I was having a bit of a midlife crisis and went and bought it. Yeah, and it feels so good because I've raced a Mark 1 Golf like 15 years ago for a couple of rounds, and this just feels quite different. The whole front end just really grips. It's got really low centre of gravity, and if you have a look through the front wheel you can't see the discs. The discs are inboard, so they're really tricky to change pads and things like that. It's a bit of a pain to work on and get air through to the brakes, but yeah, it makes up for it in the way it feels when you're driving it.
Oh, lovely. If we just look above the wheel, you've got a sponsor, Charlie Fish Road and Race. Is that a relative of yours? How are they involved in your racing?
Yes, that's my brother Charlie. He's helping with the prep on the car. He's done a lot of historic work back in his previous kind of jobs, and he started off by himself, and this is the first guy he's been working on, and yeah, we've had 100% reliability in the previous races and track days and stuff, so thank you to Charlie for all his hard work and looking after me.
Aww. It's a whole family affair, isn't it, racing?
Yeah. When we were at Snetterton, we had all my 2 little boys and my wife and the whole family along. It's so lovely because we remember being kids and coming to see my dad race, and then it's just lovely to bring them along.
Yeah, through the generations. This is your debut weekend in this class, and there's no place like it, like Oulton Park is there. How have you found it on track?
Oh, it's amazing. The track is just amazing. I always dreamt of racing here because I raced Toka Race Driver, this computer game, back in the day, and it was just, I dreamt of driving around here since I was 15, so yeah, 25 years later I get to give it a go. So I'm living my dream, really, honestly. It's just fantastic. Shouldn't really be here, but yeah, I'm just so grateful and feel so happy to be racing around Oulton. And I always wanted to race with like Dolomites and Capris and chase them and stuff like that. It's just watching their back ends move around and chasing them. So I got a bit of that in qualifying. I should have moved away a little bit, to be honest, but yeah, it's just so much fun, so exciting.
Lovely. Wow, Oulton Park, what a circuit to have your debut weekend. Good luck for the race this afternoon, and make sure to look out for this Alfa Romeo out on track a little bit later. Okay, Byron, just talk me through it one more time. What have we got underneath this bonnet?
So this is a Synchro Motorsport 1.8 litre Honda VTEC on throttle bodies, about nearly 230 horsepower. It's a proper original Synchro Motorsport car from around about 98, 99. Entered 2 British Grand Prix. There was 3 of them originally. This is the only one left, and it's pretty much totally original. It's a cracking little thing, lovely little features that are all as they were back in the day. So yeah, first race out in it today. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think I might stick to presenting rather than trying to understand what we've got going on under here. Yeah, this is a really iconic car at the time, isn't it? It's something we haven't really seen for something like 20, 25 years out on track. The last one of its kind, did you say? What's the backstory? How did you inherit this car?
I picked it up this year, just saw it for sale and thought, yeah, something different, and this, it would have raced against this car in period as well that's next to us, the 306, when it was in the national saloons. It was a really good series back in the day, and I just thought, yeah, these cars need to be out a little bit, more. So we'll give them some presents on with the Classic Touring Car Club on the grid.
Well, speaking of that then, because these are classics, and a lot of the cars in this period, a lot of people think it's the era of touring car back in the kind of 2000s-ish. Do you think it's important to keep cars like this out on track racing for the public to see? I
think so, yeah. These are cars that people sort of grew up with. I mean, this was a humdrum model, that like wasn't particularly special really, I suppose, but it's just getting them out on track. The 90s cars, all of these naturally aspirated cars, they make a great noise, the induction noise. Yeah, just a little bit of nostalgia.
Lovely. Well, what is it like to drive a car like this around Oulton Park? Maybe a bit unique. A lot of people have described it like a roller coaster because of all the undulations. What is it like in that driver's seat?
I love this circuit. I love it. It's so good. I'm not sure. It's the first time. It was a bit slippery first time I've driven it in the rain earlier. But it's a great circuit. It's really nice. The car's really nicely balanced. Just need to build confidence and enjoy it.
Wow, that is the biggest thing, isn't it, with these kind of cars and these championships, is enjoyment. Byron, lovely to speak to you. Thanks for trying to explain what we've got going on here to me. I really appreciate it. And look forward to seeing this out on track. Well, we are in the pit lane here at Oulton Park. The rain is coming down ever so slightly here, but we are gearing up for the grid walk, which is a great opportunity for the public to get even closer to these lovely Super Tourers. We've got the Super Tourers alongside the Pre-13, Pre-93 and Pre-03 cars. So if there was ever a period for the touring car, it was the mid to late 90s really, wasn't it? It was world-class drivers, a whole list of different teams and bottomless pit budgets, which obviously we've got that cap now in many different series. We can just see the cars heading out onto track now, so we'll be able to speak to some of the drivers very shortly. We've only got a handful of Super Tourers out. Obviously there are a lot for that demo this morning. We will have another one of those for you to watch a little bit later on. We've spoken to Byron this morning as well, who's very excited to get out. He's got a Honda VTEC engine. Now I learnt all about that, Byron told me all about it, and once it hits something like over 5,000 revs, it goes into the sports car absolute beast, and just he can absolutely floor it. So very excited to see, and more importantly actually hear that out on track a little bit later. You have to forgive me guys, actually I've got my hood up, but I'm not letting this hair get soaked, I'm not going to lie to you all. They're just making their way around the circuit here in the pit lane. Let's have a little look at this car, the number 13 of MGOC, a little Lotus. Everyone loves a Lotus. John McKirk driving this a little bit later on. I'm having some work done on it at the moment, a static car. Oh, wow, it's been in different meetings across the years. Done the Donington Historic this year, also done the Silverstone Festival, which obviously isn't happening in the same way this year. They've changed it a little bit to fit in more with Carfest, I think it is. So that'll be interesting a little bit later on. We've got some races for the Super Tourers this afternoon. We've got the first race after lunch, obviously to tie in with the pit walk, is race 3, which is 15 minutes long, and then a little bit later too we've got another 15-minute race. And as I said, the Super Tourers are tied in with the Pre 13 and the Pre 93 Championship, and I'm here with Stuart. Hi. Stuart, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Who ordered this weather, hey?
I don't know. I must admit, yesterday was absolutely lovely, and we've got high hopes for today, but it's not too bad. You get used to it after a while, I guess.
Wow, you are the chairman, aren't you, Mike?
I am indeed, yes.
Of the Classic Touring. I spoke to a driver earlier about the importance of keeping these kind of cars out on tracks, showing them to the public. Why is it so important to do that?
I think, you know, it's a shame to keep these lovely old cars locked up in garages and covering dust, and you know, these cars are built to be raced, and we try and best we can to keep that happening for people. You know, there are people out there that do prefer to have their collections and they sit and look at them and don't show the world, but we just want to bring them out and celebrate it, really, and so that's why we're here.
Lovely. I'm looking at the entry list. Were we not meant to see you out on track yourself?
Yeah, so the engine's still not ready for the Cavalier. We had hopes for it to be ready, which is why I sort of left my entry as to late as possible, but it just wasn't to be. So we chose to pull the entry. It's a shame, but there is touring car Rewind South, so hopefully the car will be ready for Brands Hatch in August.
Nice. Brands Hatch and Oulton as circuits, they both have that kind of up and down sort of roller coaster feel for them. Do you think it'd be important to get the practice for these cars here to take to the south when hopefully the weather's a little bit better in August?
Yeah, I think they're very different circuits, but yeah, you know, this is one of those circuits that you cannot rest. You can't. It's difficult to have a moment to look at your dials and see what's going on. It's full on. It's if you when you're racing close with somebody, you don't have time to think. You've got to just be on it all the way around here. And Brands is very similar. But you know, it's why we picked Oulton Park to run this festival, because it's such a driver's favourite. It's a shame some of the drivers didn't make it up here, because it's such a great place to be. And obviously you've seen all the car shows and how many people have turned up to see this meeting. But you know, it is what it is, and we put on a good show the best we can.
Lovely. There are 6 Super Tourers out for the race, which is just after lunchtime, which you just mentioned. Have you got any predictions for who you think might take the win in race 3?
I think Jason Hughes will win it. I said to Jason earlier, I said, shall I give you the trophy now? But you don't know. You know, AJ's fast out in his car. It is raining out there. These cars are very delicate, and anything can happen, and normally does. So.
Lovely. Well, thank you for taking the time to speak to us, Stuart. I'll let you go and enjoy all the celebrations of the touring car. Thank you very much. That is the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Championship. And look, it's a delight to speak to Stuart. Obviously, we've spoken about how important it is to keep these cars on tracks. Things like Goodwood, you know, they're keeping the classics out there for the public. One of the most popular sites actually at the members meeting, which I was back at in April, was the Ford Mondeo of Anthony Reid, who I actually hear is here today, so hopefully we'll catch him on this grid. He's been over speaking on the stage, and there's just something about that car, isn't there? It's a shame we've not seen many of them here, but I don't actually know how many of them are still around and running. The Ford Mondeo at the members meeting did have quite a few issues, so hopefully they'll be able to iron that out. I know they're hoping for things like Festival of Speed. They're really celebrating the Super Tourers and that kind of era of touring car back in the 2000s. Many think it is the most iconic of the British touring car history. But here we are, grid walk. We're getting a peep at it before any of the public are. There's almost like an eerie hum at the moment, ready for the race, which is starting very, very shortly. Let's speak to Byron. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, just to see how he's feeling ahead of this race. Byron, who ordered this rain? Didn't we speak about it earlier?
I don't know. I think AJ's got something to say about the rain. We were just talking about the same thing. He's on slicks at the moment, and well, I'm on treaded, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit heavier than we thought it might be.
This might sound a little bit silly. How easy is it for you to change your tyres if you want to change it from slicks to the wets?
It's a faff. It's a faff doing it up here with all the tools, you know, we've got to bring them across, but that's got 4 fixings. This has got the one. I don't know how easy this is or not, but it's not ideal.
No, far from it. AJ, we'll just speak to you a little bit now. You've got a lovely car. Can you talk us through it a little bit?
It's not my car.
Ooh.
No, it's my dad's. found on eBay in 2006, and been with us ever since. Many incarnations of what we should do with it. It's not 100% correct, but it's a car on the grid. It makes all the right noises, so we shall see how it goes. Touch wood.
Ticks all the boxes. What is it like driving around Oulton Park in these Super Tourers? It's pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge privilege every time to drive this car. We don't exactly know its history. There's different things we've been told, but yeah, it's a fabulous event that the club put on. Yeah, and it's something I dreamed of as a 90s baby, playing Toka touring cars. It was one of those things you always wanted, to drive a touring car. This is the close I'll ever get to touring cars, and it's special, but it's great fun as well.
Lovely. And the rain. You were speaking to Byron, just said you were speaking to him about it. Is it not what you were hoping for? It was forecast, so we can't say we didn't warn you.
No, I don't actually mind the rain in my actual race car when I drive it. I'm all for the rain, but driving something that's a little bit special and just driving around to the grid, then it is a bit damp in places, and we've either got a full wet or a slick. So I don't really want to destroy a set of wets, but then I don't want to slide off on a pair of slicks. So it's I think it's going to be to see what happens over the next sort of half hour or so of this grid walk, and then it might be all hands on deck and change some wheels quickly, but we'll wait and see.
Where is it that you found has been the dampest out on track? We know this circuit can be pretty unforgiving. We saw it in the MG race just now, people going straight and off and things. Where is it the most unforgiving out there?
I think it's out just along the back under the trees. I mean, they've cut the trees right back, but just when we come around to the grid, then you can see that there's tread patterns in the coming off the other cars. So it is getting there. But if it stops, we should be all right. I don't think we'll change. I don't want to really change because it's a bit of a pain, but hopefully it will be all right.
Lovely. AJ, I'll let you let the public speak to you, because they are starting to fill the grid now. If we just look at this, isn't this such a lovely sight to see? So many people coming out to support this touring car rewind event here at Oulton Park, despite the weather. I know we keep banging on about it, but you know, it is the talk of the meeting. Oulton Park in particular is a tricky track. It's quite an outlier in how it bends away from you, kind of thing. Especially once you dip down in here and go up towards Shell Oils and things. It's quite a tricky track to navigate, even when it's dry. So when it's wet, you know, you can really imagine how awful it can be for the drivers. Let's speak to some of the team personnel, because I want to find out what they're thinking for strategy. Is it slicks or is it wet? So we just spoke to AJ. He said he'd make a decision in the next sort of half an hour or so, but it's going to be. It's not easy to change these, like we've heard Byron just say. Let's see if we can just catch a quick word with one of the team personnel of this little Peugeot. He's got a motorbike jacket on. Wonder if he's a fan. Hello, can I just ask you a little quick question about your lovely
That
Peugeot?
man there.
Oh, no, I was going to ask you as the team personnel. When do you make the call from slicks to wet? So what have you got on the car at the moment, actually?
Pass, that's his job. That man there, he'll know.
Let's go and grab him. You throw it under the bus. What's his name?
Matthew.
Matthew! Matt, I've been told to come and speak to you. Running this lovely Peugeot this weekend then. When do you make the call? The rain's actually getting heavier as we're speaking. When do you make the call whether to go from slicks to wets? And what is he running at the moment?
So we're running hards at the minute. It's going to be 10 minutes time, see what happens. Check the weather, and I think we might have to change it. Yeah, I definitely think we are.
Yeah. When you make that call, how easy is it to change it on the grid here? How is it to make the switch?
It's a little bit more difficult, but we'll be able to do so if we need to.
Lovely. I like the attitude. It's actually getting pretty heavy here now. Yeah. Obviously, starting from the back of the Super Tourer grid, what do you think your driver can do from here?
But it's difficult. Obviously, we missed qualifying, unfortunately. But yeah, I think we'll hold our own and hopefully get a couple more places up the grid, and we'll see.
Lovely. Thank you for speaking to me. I know you were thrown under the bus a little bit by your mate in your team, but thank you for speaking to me. I do really appreciate it. Now let's move slightly away from the Super Tourers. As I mentioned, there is 6 of them on the grid, so pretty good turnout really for that. But we're going to make our way a bit further down to the Pre 1303 and the 93s. We have got Ian Bauer on pole position, a very familiar name in the the classic touring paddock. Let's see if we can find him. Is he hanging around? No, he's not. But look, the number 1 on his car, it just sticks out as well, that beautiful blue, red and green livery of that car. It's so pretty. I love it. I think it's actually, if I'm not to be biased, but it's definitely a highlight for me on that grid, that lovely BMW. Shame we can't find him, but I'm sure we'll probably see him in Parc Fermé a little bit later on. Now, let's speak to number 75, Cam Tunio, who's actually won 3 out of 4 of the races this year. Let's see if he's around for a little chat. Cam, are you all right for a little quick chat? You're doing the right thing, keeping out of the rain. I think it's just gotten a little bit heavier. Have you got much experience driving this car in the rain?
So the last round was wet at Cadwell. I managed to get a good result out there. So I think we do. But every wet circuit's different, isn't it? So we get on.
You've had quite a lot of success this year already. You were at Donington and Cadwell. 3 out of 4 race wins for you this year. Is it more of the same today, hopefully?
I've got Chris next to me, who's absolutely rapid. So yeah, just let's be honest. If we can survive today, that's the main thing. Be sensible, but we'll give it a go.
Lovely. And what are you doing in terms of tyres? What have you got on at the moment?
So we've got a set of Yokohama AO52s. They're a good medium between like semi-slick and the slick. We'll adjust the tyre pressures. Kobe's working really hard. I'm hassling him to get the wet setup done. So we get on.
Lovely. And can you just talk me through in the cockpit, what is it like driving one of these cars around Oulton Park?
It's an absolute roller coaster of a circuit. It's great fun. It flows really well. There's a few corners that can catch you out. For example, coming onto this main straight can catch you out. You've got to be really sensible and obviously push hard when you can and just enjoy it, really.
Lovely. Well, best of luck for the race. Hopefully we'll see you down in Parc Fermé a little bit later on.
Hopefully you guys stay dry as well.
I know you think I'd have an umbrella, wouldn't you? A little branded BARC umbrella, but rough made the most of it. But lovely to speak to you. Thank you very much indeed. Cam Tunio. As I said, he's a very successful driver. We'll see how he gets on in these wet conditions. We did have a bit of damp back at Cadwell, but nothing like this. That is absolutely... This is like nothing I've ever done before, I won't lie, guys. When you see this BMW, I just think stealth. I'm not sure what you think. It just looks... If I saw this in my rearview mirror, I would be scared, probably. Lovely car. Very clean as well, which is different. A lot of these have got stickers all over them, but this is just slick, isn't it? It's just one of probably the nicest, cleanest, simple but effective, I think is what they would call it. Now, we are actually approaching my favourite livery car on the grid. Look at this! I mean, am I biased? Because my favourite colour is orange. Yes, absolutely. However, it's just so distinctive, isn't it? That Jägermeister across the front, driven by Graham Myers, who is keeping dry, as I said, in the car. Very clever idea. Graham, what nightmare. No, we'll keep you in, we'll keep you sheltered, don't worry. Thank you for speaking to me. These conditions aren't ideal, are they?
No, because really people have done their setups before they came out, and of course we're now come round to the grid and we can't do any further setups, so we just got to basically improvise on what we've got already. So it's obviously now becoming a race, so we're mostly on dry settings, I think, most people.
How easy is it to change from dry to wet settings here on the grid? We know about the tyres, they're a bit of a faff to change, but what about the actual crux of the car?
Well, basically, most people try to slacken off the actual shock absorbers so that the car is softer, because it usually behaves better in wet conditions. Maybe change the tyre pressure slightly. Normally, you might even disconnect the rear anti-roll bar to help matters, but we won't be able to do that here right now, so we just got to get on with it. It's the same for everybody, put it that way.
Yeah, it definitely will even out the playing field a little bit, just to see who's got their car tuned in the right way. We're speaking to a lot of people about Oulton Park as a circuit, and I think we need to get a tally actually about how many people have described it as a roller coaster. How would you put Oulton Park to someone who maybe hasn't driven around here before?
Well, actually, I have driven around. I won my first race ever in 1986 around Oulton Park in an MG Midget, and I won in this car actually 7 years ago in Pre 93. So it's one of my favourite circuits actually. Yeah, it's lovely.
What is it about the circuit then that you think makes you so successful, do you think? Or is it just an enjoyment factor?
It's got a lot of different veering bends. It's beautiful, isn't it, in the parkland? It's not soulless. It's got a soul to it. And the locals also turn out, and the interest is great. So we like coming here. I'm from Plymouth and Devon, so we come a long way.
Crikey, that is some drive for you then,
yes.
but making that effort because it's your favourite.
Yeah, that's it. So it's a really good circuit. We love it.
Lovely. And my final question to you is, sitting where you are now and looking ahead of you and seeing all of those cars in front of you. You've got the Super Tourers right at the front, and then your other Pre-13s, Pre-03s, Pre-93s in front of you. What is going through your mind right now, looking at all these lovely cars? It's quite a spectacle, isn't it?
that I should have done better in qualifying. That's about it, really. But it's going to be interesting with this weather like it is. So we just got to try to keep it out of trouble and sort of feel our way round, really, on the early laps and go from there.
Lovely. Graham, it's been so nice to speak to you. Best of luck. I did say on the live stream, it's gone on the record now, that this is my favourite car.
Yes. And you've got a very good taste, put it that way.
Thank you very much, my good sir. Lovely to speak to you. Really appreciate it. He's even got orange on his little leathers, look. The Alpine Stars leathers. Just get in there then. Oh, and the gloves. What an absolute hero, Graham Myers. Lovely to speak to you. Best of luck for the race. Do you want me to shut you in, or do you want a bit of air? You sure? All right, well, we want to look after you, Graham, that's why. Little nod to the Orange Army. We've got to say a massive thank you to them today, because it's not easy to marshal in these, well, in the best of conditions, but in something like this, it's pretty tricky too. Let's have a little look at this BMW then. This is quite different to that stealthy looking one we saw down there. Oh, don't want to get in the way of the public. We want to get their pictures, don't we? Look at that. That is, if you're out on track, wherever you are on the circuit, if you're tuning into the live stream, you're not going to miss this out on track. We've got Tim Toblin in that car, right at the back of the grid. And we've made our way down. How have we ended up here? We started right for the Super Tourers, the public swarming in, and now here for the back of the grid of the Pre-13, Pre-03 and Pre-93 touring cars. Now, can we speak to any marshals? Oh, we are being called off the grid. Let's take a walk back down. The marshal's just doing a great job clearing off the grid, getting us off quickly. But look, it's been so exciting being on this grid. It's been a great experience for the public too. It's such a unique thing for them to be able to experience, getting so close to these wonderful Super Tourers and classic touring cars. And it is my pleasure actually to hand back to my friend Paul Walsh in commentary, who's going to talk you through this grid, set you up for this race, and get the action back underway here at Oulton Park. Paul, I'm getting swarmed by the public. Back over to you, my friend.
Oh, thank you, Leah. And well, what a great grid walk there from Leah. Really giving us an insight up and down the grid for what will be our third race very shortly. But a lovely shot there of a scenic view, and we can definitely see the umbrellas going up from our spectators. The rain definitely has started to come down compared to how it was earlier on, and we're hearing from several drivers there about needing to potentially swap from the slicks to the dries, or go from the slicks to the wets, I should say, or treaded tyres. Don't know where the word dries came from there. And well, we are going to see that mixture of machinery. But right now, we are just waiting for them all to get underway. But in preparation for race number 3 today, ladies and gentlemen, it will be your mixture from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Championships. You'll have your Super Tours out there, your Pre-23 machines, your Pre-03 machines, and your Pre-93 machines. And this grid is going to be as follows. As we can see on pole position there of your Super Tourers, they all start to go at the very front of the field. We will have none other than Jason Hughes in his Vauxhall Vectra, the man who is touted to be the one who is going to take victory of the Super Tourers. He'll be joined on that front row by AJ Owens' Ford Mondeo, and then we will see behind them on row number 2 Tony Absalom, the Vauxhall Cavalier driver, and it'll be the Honda Civic VTI FA Super Production machine of Byron Aldous with its wonderful 1.8 litre engine. Ross Keeling will be starting 5th on the grid in this Honda EP3 Civic, and then we'll see Stephen Maud completing your Super Tour order in his Peugeot 306 GTI. Now we should point out that they will be starting with a 2-row separation to then your combined grid of the pre-2013, pre-03 and pre-93 machines, and it will be a rolling start this race, and we'll tell you a little bit more about the specifics around that very shortly. But taking it to the grid for round number 5 of their season, we see on pole position there for the pre-13, pre-03 and pre-93s was going to be the pre-93 machine of Ian Bower and his BMW M3. He was looking exceptionally quick in qualifying earlier on this morning, albeit that was on a bit of a drier circuit, but he did take that pole position by 9/10 ahead of William Davidson. Then we see Kevin Willis starting in 3rd in class, and it is going to be 3 pre-93 BMW M3s right at the front. And remember, this is the championship, the pre-93 series, sponsored by TrackHub.UK. That has been run by BMW M3 E36s for the past 8 years. It has been an era of BMW brilliance, you could say. And Ian Bower is a 3-time champion and looking to go for his 4th. He was champion in 2018, 2012 and 2025. Stuart Wayne next 2 titles, but no titles for William Davidson or Kevin Willis, but will they be able to take a win off of him? Chris Bassett in his Peugeot 306 GTI in the 33 will be starting there in 4th place of their group. And then we do see Cam Tunio, the Honda Civic EP3. Well, the absolutely epic EP3, we'd say. Although for Cam, this is pretty much the other end of the world for him, because he's based in West Kingsdown, so Brands Hatch is a local circuit, but he's will be racing at Oulton Park today. And remember at Cadwell Park, when the rain came down for race 2, it was the battle between Cam and Ian. It's in Ian Barr for the overall win, and Cam Tunio was able to bring home an absolutely brilliant result in the end, fighting exceptionally hard. Then we do see, starting 6th for their group, it will be Dave Cave in the 94, and then just behind John Hillier and his BMW E36 Touring, head of Darren Scholes and the Volkswagen Golf GTI. Row number 10 on this overall grid will be occupied by Graham Myers and Michael Greaves, the Renault Clio 197 Cup being our sole pre-2013 touring car entry. Great to see him out there representing the more modern touring cars, albeit still not literally up to date, but perhaps the least historic, albeit we look forward to seeing what the Renault Clio car can do. And I do believe with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be almost all of our grid. We are just missing, well, I think, one more row to walk you through, and well, that's going to pop up here now. Indeed, perfect time there from our broadcast director, and it is going to be Tim Tomlin in his BMW E36 328i and Mark Finney in his Vauxhall Astra GTE 16. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe all of our marshals and all the staff cars are making their way around. You can definitely see slightly on the camera there, the rain is a bit more noticeable now, and we're not too far away from going racing for the 3rd time today. Now, as we do see there, that absolutely huge, that plethora of a programme there being enjoyed by one of our audience members, and we're having a nice conversation. And as we were hearing earlier on, that programme is more of a book in a way rather than your traditional race day programme, but of course at such a big event as this, it's always good to have all the information, and there's plenty of information within there about all the cars, the series, and you're sat there right now thinking to yourself, you know what, I've got an itch to scratch, I've got a midlife crisis to have where I need to go touring car racing. We'll definitely make sure you get in touch with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club and Stuart Kye, who we heard from earlier on, as he's got time for everybody, and well, we'd love to see more of you on the grid there, although we've already got some absolutely brilliant grids. And let's not forget as well the celebration of the tin tops in the form of the MG Owners Club, the MGOC. But as we see some more of our spectators, they're just eagerly waiting for the racing, and well, of course, they're out there in the cold. I'm here in a warm commentary booth, and well, I can see a few of you commenting there about the excitement with regards to the racing that's to come. We say hello to John Wilkins, who says, I've joined just in time for some classic BTCC action. Jason Hughes, I wonder if he's got the NGTC MG6 as well as his BTC MGZS. And well, there is that grid. And I do believe, in fact, John, I think we are going to see Jason Hughes here today in the demo with his BTC MGZS. That's what I understand. And we have got a demo a little bit later on this afternoon that I believe we are covering. And if so, we'll tell you a little bit more about that car when we do see it. But all that grid absolutely sat there, and I'm getting flashbacks now. I mean, to put you in perspective, ladies and gentlemen, I was born in the year of 1993, and I grew up on my dad's lap watching the Super Touring era or the British touring cars, so therefore it's going to be a very exciting time here. This is going to feel nostalgic for me, no doubt about it, with the 6 cars there. But all our spectators now looking up, gradually putting their phones away because they know it's about time to go racing. And we're not too far away as we say hello there to Yuvanta in the YouTube chat, plus also Neki91. It says, what a lovely grid lineup. And also we say hello to Cody Ficker from the US of A. who, well, I believe he's from the USA there. The amount of times I've woken up at 7 AM in America and I've been lucky enough to catch random British Automobile Racing Club races. Well, good to have you tuned in, Cody, from the US of A. And, well, do keep it coming in, ladies and gentlemen, where you're tuning in from. As it does look as though, number 5, they're being looked at very quickly. A bit of a challenge there with regards to what's happened with the car. That's Jason Hughes' car, but they're just taking a quick look at it. So hopefully it's not a sign of that car being retired from the race or a technical issue, but we will wait to find out. And, well, as it's still being worked on at the moment, we will walk you through this rolling start. And in terms, it's a very unique rolling start you'll see here today. But in terms of that, we will come to it when we go racing. But what you can see there is all your Super Touring cars are starting right at the front, and there's a 2-row gap. And then you'll see all of your pre-93 machines. That's in the TrackHub.UK sponsored series. All your pre-2003 machines from the Bertie Hawley sponsor series, and also your pre-2030 machines. They will start further back there. But there'll be plenty of exciting racing. There's no doubt about it. And we do say hello to Ben Robson there, who says, love the old school touring cars, best era 100%. And we say hello there to Mimi Lane, who says, great live stream. We like the Super Tours and pre-93 cars. And who's the commentator, you ask? Well, Mimi, to introduce myself, my name is Paul Walsh, and I'll be your commentator for the day today. As we see that Mimi is there tuning in from Sussex. We also do say hello to Blue for Life 646, says, love watching track action from Oulton Park, my local circuit. Great coverage. And, well, I'll tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, having had the experience of driving my own car on this circuit in the past, it is one of the circuits you have to drive at. But as the right-hand side of the grid from our camera perspective, the left-hand side from the driver's perspective starts to make away, Jason Hughes got his door partially open there. That's normally a sign of an issue with the car. So what's happening right now, and this is the rolling start procedure, the Super Tourers, they're going away without a safety car. They will maintain a prescribed pace. They've been told what pace they need to take, and they will be the lead cars. And then 20 seconds behind them will be the rest of the grid, your pre-2013, your pre-2003 and your pre-1993 machines. They will get away behind the safety car for their formation lap, but it'll be a full rolling start. But you'll see the Super Tourers, they will start their race, and we'll cover them first, and then we will be looking at the rest of the field that will start about 20 seconds behind, and they will go green flag racing afterwards. So it's just a little bit of a staggered start, as Jason Hughes has got going, which is fantastic to see. So now he's got to go catch up to the field, but then the rest of the field now are pre-2013 machines making their way away. And as they do, well, I'll tell you one thing, it's going to be a very exciting race, no doubt about it. And everyone does have to start the race on the start-finish line. We go green flag race. It's not when the Super Tourers go that the rest of the field goes. They will go with a Union Jack flag on the start-finish line straight. So that just fills you in on how that rolling start works. It's a staggered start. The Super Tourers will go first, and then it will be the pre-1993, pre-2003 and pre-2013 cars, all about 20 seconds behind. They will go green flag racing afterwards. Oh, goodness me, the sound of those BMW engines in particular, absolutely incredible, as we do see there the wonderful Ford Mondeo there making its way on down, and well, good to see it out there. That's AJ Owen at the helm of the Radish Owen machine, and we'll make his way around. Of course, a tribute to Paul Radish, one of the most exceptional drivers in the Ford Mondeo in the 90s era of the BTCC. And remembering, of course, the fact these Super Touring regulations came in the early 1990s, but they were fully ensconced into British Touring Car Championship from 1993 onwards, all the way through to 1999, at which point we did see the BTCT era take over, because the affordability of the Super Touring machines started to skyrocket to the point that it was not affordable to run the cars. But back then, it was very much win the race on a Sunday and sell the car on a Monday. And indeed, I'm sure many of us were inspired to go buy specific cars based on who won what in the BTCC. But as we do see our Super Touring field heading onwards, well, I've got a bit of space between them right now. I believe we'll be going green flag racing for them when they do count the final call, but let's just double check and wait. As we do see the rest of the field coming on through behind the safety car, and well, perhaps they might be getting 2 green flag laps in here, I think, to try and warm up tyres. And that'd be understandable if so, just because of the fact they've been stationary on the grid for so long that they won't want them going with freezing cold tyres. We will wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. Just give us a brief moment and we'll find out what's going to happen. And I do believe, yes, we are under 2 green flag formation laps here, just to give our drivers the opportunity to get some tyre temperature. That's absolutely fantastic to see those cars out there. And well, that Honda Civic as well, one of only 3 cars that was ever made of its type. And well, we have the very last car racing here today, as I understand it. And brilliant work there to see Byron Adams driving that car around, the 1.8 litre engined Honda Civic. As we then do see our pre-2013, pre-2003 and pre-93 cars making their way around. And of course the pole sitter of Ian Butter, can he run away with it today? Albeit, if the circuit gets wet enough, watch out for Cam Tunio in his Honda Civic EP3 Type R. You can see him there a little bit further back, because he's the man in these conditions who is a bit of a weather wizard. Meanwhile, Ian Butter, he's not slow by any means in that BMW M3, but of course, front engine rear wheel drive versus front engine front wheel drive. And well, normally those rear wheel drives, they do struggle a little bit more in the wet conditions compared to in dry conditions. And we do see John Wilkins saying there, the year 2000 liveried Vauxhall Vectra that Jason Hughes drive has Jason Plato's number 5 as Ivan Miller's red windscreen strip and red door mirrors. Good spots there for yourself, John Wilkins, and keep them coming in, folks. If you're looking at these cars right now and you're getting fond memories or you're noticing little things about them, this is as much a broadcast where we're bringing it all to you as we want you to get involved as much as possible, because this is the ultimate nostalgia trip when it comes to touring cars, and that's why we're rewinding back the clock. You can imagine we've gone a long way back in time, by the best part of 25 years or so, depending from car to car, of course, as we do see all our BMWs there making the way through, including also a Volkswagen Golf GTI. Also, we've got our Renault Clio Cup car out there. Great to see. Also, the Vauxhall Vectra GT. But there's the Super Tourers. And after 2 green flag laps, and Jason Hughes takes his slot at the front. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's over to Jason Hughes to take us away for the first of their 2 races here at Oulton Park today. It's lights out and away. Our Super Tourers go as they roar the way down towards turn number 1 as they head in towards the opening corner. Well, Hughes covered off Owen there as Absalom and Aldous meanwhile going side by side, fighting a little bit there. But it does look as though the 6th Absalom just holding off Aldous for now at least, as Keeling and Moore just a little bit further back as they roar the way down to Cascade for the first time. And well, tyres have been warmed up and they've just got to manage those brakes a little bit. But Aldous already trying to put some pressure onto Absalom as much as humanly possible. Let's wait and see if he can get that placed. But as the drivers make the way towards the island bend, well, right now Jason Hughes running away as he expected to, but that's going to be a change there for 2nd place. I think Absalom's going to make the move on Owen as they come on in, as we do see our Honda Civic there. Meanwhile, but Keeling just falling a little bit further back as they come in towards the next corner. Well, right now we see that change for 2nd place, and that is going to be Absalom up a position, up into 2nd. But as they come on around right now, absolutely brilliant to see them pushing as hard as possible. And in fact, there, Absalom's really going for it. As meanwhile, the rest of the field now gets underway, ladies and gentlemen. And as they roar the way down towards turn number 1 in the pre-93s, it's cold brakes. But Ian Bauer holds that lead for now. This is an attempt for the move by Davison, but it doesn't work out. But as Davison had the better run coming down the hill, we'll have to wait and see. As we can see there, the gap between our Super Touring leaders holding station at the moment, although very close there to the tyre barrier from Hughes. He's pushing very hard as Jason right now, using all that PCCC experience from the noughties era. But as we look a little bit further back, still great to see all the drivers out there. Unfortunately, Stuart Kyne's Vauxhall Cavalier ST could not make it, but Ian Byron go very defensive here in towards Island Bend. And well, that battle for the pre-93 honours, that is not going to be straightforward for Byron today. He's going to do a lot of work to hold on versus Davison. But coming from them back to the Super Tour as they make the way onwards. Indeed, we're going to jump in between our different groups every so often, ladies and gentlemen. And we can see there right now Owen just falling back a little bit as Absalom in the 67, gradually pulling away there, but trying to chase after Hughes. But it's going to be a bit of work there as the Vauxhall Vectra leads the way ahead of the Vauxhall Cavalier of Absalom, and then it's going to be Ford, Mondale of Owen completing that top 3, and Alderson's Honda Civic a little bit further back ahead of Keeling and Moore. That'll be a Super Touring era at this time, as right now, much like Jason Plato would run away to take victories, and also Van Miller every so often. We also see brilliant there. Ooh, and what's this happen? We've had an instant there, and that's your number 95. That's Willis, the man who was going for second place in the pre-93s, and with him the 37 there, and that is the car of Greaves, our only 2013 entry, or pre-2013 entry. They've had it coming together. Not quite sure what's happened. I wonder if we'll get a replay of that later on, but still, we'll find out then. As we've still got plenty more to come, and there is the machinery of Owen in the Super Tourers, third place runner at the moment. And at Ford Mondeo, and of course, many will remember the livery of the Ford Mondeo going from the Duckham's to the Valvo line livery. As there we can see, it's the stricken cars, there'll be local yellow flags there, no safety car, and I suspect that's because the car is parked up in a runoff area, but I wouldn't be surprised there if we're going to see those cars retrieved quite quickly at some point. But as we do see Hughes weaving his way on through, right now still keeping it nice and smooth there as he comes on around, and more Absent still on the chase there as much as humanly possible. He really wants this. He does not want Hughes just to see you run away with this, and well, understandably, he wants to try and take those honours here because it'll definitely be a huge win if he can bring it. But right now, 2 seconds is the gap between your top two. Coming out, you can see the top two, they're really dropping the rest of the field now. Owen, I think, just taking it nice and easy in third place. And understandably, these cars, whilst they have been brought to race trim here today, they are also a little bit of a collector's item for these drivers, so they don't want to push it too hard. But meanwhile, we've just been informed, unfortunately, we don't quite have a replay of what happened between Davidson and the Clio Cup machine. But as we do see Hughes right now continuing his way on around, looking absolutely brilliant. Well, I do wonder what's happening meanwhile in the rest of the field, our pre-93s, plus also 03s and 2013s. Well, we can come back to them, and there we can see, and in fact, well, we got it a bit wrong there. It was not Davison caught up in that instant. We do apologise for the confusion there. Similar livery cars, but we've got to get our door numbers correctly, and we still do have Davidson still with Ian Bower. So therefore, we have lost from this race the other BMW M3 E36, and that is Willis who's out of this, unfortunately, and he was caught up with Greaves there. So sorry for the confusion on that one. We can see our top two still chasing after each other very well, and well, just behind them, we do have Tunio, who's moved up into third place of what is our non-Super Touring machines, and still trying to chase after his leaders. But you can see the circuit, as much as the rain has been falling, it's still not quite wet enough here to become problematic for our BMW drivers. Coming down in towards turn 1 at the moment. Well, I think for Boa, this is definitely going to be a bit of digging in here. Oh, as he has to fight with the steering wheel coming for the opening corner. You can see that there, car on the exit curve, and that's a rejoin being done by one of our drivers. I think that's one of our Peugeots coming on. And we've got this great lead battle here between the two pre-93 runners of Boa and Davison as they come down the hill. Cam Tunio, meanwhile, he's got a growing presence behind him. That's Bassett in his Peugeot 306 GTI, and they'll be fighting for the pre-2003 honours there. Albeit slightly different, well, in fact, no, very similar machinery in terms of the engine capacities, and that's what a lot of these series classes are done based on. Not just the era of the car, but also the engine size, and there's always equivalency factors, whether they naturally aspirated or alternatively supercharged, forced induction, etc. Oh, a big slide there from Davidson. He's really chasing after Boa, and well, there we can see the car that we got Davidson confused with earlier on, and we can confirm that was the 95 of Willis there. It's very similar livery cars, of course, with different door numbers, and right now, one bright yellow BMW still chases after the win. But coming back to your Super Tourers, Absalom still chasing after Hughes. Not quite close enough to be able to make that move at the moment, and in fact just having to sit there about 1.7 seconds behind, but those two definitely going for it. Absalom is your fastest driver out there at the moment, a 201.259. But in terms of our leading BMWs, is it Davison or Bose the quicker? Well, they've been exchanging lap times. If it's going out of style, you'd think they were on the stock market floor exchanging shares with the way they're swapping the laps around. But Boa right now trying to hold on here and continue his run of victories in this category. And I think he'd be absolutely ecstatic about that if he's able to do so. But as I make the way in towards the next corner, well, I think we might have a bit of a glitch there with our timing tower. We'll just find out what's happening with TSL. But as he drives head onwards, I think we're still under racing conditions. I don't think we've got a checker flag being called anytime soon. So we just have a bit of a TSL issue there. But still, we are fully racing, ladies and gentlemen. No flags coming out as yet. But our our number one above, definitely doing everything right so far. You can see how loose the rear end of those BMWs are, where they're just fighting for grit and coming over the crest. We're catching up there to the Honda Civic. And we're looking for an opportunity to get into a bit more of a fight. Moving further back, we do have our number 94 there, lovely livery machine. And that is Dave Cave, the Salisbury base driver, carrying on. As then we do look to Owen, currently running still inside the Super Tourers, and well, making his way around at the moment in that Ford Mondeo. Lovely looking car that, and well, who didn't know somebody in the 90s had a Ford Mondeo on their local street? I can tell you for one thing, I think we all had that neighbour who had one at least, and we all wanted one. Smooth for the corners there, really getting to see that body roll of the car. And well, surely he'll be making his way through, but meanwhile we do come back to your leader over at Hughes, and well, still pumping the laps out there, looking absolutely in form. As he comes through that left-hander there, right now there's going to be no closure for Absalom. It seems as though the gap is actually now starting to grow out a little bit, as Hughes is building up some pace. A 2-minute 0.4 his previous lap. Meanwhile, Absalom by comparison a 2-minute 0.5, so a tenth the difference between the two of them. And then we do see our Ford Mondeo there still carrying on. But as we see our two leaders still playing the game of cat and mouse. Absalom there, he's throwing everything at it, but Hughes right now is going on an even quicker lap at the moment. And then we do look to other members of the field, including the Jägermeister BMW there, and just in front of it, the 115. That's Maud's Peugeot 306 GTI. He's currently running in second of the special production class of the Super Tourers, so good seems to out there. And then we come back to your leaders of the 93s. That's the battle of the BMW M3s. Ian Butt still ahead there, Davison, but Davison's getting closer and closer here. And right now, can he look for a move in towards Cascade? He's going to try it, but Butt covers him off there. Ian Butt definitely feeling some pressure. And Will Davison there, as you can see the license plate, M3 Will, so he's trying to give us a clear view of who it is in the car. Was they about to come into our view there? Ian Butt still holding on, at least for now. But meanwhile, a bit of fighting going on here. That is going to be the Volkswagen GTI trying to hold on. Under Baines and Scholes versus Hillier, and Scholes has just moved ahead, going on to lap, and the BMW Tourer trying to go on the counter-attack here. Well, we see Hillier go all around the outside here at Cascades. He's going to try the inside. It's going to be too wide under braking, but in the end, I think Hillier on the outside is just not quite going to get the line. And well, with the limited grip out there, I think he's going to back off. We'll get confirmation of whether they change pace or not shortly as Cave makes his way through the view, and then will it be Scholes or Hillier? Well, it's still going to be side by side between them, and it's going to be Hillier powering his way on past. The Volkswagen's got it in the corners, but that BMW on that longer set of straight, it is able just to squeeze ahead and just about gets it done there in the 192, moving up position, and that's going to move him now into what will be fifth place of your non-Super Touring machines. I do believe two different classes of drivers there, one a Pre-03 machine versus a Pre-93, but they're having some good fun as we look to Cam Tunio, a little bit understeer there, creeping through the chicane, but keeping it together. But we do see the wonderful Vauxhall Astra GT make its way onwards, and then just behind we see the Honda Civic Super Production machine, and well, it is currently all at the wheel of that, and still in third place of the Super Touring cars, but not on the pace of the top two. But to be fair, this is just as much an exhibition as it is a race at any key point. I think they're all just happy to be out there, including this man at your number 58. And that is the wonderful machine carrying its way around, Finney. And well, I can tell you one thing, lovely livery machine that is, that Vauxhall. We come back to the front runners of the Super Touring, as they have just put a lap there on the Jägermeister BMW. That's your number 9 of Myers, and well, still keeping on there. And Myers, one of your late runners at the back of the field at the moment, but still making sure not to make any mistakes. But as we do see our overall leads there coming through, we've still got 3 minutes to go, so it's going to be 2 more laps most likely. Not too much more time left in this race, but what a race it has been, to be fair. Not too many overtakes, for the ones we've had have been absolutely electrifying. As we see the number 9 carried on, and well, that BMW, the Jägermeister machine. Well, I'm definitely not allowed to have a Jägermeister here in the Contour booth, ladies and gentlemen. You might be enjoying one, but we're not allowed to. It's the work day today, and for all these drivers, they definitely won't be having any either. Perhaps afterwards they will. but we can see the Hughes machine still looking absolutely on fire. And right now Jason Hughes is really using all that expertise of the Jason Plato and Ivan Muller liveried machine to do everything right and make sure that he holds on versus Absalom. And he is still a good alert there from Ton Absalom to stay with him in that Vauxhall Cavalier. He's not letting Hughes go whatsoever in the battle of the two Vauxhalls. But Hughes will be coming up behind some traffic very shortly, and well, that may just make things a little bit more difficult for them. We'll have to wait and see how they potentially clear the cars. Are going to put a lap on the back end of lap. As we see there, it's going to be Hughes as the first car behind them. And he's going to have to pick his way past the BMW E36 Tourer. Oh, under brake, and that's a bit squirrely there of Hillier, but just about keeps it together. And then he's going to have to pick his way past the Volkswagen Golf GTI of Scholes there, the number 24. Scholes has got the upper hand. And well, the great thing about all these touring car machines, of course, it really is a demonstration of some cars. They've got all the power, but they haven't got the ability in the corners, and vice versa. And the rain being one of the big equalisers or differentiators in the case of the cars, and also sometimes the drivers. We do get a lovely shot there of seeing the Volkswagen Huge still flying, absolutely not making any mistakes so far, and in control. But as they're all coming around, of course, a big mention there to the fact that when we do go beyond the Super Touring regulations, when we went to the BTCT Touring regulations plus the production car era, we used to see races whereby the BTCT classification would end up finishing a lap ahead, as we do see what is a bit of reminiscence there from John Wilkins in the YouTube chat. Then we do see Hughes coming through. So one more lap to go, and well, right now Hughes absolutely in control. 50 seconds are still left on the clock. And right now, all we need to do is keep it on the road, and for Jason Hughes, this is going to be a win. Absalom has definitely chased him, has Taunt, but the gap has gradually grown, and now Hughes, I think, really coming to a world of his own. Absalom holds the fastest lap of 59.464, of 1 minute 59.464. He wants a 2 minute 0.182 for Hughes, his personal best. And then we do see that brilliant battle between the Volkswagen Golf GTI and the BMW E36 Touring. That's Scholes versus Hillier. They're still fighting a lap down now for 10th place. As they make the way up towards Island Bend, you see that the E36 gets closer and closer on the straight, but as soon as they come through the corners, suddenly the Volkswagen's just a little bit more nippy, and we're a bit more punch through the corners. And what it does mean, of course, that E46, when it can put all the power down, it's able to close up, but the harder it gets to put the traction down, the less that straight line speed becomes an advantage and more of a disadvantage. Meanwhile, your Super Touring leader right now, of Hughes, just only half a lap away from seeing the checker flag. But along the way, he may see Dave Kay's 94 BMW and may want to put a lap on him, as in fact, you can see there, Absalom's not out of the hunt as yet. He's still trying to get a bit closer. But not too many more corners to go now for Hughes, and almost there with Dave Kay's BMW. And in terms of battles elsewhere, the battle for the win in the pre-93 category, well, that is still very much in the hands of Bauer versus Davidson, and we'll have to wait and see how that comes to the finish line. And I think they are still fighting quite hard. But as we do see there, Dave Kay coming along, and then just behind that is going to be Hughes. And well, as he makes his way through the last corner, we'll see him to the victory shortly. But meanwhile, there's still the battle for the win in the pre-93 category that we saw earlier. Davidson's come back at Ian Bauer, and right now Will Davidson's trying to go for it. But meanwhile, seeing the checker flag, it is going to be Owen Hughes there who takes victory overall and in the Super Touring category. And behind him will be Ton Absalom. But we've then got this fight for third. This is a third overall, but for these two, it's so much more. It is the fight for the pre-93 win. Ian Bauer still hold on, and Will Davison has chased him furiously. And Bauer right now, I think, just as much holding on the defensive line as he is looking for the grippiest line out there. You can see the circuit definitely wet as they roar the way in towards Knickerbrook corner. But has Davison got a response here? Bauer has been the quicker driver over the race in terms of the individual fastest lap, but Davison is pushing it to limit right now. Bearing in mind, of course, there is a bonus point for the fastest lap. And well, they roll the way up towards Drury's Bend at this point, but for Ian Bauer, all he's got to do at this point is not make any mistakes. He goes a little bit deep there through Druid, and well, is this going to give Davison one last opportunity? Maybe not quite. I think he's going to send it with the mother of all first-class stamps to get this done. And for Ian Bauer, one more corner is a sprint to line. Will he be able to do it? We'll see, and we're the non-finishing race number 2 at Cadwell Park, but he won the first one of the day at Cadwell Park, and he's going to win the first one of the day here at Oulton Park. It is going to be Ian Bower who just holds off Will Davison for the win in the pre-93 category, and we can see there Davison putting his hand out the window. Both of them do, to celebrate having a good race. They've enjoyed that one, no doubt about it. And then we will have a little bit of time before our next runners come on through, as we do see there the number 15 making its way around, and I think Owen has just backed off quite a bit in the Ford Mondeo, perhaps just looking after the car a little bit, and he has fallen a lap down on the overall winners, but he's going to make it to the finish line. As there we do see Cam Tunio coming to line. He will be your pre-2003 winner, so just double check. In fact, no, he won't be your pre-2003 winner. That will be, when, yes, it will be. I was right the first time, my apologies. Cam Tunio takes the pre-2003 win, and, well, we will shortly see Cave come through to be the third place finisher. Behind Tunio was Bassett in his Peugeot 306 GTI, who took the run-up spot in pre-2003, and then it is going to be there Dave Cave, who comes on around, and he will complete that top 3 orders. He gives us a little bit of a power slide there, coming out of Lodge Bend, and there he goes towards the line. So Dave Cave will be your last lead lap finisher of this race. There he comes towards the line. He'll be happy with that one. And we are just waiting, I think, for Finney's Vauxhall Astra GTE to come to the finish as well. But goodness me, what a race has been, ladies and gentlemen. And it's been as much a race about surviving the conditions as it has been about battling. As we just saw Finney briefly head towards the line. There he is, he comes across. And he will be your last finisher of the race there. So many drivers to keep track of, and all of our cameramen definitely doing a fantastic job of keeping them all in view. And indeed, a little bit of action everywhere you looked in this race, our third of the day. But as everyone cools on down here, and indeed all drivers right now just soaking in the atmosphere, and I suspect that many of our fans out there, it's less about them battling, but it will be more about what is just seeing all these machines out there. And indeed, whilst the Super Touring cars really have been the big draw when we think of British Touring Car Championship, we've always got to remember those pre-93 machines and how great they were in the transitional period of Group A to Group N and the other cars. But as the field cools on down, I think we might bring up the results quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We might be cutting down to Parc Ferme. And here are the results. We'll quickly run through those because we've got some interviews ready. And what we can see, Jason Hughes, your winner overall and in the Super Touring category, ahead of Tony Absalom by 2 seconds. Ian Bower took the pre-93 victory in third place overall, fending off William Davison. And then Cam Tunio took the pre-2003 win there ahead of Chris Bassett, who kept him honest. And then Brian Aldous, Dave Cave, Ross Keeling and John Hillier completed your top 10. Darren Scholes finished in 11th ahead of Graham Myers, and Tim Tomlin and Stephen Maud completed your top 14. Absalom was the fastest driver out there with a single lap of 59.46. Unfortunately, we did not see our pre-2013 Clio Cup car of Greaves make it to the finish after an early incident with Willis, but we also did see the finishes of Finney and Owen out there. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, those are results subject to any stewards' inquiries, and we're going to hand over to Leah to bring you some interviews with our top 3 finishers.
Thank you, Paul. Well, we are down here with the... Well, we're not actually here with the Super Tourers. They aren't allowed to come into Parc Ferme because they can't turn. If they were to come in here, unlike these pre-93, 03 and 13 cars, if they were to come in here, they would have to do something like a 16-point turn just to get out again. So they've gone, do you know what? We don't need to see the race winners from that. But it was Jason Hughes who took a lights to flag victory in the Super Tourers, and then Tony Absalom came behind him in that Vauxhall Cavalier, and then I believe it was Byron who came home for P3. What we can do though is actually take you to Ian Bower. Now I tried to catch Ian. We spoke a little bit earlier and you were on the podium then. You've gone up a place to P1.
I have. Yeah, pre-93, so yeah, it was a tough race today. The rain was just so difficult because Will was really quick on some of the other bits and I was getting away, and then I locked up a few times. So yeah, it was a hard win today.
The rain kind of came down a bit heavier as soon as you got out there. What was that like managing it out on track?
So round the first part it was okay. First part was wet, and then as soon as you got to the back part round Druids it was dry. But William was a bit more confident in the dry than I was, so he would catch me up, and then it was just going into the Knickerbrook chicane, I think it is. It was really wet, so it was just different conditions all over the track and it was changing, so it was hard work. I was trying to be a little bit cautious, but then William would catch me up again, so But yeah, I managed to keep in front of him, thankfully. So good day out at the office.
Sounds quite difficult to manage then. You are out again later, are you?
Two more times. Yeah, 2 more times. Yeah, so I do Thunders and Pre-93s. So because it's all in one day, it's 2 qualifiers, 4 races today. So it's quite busy.
Yeah, quite a heavy day for you then, but a lot of track time, a lot of experience in these conditions. Do you think that will help you when it comes to those final 2 races?
Yeah, definitely, especially if it's, you know, changing conditions. So, but hopefully the sun gods will come out and we'll get a bit of dry weather.
Well, actually, as I was saying that, I think it is trying to peak through.
It's trying to. So
it's trying. Well, congratulations again. Lovely P1 for you and your lovely BMW. Let's see if we can find William Davison. Where is he? Yeah. Like Ian said, it's such a busy day, especially if they're running in more than one class. And I mean, it'll only help Ian in these conditions, won't it? Because he's just trying to get more of it. And let's see if we can just speak to William. William, P2.
William, by the way. I've been called worse.
You've got a second hat on. Were you second in your class?
Second in the class, yeah. I'm sure I've been called worse.
Lovely. Well, P2 in class. What was it like out on track with these conditions?
Very slippery. On the first lap, coming down to the second chicane, I just locked up, had to go down the escape route, and yeah, that lost me a load of time. And then it was just about trying to catch Cam, really. So we was there or thereabouts, but not where we want to be either.
Well, hopefully it clears up a little bit for you a bit later on.
Fingers crossed.
Look, as you said, it's starting to come out. It's starting to peak out. Well, congratulations for your P2. Hopefully a P1 later on for you. I actually, guys, I can't help it. I just want to speak to Graham again. Because his first to come in, he came in smiling and waving. We can't find William. That's not William, but you know, we don't mind. That was actually Chris Bassett we just spoke to. But Graham, I just want a quick word with you. You came in smiling to me. Did you enjoy it out there?
Yeah, great. Actually, unfortunately, the demise of Kevin Willis, who's very quick, but there was something happened down at the first chicane. I think a car went up the back of his, so that sort of promoted me to 3rd place. So it was interesting conditions because it was dry in certain areas and quite wet in other areas. So you had to sort of adjust to where you were really. So it made it interesting. But yeah, got 3rd place, so I'm chuffed with that.
Oh, Graham, congratulations! We love seeing him on the podium, don't we? Congratulations, enjoy it. Have you got a cap yet?
No, I think Sonia's just going around to get some more. Yeah, so I think. Yeah, she's coming back with it in a second.
All right, we'll leave you to it. Thank you so much for speaking to me. Congratulations again, Graham. Lovely to see you on the podium. Wow, we have actually got for you next the Pre-83s, and I spoke to a few of the drivers earlier in the assembly area. Right, we are back in the assembly area. It did brighten up ever so slightly for a little bit, but it's starting to spit again now for the Pre-83 class. Sometimes these are mixed in with other categories, but they are on their own today at Oulton Park. There's 15 drivers on this grid. Let me just see if I can catch a quick word with Malcolm. Let's just take stock actually for a second of this beautiful liveried car, Wrigley's Juicy Fruit Chewing Gum. It's a striking yellow mustard colour, would you say? That's fair. Lovely livery. We like the outstanding liveries. We've got a few Volkswagens that are a bit more plain, but it's always nice to have a bit of character with the car. Malcolm, I've got to talk to you about this car.
Yeah.
Are you feeling juicy ahead of this race?
I think, well, no, unfortunately not.
Oh, what?
It came out in Cadwell a few weeks back, and it survived qualifying in 2 races. Really pleased with that. So this is its 2nd outing. We've had 3 years of mechanicals on all 3 Golfs. So this, fingers crossed, it'll be good today. The red Golf will be good today. The black Golf, unfortunately, has done its gearbox in, so we're 1 down. But we hope we'll go well. But we're sort of aiming for hanging on to this Escort and hanging on to the white Golf is my plan today.
Oh, nice, good realistic aims for you then. Unless this has been modified, which it could have been, it's a front wheel drive car, is it? How will that suit you with these conditions in the rain?
Well, at Cadwell it was raining, and it helped us a lot because the Escorts obviously get very twitchy with the rear wheel drive, and at Cadwell I could do a lot of engine braking in the wet. So when I outbraked myself with the brakes, I could rely on the engine to get me around the corner. So yeah, very good in the wet. So we're quite confident.
Lovely. Well, I'll let you get suited and booted, get you in the dry as well, because it is starting to come down ever so slightly here. Thank you for speaking to me, Malcolm. Lovely to meet you as well. Thank you. And we are actually going to speak to one of these bulkier cars now. We're going to head down to Jerry Bailey. This car here is over a ton in weight, so very different to the lighter weight of Malcolm's car. So he's got the right idea. He's keeping dry in this. You've got the right idea, haven't you, Jerry, keeping sheltered in this rain? Can you talk to me? This is a rear-wheel drive car, isn't it? That's quite a heavy vehicle. How is that going to suit you with conditions like this, where it's a bit damper on track?
It won't suit us particularly well. We like a nice dry track so we can get the power down, because although we've got quite a lot more power than some of the cars around us, they're very much lighter and much more nimble. But we'll be doing our best, and hopefully it'll stay reasonably dry. So we'll hopefully be able to have a fairly competitive run.
Well, compared to the front wheels, we've just spoken to Malcolm a bit further up the grid there, and he has maybe got the better car with it in these conditions, but he is starting further down the grid, so you've got to be higher up to have a better chance, have you not?
Well, the higher up you can start on the grid, the easier it is. Certainly in terms of the first lap, if you can keep out the front and keep out of the melee that always happens midfield. Yeah, absolutely. So if he's starting farther back, he's got a bit to do to start off with.
Lovely. Well, I'll let you go get ready for the race. It is coming down a little bit, but hopefully, Jerry, it dries up for you a little bit later. Thank you for speaking to me. Changeable conditions here at Oulton, not like the lovely sunshine they seem to be having at Thruxton. Don't know who ordered this for us here, but the Pre-83 cars out on track for you next. Buck up to you, Paul, in commentary.
Thank you, Leah. And worse, it is the sound of Pre-83 or Group 1 touring cars making out onto circuit. I can see a tent up there, plus a Napa Racing umbrella. And of course, Napa Racing being a staple of the modern British Touring Car Championship in the wonderful hands of like Ash Sutton. As I think that is, put the umbrella here, son, because otherwise we're both going to get soaking wet. I remember the days when I used to sit at circuit side with my dad, and he used to tell me off for messing around with the umbrella. Also, we've got quite a few eagle-eyed photographers out there, and everyone went to get some good snaps of the machines making the way on around, and well, definitely one of the best circuits in the world for circuit side photography. But there are our classic Touring Car Racing Club Group 1 Pre-1983 touring cars out there, and the reason they're labelled Group 1 is because those were the regulations of touring car machines at the time, before they gave way to Group A / Group N, and then the Super Touring era of regulations. Of course, the great thing about these cars is that we did hear in those interviews, depending on the conditions and the circuit, you can have little Volkswagen Golfs battling with much more powerful cars such as the Ford Escorts and also the Rover SD1s. But in wet conditions at a very technical circuit such as this, suddenly what ends up happening is all that power, you don't want it anymore. And it's the more nimble, smaller cars that suddenly become absolutely rapid. And that's why these very changeable conditions at the moment, where we haven't got quite enough wet weather to really make it a fully wet circuit, but we haven't got enough dry weather to make this a dry circuit. That's what's going to make this such a challenging race as they get ready for round number 5 of their season. Now, of course, this is a very special year for the Group 1 Pre-83 Touring Car Championship, because they are visiting Oulton Park today, and then they will be back at Oulton Park in only a grand total of 3 weeks' time, on Saturday the 6th of June and Sunday the 7th of June, because they will be a special guest support series for the British Touring Car Championship when he does visit Oulton Park Island Circuit. Now, this is the second time in 3 years the Classic Touring Car Racing Club has featured on the bill as support to the British Touring Car Championship at a round. Previously, of course, back in 2024, it was the Pre-66 who made the way out there. So great to see the Classic Touring Racing Car Club getting that great recognition of being out on the grid and being able to support the British Touring Car Championship. And really goes to show that touring car is ingrained in the blood of British motorsport. And whilst it may be the BTCC that is the Premier Series of today, well, of course, these cars harken back from a time before the BTCC was even known as the BTCC. It used to be known under a bit of a different name, as I just double-checked my notes. It used to be known as the British Saloon Car Championship, and that was all the way from 1958 to 1986. Of course, that was back in the era whereby you didn't really have the hatchback back then, although you did have a few cars coming through as hatchbacks. It was more purely saloons, and the idea idea was, so long as you could fit 4 people in the car, 2 in the front, 2 in the rear, and it was a production car with over 5,000 produced in a given yearly run, you could put the car out there on the circuit. But all drives right now on their green flags. That's trying to get as much tyre temperature as possible, and all absolutely itching to go. And we say hello to a few more of you there in the YouTube chat, including 3WR Racing, and well, they're enjoying themselves there. Thank you, 3WR Racing. We all say hello to Mark Hafford, and we also say hello to none other than, I believe, Aeroflopper as well, though I may have said hello to you earlier on. But all the cars almost in position on the grid, ladies and gentlemen, and very shortly we will be getting race number 4 of the weekend underway, I believe, unless they're going for another lap. But there's definitely a load of coats out, and even a bit of a rain mac and an umbrella, the perfect trio there, I think. Well, someone's very comfortable. We can see, I think, with a tablet out there as well. But as everybody just waiting to go racing there, absolutely itching. Indeed, we're absolutely itching to see all of our pre-1983 machines go racing. We've got an absolutely packed out crowd here, no doubt about it, Oulton Park. All the locals coming out. Oh, goodness me, I think we are green flag racing, ladies and gentlemen, as we are. We've just caught the start as we've gone. And, well, won't be able to walk you through that grid, but what we can do is see there's already some damage. Just that's been very loose rear end there. And, well, it's been a bit of a crazy start to the race, but still, they're all the way. And as they are, well, a bit of confusion as to how long we had before we went racing. But confused nothing, we are now going racing, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 5 of the Pre-83 Touring Car Championship. And, well, some absolute heroics being shown off straight away. But as the field makes its way on around, well, your pole sitter was Grimrod, and I do believe he is still holding on to that lead, at least for now. But right away towards Island Ben, battles further down the order there. As all this field comes through the open lap as quickly as it possibly can. R220 there making some great progress. In fact, Grimrod's a long way down the order. He's not had the best of starts there, so he's had a bit of a slow start to the race. We'll have to find out who's taking the lead over very shortly, but it's all been chopped and changed. And we're up into Brains on national number 3. So Harvey is your leader in his Ford Mark 1 Escort, and then behind, there's the 74 of Phil Potts, who's had a lightning start as he battles with the car as much as he does there with Grimrod. Gets under control, and right now, that number 74, the Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo. Whoa, goodness me, that's got a lot of power it's trying to lay down, but those rear wheels do not want to grip up. But Grimrod looks up the inside, it's not going to work. He just tucks back in. Oh, goodness me, what a brilliant battle we've got for this opening lap. And a bit further back, we can see the rest of the field now rolling its way on through. The big old Rover SD1 there, taking its time to make its way through. Having to take his way through the slalom chicane there for going deep at the chicane. Actually, number 48 as just coming through. Well, that was Hughes having to take to the escape road. And we saw a very sideways Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark 1 just behind. Well, meanwhile, as that battle for second place grows, Harvey and Bailey together. And, well, we can see all of them coming through Druids. That fight for second place definitely growing. Here's Grimrod up the inside, and well, the man who started on pole makes that move very quickly and moves back into second place. So Grimrod on the charge right now, and Nick Grimrod definitely the Viking Auto Garage, the Birmingham-based driver. Well, he's done a brilliant job of now recovering this race. We see the debris from the start of the race, and indeed now making them on to lap number 2. The order is thus: it's Harvey in his Ford Mark 1 Escort ahead of Grimrod, followed by Phil Potts. Then we do have Corker, Knight, Malcolm Jeffs, Osborne, Bailey, Hughes, and Fish completing that top 10. With the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud continue to try and make progress. Then best rest in length is Strong ahead of Dunkley, and Lefley completes your 13 car order at this time. We can see the rain in the camera, so the rain comes back. We get a bit of a top up there as the field continues to gradually spread out. Unfortunately, we are missing a couple of cars from this running order. Nick Strong and Nick Williamson, I believe. The two Nicks have not made, well, in fact, Strong is there, but Williamson is not, unfortunately. And we are missing one other driver, but we'll try and fill you in where we can. But a bit of a battle there coming up towards Island Bend. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, look at this, that's for the lead. Harvey right now trying to hold on. Tom Harvey, the half-speed Ford Mark 1 Escort, trying to make sure that 220 does not make his way through, but Grimrod up the inside, and he'll get that done before the braking zone. And suddenly, it's into lead there for Nick Grimrod. He may have had a poor start, but as they snake the way out, well, both of these drivers keeping the pedal to the metal and looking to battle for that win. Now Nick Grimrod really having to put the hammer down here. He wants this win as much as possible, and understandably so, because coming into this race weekend, he is currently your championship leader in Class C and overall, and well, having successfully used his joker at Cadwell Park to get double points for what was a day where it was victories all the way through the day. He'll be very happily in control right now, and if he can make another win, he'll expand his championship lead massively. But meanwhile, the number 85, though, Corker, having a bit of a journey to what was the escape road chicane, and well, I suspect they're just locking up on the front brakes on not stopping the car in time and therefore releasing them rather than trying to make a chicane he's going to miss. But first, second and third still together. We're waiting to see what the Mitsubishi or Philpott can do. He definitely has proven to be one of those drivers out there who can spring some surprises, no doubt about it. There was a lightning start, obviously a bit of bodywork on the car damaged, but has not damaged his aspirations to go chasing the points. But meanwhile, Grimwell comes across the line again, and as he does so, that gap now starting to open up. Gap up to a grand total of 2 seconds already, and for Nick Grimrod, he is absolutely flying. You see all the spray coming off of the exit curve there. That goes to show you the severity of the wetness of the circuit. The wetter the circuit gets, the less you want to touch the curves as they come down the hill. We are top three there. Then your full place runner of Corker just a little bit further behind in the Datsun 510, and he's got a comfortable gap to the tune of 7 seconds to Knight in his Ford Escort. It does seem as though a little bit further behind Knight, well, he's got Malcolm Jeffs, and also there Osborne in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint starting to close on him. So I think we might have a bit of good battle building for what will be that 5th place spot between the two Class C runners, and in fact as they come on there, right now the Volkswagen Golf GTI of Jeffs just staying behind at the moment. It's got the speed in the corners, but not on the straights. But Nick Grimrod right now negotiating these corners, and well, he's absolutely flying the car through, more sideways to the straight there again, but absolutely on the limit, which is brilliant to see. He's not pulling any punches here, and well, right now, I suspect he wants this win for his championship aspirations, but understandably, he wants to pull such a gap that he force Harvey and Philpott to fight each other a little bit more. Philpott coming in very late on the brakes. They both go late on the brakes. They both go deep, and they both just about make it through the corner. And well, there, I think both drivers now getting more and more confident. But when does that confidence become overconfidence? Well, for Philpott, it's not overconfidence here. He's going to squeeze. That's 2 wheels, just about. I think that's legal. Jorgensen's good mind. Answers on the postcode, ladies and gentlemen, or postcard. And as they roll the way through, well, Philpott in the end having to back off there, went all in for it, and through Druid, well, Harvey will retake that position. But Philpott's right now absolutely frying himself at the circuits, Neil Philpott. And well, the man on the wheel, this is his local circuit, and right now he's trying to make it sure he's a home hero. Well, heroics like that, I don't think he needs this to win this race to become a hero. For goodness me, what a bit of moment there. The car literally being squeezed onto the grass. He tried to find a bit of space and didn't quite work out. And well, as he's not the best of runs there, getting it back together, but you can see now Harvey reopen up the gap, and I think Philpott's just having to back off a little bit. But I can see a few of you really enjoying this racing, and well, none other than Kevin M saying great racing, watching from Canada. Sorry I can't send the sun, we have your way, Oulton Park. And no worries, Kevin, these wet conditions definitely making the racing very spicy between all these drivers. And in terms of one of the building battles that we might get a view of a little bit later on, we do have the fight for 5th overall between our Ford Escort of Knight, that 566 driver. There they are as they come down the hill, so perfect timing. There's going to be a bit of a move up the inside. Is that going to be Osborne taking on Jeffs there for 6th place? I think he's going to try it. There's our 2nd place runner. Then we're going to see our 3rd place runner. Philpott's coming over the crest very shortly. Well, in fact, no, he's already gone past. That was your 4th place runner. And meanwhile, that fight for 5th, 6th and 7th all together. But looking in control at the moment is our 566 of Knight, the Ford Escort driver. My understanding for Jared Knight, it's all about getting the best possible exits out these corners and making sure that 49 of Osborne can't find a way to him, but instead find a way to get side by side with Malcolm Jeffs, who in the little Volkswagen Golf, we caught up with him earlier, well, Lear did, and well, he wanted to be the best of the Volkswagens out there, and right now he's definitely looking to be the best of the Volkswagens, but I think he'd like to fish inside the top 5 if he can. He's currently your 5th place runner in Class C. And well, coming over the crest right now, again, he's able to just get a little bit more pace through the chicanes, but on the straights, that Ford Escort is just bolting away. And Knight's right now knowing where he's strongest and knowing how to mitigate his weaknesses. A little bit further behind, we do see what is the machinery of none other than, I do believe, Bailey trying to make some progress with the Rover SD1 drive, falling back down the order, and I think struggling a little bit in Class B. But as we do see our car coming towards us there, and that is going to be our full place, well, it's going to be a full place run, the Datsun 510, that's Corker in his 85, and then suddenly you've got the Lights, Jeffs and Osborne battle coming to us, and they're a bit further back. Still giving chase there is our 8th place runner, Hughes. But to our 85, Corker right now doing a brilliant job here, very sideways coming out to Lodge Bend in the hunt for 4th place overall, but he's just about keeping the throttle pinned at the moment, and once you commit to these corners, you cannot back off. He's looking absolutely brilliant. Lovely livery car as well. And remember, when they do go racing as part of the Group 1 Pre-83 Touring Car Championship, the cars all have to be to a standard of presentation before they go racing. Indeed, we want these cars to look as authentic and as in era as possible. And that's why they look absolutely beautiful, as they do also look absolutely brilliant. As we do have a bit of a local yellow flag, it would seem, at Cascade. So somebody's had a bit of an off. We'll find out about that shortly. Meanwhile, here is your leader of Grimrod, right now running away, and he's got a comfortable gap of 6.5 seconds over Harvey at this point. And well, that camera angle gives us a really good view of the fact that whilst 4th place makes its way all the way up to Shell Oils, your leader right now in the V-Tune Rolling Road Machine, well, Nick Grimrod absolutely in control. Had a bit of a scary start, but he's been able to put it all back together, and now he's very much in control. But this could be another win for him, and if it is, it propels him even further at the top of the championship. And understandably at this point, his closest rival at the moment in the championship is none other than Jared Knight. But Jared Knight is a long way back in 4th place in Class C at the moment. And in terms of how the championship is worked out in this series, much like all of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club series, is you score points based on your class finishing position, and then those points go towards your overall championship position. But we do see our number 85 there of Corker, as I think we have lost Phil Potts from this race. There he is, in fact, so he's dropped out of 3rd to 4th, and well, as he comes on through, is that Phil Potts there, the number 49? No, that is not. So, wonder what's happened to Phil Potts. I wonder if his car's got an issue potentially. We will see when we catch up with him, but right now that is still Osborne holding off Malcolm Jeffs. It's a good fight going on between these two. Malcolm Jeffs, meanwhile, just enjoying himself out there in the battle of what is to be the quickest Volkswagen. I think he's earned himself that accolade quite nicely at the moment, as I think there's Phil Potts' car. There it is, the Mitsubishi Colt. It is definitely not going as quick anymore. I think there must be an issue with it after a lightning start and a very electrifying few laps. Well, hold the phone on that, ladies and gentlemen, because here's a potential move. The 48 tries to go around the outside. Can he get it done? The answer is going to be no. And right now, Hughes on the attack here versus the 566 of Knight, and heading up the hill. Well, he's getting better to run out the corners, but I don't think he's going enough for a run. But 3 minutes left to go here. And well, there's a car parked up. Meanwhile, that I think is a very sad looking car. I'm trying to tell who that is. That's one of our Volkswagen Golfs, I think. Or in fact, that might be a Ford Fiesta. Now that I look at it more and more, I wonder if that is the car of Dunkley there that's parked up. As meanwhile, elsewhere, we have got the wonderful 32. That is the Ford Capri of Strong, going as per the surname. Lovely livery, lovely car. And well, the Ford Capri staying out there right now and in 3rd place in Class B. As he goes on to what will be his penultimate tour of the circuit today. Well, may not be battling with anyone right now, but for Nick Strong, all he's got to do is bring this home, and he will be seeing the podium for the Birmingham driver. Oh, that's a big look at the inside, and there's going to be contact. That's going to be a 48 diving in, and Hughes went in, made contact with Knight, and he's embedded in the gravel. And for Hughes, well, I don't think he's going to be going anywhere now. I think that car's going to be stuck there as the 566 does carry on. And in the end, well, Jared Knight's just able to keep the throttle going for long enough so the wheels don't embed. And something tells me it was a look up the inside, and unfortunately, a 48, and that was your class leader as well in Class D of Hughes. Well, he came in a bit too hot, and now he's been buried in the gravel, and he's going to give up the chance of winning his class in this race. But therefore, we now come back to the 74 of Philpotts, and we have a red flag, ladies and gentlemen. The race has been stopped, and I suspect that is as a result of the car that has been buried into the gravel. And there it is, the number 48, that being the machinery of Hughes, and the Volkswagen Golf there, unfortunately in a difficult situation. And if you're wondering why is it being red flags, why is it not being localised yellows, because given these conditions, if a driver outbrakes themselves into Shell oils, they would end up going straight onto the path of the stricken car with the driver in the car as well at the moment. So therefore this red flag is for the utmost safety to make sure that Don Hughes is able to get out of the car. But unfortunate end to his race, and well, just came a little bit too hot, it would seem, into that braking zone. Made the contact with Knight. Knight was able to power through the gravel to get back on, sadly not for Hughes. But definitely the race was getting absolutely exciting, and with that I do suspect this race has been called. Yes, it has been called, so we are seeing the checker flag, and what that will mean is the results will be taken from the previous lap completed. So we can see all the marshals out there waving their yellow flags to say to drivers get off the circuit, go to Parc Fermé straight away. And well, it will be Nick Grinrod who will be taking that win as all the field gradually makes its way in. We'll see if we can bring you those results shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But for the meantime, we get to see all the field make its way into the pit lane. And well, definitely a great race, but unfortunately a red flag bringing an abrupt end to the race when we still had 2 laps to go. But still plenty of excitement from the start. And here are those race results. A lap counted back due to the red flag, and these subject to stewards' inquiries. Nick Grinrod, your winner overall and in Class C, ahead of Tom Harvey, who chased him hard, but in the end ran out of pace and steam. And then it was none other than Neil Philpotts, who will be classified as third place as Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo. He'll be very grateful that the race has been red flagged, because he was slipping down the field like a stone. Jonathan Corker took 4th place in the end, and then we did see Jared Knight ahead of Malcolm Jeffs in the battle for 5th place. Mark Osborne took 6th ahead of Don Hughes, who unfortunately has been, we believe, the reason for the red flag. Jerry Bailey then rounded off 9th place ahead of Sam Fish by 7 seconds, and then James Dunkley, Nick Strong and Duncan Leftley completed your finish in order, although Duncan Leftley sadly retired from the race quite early on in his Volkswagen Golf GTI. Fastest lap, Nick Grinrod, a 2:11.5 set on the 2nd lap. A brilliant run there for Nick Grinrod, but he had to work hard for it. And while we may have come to the start literally at the last moment, but to be fair, as they say, better late than never, and it's a good thing we did, because what an exciting start to this race it was, and some great fighting out there. And well, a big shout out again to your Class B winner of Philpotts, doing a brilliant job in his Mitsubishi against the conditions. And we also did see a Class D win for our 48 of Don Hughes until it ended up parked in the gravel. But of course, there might be a bit of a question mark on that result given what happened there, but the result's always taken from the last completed lap in the situation of a red flag. But as we do see a car being retrieved there, and Hughes out of the car, that's the most important thing. And a big shout out to the Orange Army as they get themselves set. Well, we're all good to go down to Leah in Parc Fermé, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's hand over to Leah and see what our driver's got to say about an exciting race.
Well, we're in the Parc Fermé area with the Pre-83 cars. A very small grid that's made its way into Parc Fermé so far. Let me go and speak to Jared Knight, because he just said, Jared, you had to do a little bit of rallycross out there. What happened?
We got nerfed in the door and sent into the gravel trap at the bottom. So I just had to basically nail it and dig my way out. Good old Escort, she made it.
Look, some power behind that thing out there. The rain is getting worse. Maybe it didn't...
Really treacherous, to be fair. Yeah. So I don't know what the red flag was for. I guess somebody else has gone off, but it was exciting, to say the least. Especially as we were probably all on the wrong tyres as well.
Oh, what tyres are you on?
Well, slicks. Well, they're not slicks, but almost, if you know what I mean. But hey ho, it was fun. Got some body work to do now.
What, ahead of the next race a little bit later on?
Yeah, we'll kick that out in a minute. See where we go.
Lovely, thank you, Darren, for speaking to me. Well, like I said, quite a small grid that's made its way here. We did have that red flag. Based on TSL, which is all I've got to go off at the moment, I did have Nick Grinrod, who was on pole position, that won that race, but I don't think he's actually made his way back into Parc Fermé. The rain is really coming down now. We'll just get some shots, Ben, if we can, on this car here, number 74 of Neil Philpotts, who actually finished P3, so didn't do too bad considering that damage, did he? That's pretty gnarly on that car. You can see it's got flicks of grass all up the side. Clearly took a detour off track, which a lot of these cars are going to now struggle with these weather conditions. Hopefully the Pre 66, which is scheduled to go out next, have chosen the right setups and tyres for their car. Neil, we'll just speak to you about this little off you had.
A little instance I had, yes. What is that? Oh, more bits of car.
Oh, what happened there then?
Oh, do you know, things happen so fast, don't they? Pole setter on the start line before the first bend wanted to get to his racing line and just literally come straight across before he'd even got a chance to lift or brake. Clouted him. Then I got in front of him, and coming out of the first bend, it's so slippy, I went sideways, and then he collected me again. So I hit him once, and he hit me the second time. Oh, so I think that's evens now.
Yeah, but so I think you are, it's fair and square now. Thank you for speaking to me, Phil. Hopefully you get that recovered for the next race.
Yeah, well, a lot of black duct tape, I think.
Brilliant. Well, a little bit of an off there, getting quite close with these cars now. Well, next up, as I said, is the Pre 66 grid. Spoke to them a bit earlier in assembly area when it was a bit better conditions, but here's what some of the drivers had to say. Well, it is time for the Pre 66 class. It is a category dominated by the Hillmans, and we're actually going to start on pole position with Piers Grange, who's driving this left-hand drive Ford Falcon. Let's see if he's free for a quick chat. He has got the door shut, but I think it's just a shelter out the rain, like a lot of our drivers are. Piers, are you free for a quick chat? Oh, we're squeezing here. It's tight, isn't it, with your left-hand drive?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you, we saw you out a bit earlier in your boss car, and you didn't finish. What happened out on track?
Unfortunately, I had an incident here on the first corner. I just couldn't get any heat in the tyres, and it just swapped ends on me and ended up backwards into the barriers. So yeah, that's a no-go now.
I was going to say, does that mean you're out of the boss class for this weekend now?
Yes, that's it. Yeah. So I've just got this to play with now.
Just this. Well, what an absolute beast your Falcon is. And you are a local boy, aren't you? If you've been on Twitch.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, local boy. Yeah, I've done many races here, so got no excuses really, have I?
Exactly. What is it like having a circuit like this so close to home? Does it feel a little bit more special than perhaps when you're out at places like Cadwell and at Donington?
Yeah, it does. I've sort of grown up here watching all the different races in my youth, and then to finally get to come and race it yourself and be my local track, I'm very lucky really.
I have got one question to ask you. I've asked a few drivers throughout the day, but I think your answer will be very good. If you had to compile a two-man team, you and one other person, what other touring car driver would you want to have in your team? It could be from any era, current, past, present, maybe future if they're coming up through the minis.
Oh, it'd have to be Jim Clark.
Why Jim?
Because he's such a rounded driver that can drive so many different cars, and to have that ability and those skills would be amazing. Yeah.
Lovely. Well, Piers, always a pleasure to speak to you. Good luck from pole position. Hopefully you go well in your lovely car. Do you want me to shut the door, leave it open, close, open? A little bit of air. Yeah, thank you, Piers. Lovely to speak to him as always. He's obviously a very successful driver. He's with all of his categories, he's doing really well. Obviously we've got James back on the grid here now. He missed a couple of the first rounds, but lovely to see that number one car out on the grid here at Oulton Park. I just want to take a wander over to Keith Roberts, because like I said, this era, there you are, of touring car, this Pre 66 class is dominated by the Hillmans, which is great, and they're lovely cars, and we have a few different ones, but this one is quite different. We've got a Morris Minor. I mean, you know, when you look at this, oh, you could get run over by a Mini, be careful guys. Let's see if we can catch a quick word with Keith. Oh, sorry to interrupt. Hello. Hello Keith. We're just talking about your lovely Morris Minor. Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Well, I bought it in 2006 and I've had it ever since, and it's been bashed about quite a lot. I rolled it at Rockingham and it got mended. I had a big crash at Brands in it, and also at Cadwell about 2 years ago, and I've got a Cortina as well, but I bought this out. I just thought I'd bring this out here just for, well, to give it a, yeah, it's not going to be as fast as almost anyone, but someone's got to be at the back. and
it's a lovely car.
Yeah,
you've got with
I
you.
like the old thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is it in the rain?
In the what?
In the rain, how is the car?
It's not bad. It's nothing like as good as a Mini, but it's not bad. And I've got my supposedly rain tyres on now. So I'm quietly confident. If I take it home on the trailer in one piece, and I've had a little bit of a go with someone, because I'm not going to be nowhere near these lot. But I say someone's got a bit of back.
It's like Keith, lovely to speak to you. We can't wait to see this out on track. Keith Wright, that is, not Keith Roberts, my mistake. Like you said, we spoke to Barry a little bit earlier. We have a few different Minis out on track, just way better with the handling and the cornering in the wet conditions. It's all about that front wheel drive here, isn't it? I'm going to ask you guys in the live stream comments. I just asked Pierce there, if you were in seat of one of these touring cars from any era and you had to run a two-person team, who would you want as your teammate? Leave it in the comments below. I'll have a little think about it and I'll get back to you maybe after the next few races. But for now, while you get busy in the comments, I'm going to hand back over to Paul in commentary for this Pre 66 race.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Leah. So, without further ado, it is time for race 5 of the day. And in round number 5 of the Everard Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 Championship, Piers Grange and the Ford Falcon starts on pole, but he'll be joined on that front row by Ian Thompson in the Lotus Cortina. Oliver Law and James Ibbotson line up on row number 2, and on row number 3, it's going to be Peter Mutlow-Smith ahead of John McGurk. Row number 4, it's going to be Roger Stanford and Barry Syme. Watch out for the Minis. They will be very quick in these wet conditions, and they should start to do some giant killing. It will be David versus Goliath all over again, like we saw in 2022. Simon Gustafson and Benny Canini complete your top 10, and we'll shortly bring you the next 5 rows. Ed Gibbs and Mike Davies on row number 6, with Simon Farr and Adrian Oliver on row 7. Farrar, I should say, Simon Farrar, not far. And then we do see on row number 8, Bob Bullen and Brendan Rooney ahead of Stephen Platts and Jeremy Dias, and David Ellis and Charles Norris are on what is row number 10. But wait, there's just a few more to go. We've got 3 more rows out there. It's a packed grid. Patrick Harris and Steve Evans on row 11, Tim Dodwell and Keith Wright on row number 12, and starting 25th, it's Jake Swannies for Anglia. And well, we had to go through that quite quickly, ladies and gentlemen, because we need to see all these cars out there. Lovely to see all of our pre-1966 touring cars out there. And this was the era, of course, when you had the big, muscly 4.7 litre Ford Falcons you see on the left there, batting with the much smaller engine machines, such as the Ford Lotus Cortinas, the Minis, and as they make the way away, right the way down towards turn number 1, we have got our green flag lap now, and we're everybody trying to find a bit of tyre temperature. It did look as though they were practically going for a formal race start. I think they're all just trying to pump the heat in. And well, ladies and gents, we've got this full lap. And tell you what I'm going to do, I'm going to go silent for a little bit and just let you appreciate all these cars as they go round at slow canter, because next time around they're going to be fighting with the conditions, and you're going to get your pre-1966 touring cars all up to speed in the Everard sponsored series. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of news coming in. We went silent for a bit there so you can just appreciate them coming through, but we may potentially have 2 green flag laps here, and that is because of the conditions, and that gives our drivers the opportunity to warm those tyres up as much as possible, and the brakes. Also, to bring you in a bit of a story, and to bring in a bit of a story with regards to the championship coming into this round. Of course, they were at Cadwell Park earlier on this year. That was the last 2 rounds they had, rounds 3 and 4. Well, the mixed conditions definitely made it very challenging there, but we got seen in a drier race 1 at Cadwell Park that it was all about a win in the end for none other than the machinery. As I just double check through, it was a 1-lap sprint to the finish, and in the end it was Cunnington who took the victory overall after a lightning start, going all the way from 11th to 3rd by the end of the open lap. And Thompson made a mistake and lost out, and it was for Cunningham his first win in his career, but unfortunately he's not here today for the Pre-66s. Otherwise it would have been great to see him out there, see if he could make it another win. But still, race number 2 meanwhile was all about Cunnington having to hold on versus Thompson for the entire race, and he converted pole to victory, and then he was able to make it 2 wins in a row at Cadwell Park. But we've not got him here. But meanwhile, what we have got here is plenty of drivers who are racing in the championship, including overall championship leader at the moment of Brenton Rooney, who you'll see out there in the number 91. And Rooney will be piloting his wonderful CA Restoration Hillman Imp from Epsom. You'll also see there the man who's currently second in the championship, 2 points behind him, Simon Gustafsson, and he's in Class F on 65 points. And his machinery being none other than the number 64 Alan Henderson racing Ford Lotus Cortina, and third in the championship coming into this round, Adam Cunnington, well, not on the grid as we mentioned earlier on, so he will drop down. However, Ian Thompson and Daniel Wheeler, they'll be looking to try and see some opportunities to move forward as well. So it's definitely going to be a day today where it's going to be full of excitement. Well, as the field gradually tiptoes its way now up towards the start-finish straight, we'll wait to see whether they will go to 1 more lap. In fact, they are going to do 1 more lap, so there's those 2 green flag laps. They definitely need all that tyre temperature they can get out there. This is not going to be easy. Remember, these cars are being run in period, or as close as possible to period. So the tyres, they will be to a given spec. You won't have the most modern tyres out there. It's so great to see so many of our pre-66 machines out there. And in terms of the past champions for the last 5 years, it has been an eclectic mix, and you'll see many of our past champions on this grid. James Ibbotson, he's taken 2 championship crowns in the last 5 years. In 2025 in his Hillman Imp Super, and we also saw that in 2021, and he will be here today in Class E. Also, we do have Luke Wilson. He'll be not, well, in fact, Luke Wilson's not on the grid here, but he was your 2022 champion in his Austin A40. But who will be on the grid will be Billy Keneally in his Ford Anglia, and you'll see him in Class C. And we also do have Ian Thompson, your 2024 champion. But this is the series that definitely has not seen too many repeat champions or runaway champions, and that goes to show you just how competitive it is. And like all the classic touring car racing club series, you score points based on where you finish in class, and those are your points that you take into the overall championship, and you can be class champion at the end of the season, but also you're pushing to become overall champion. And that's the excitement about this, and that's why every place can prove valuable. But on top of that as well, you want to be the best of your class, no doubt about it. We'll put on a masterclass performance if you can. And there'll be no strangers, some of these drivers, to the wet conditions, as that's a very sideways number 1 there. Well, that's James Ibbotson, defending champion, his Hillman Imp Super. The Milton Keynes driver is definitely showing he's got growing confidence. And well, let's say hello to a few of you there in the YouTube chat, including none other than, I believe, Cinema Historia, saying a big hello from sunny Ontario, Canada. And hello to you, good sir or madam. Was the Wicker Bill there, who we say hello to. And we also do say hello to Rob Lee 663, who says that he would have Andy Rouse as his teammate if he was running a 2-car touring car team. And well, good to see his thought process there. And also we do see COYS 1981. I would say what I think that abbreviates to, but if you're a football fan, I won't say it, just because we don't want to become biased potentially on the British Automobile Racing Club broadcast. But if you know, you know. And well, he's been enjoying seeing the Mark 1 and Mark 2 Ford Escort soundtrack. Going old school, well, we're going even more old school now with our pre-1966 machines. Cody Ficker says there's a few Cortinas missing a headlight here or there. Indeed they are. But for the most part, all the cars absolutely looking splendid. Headlights are on, of course, and well, those have been mandated given the conditions. The fact that natural light is just declining a little bit. We're nowhere near night time at the moment. So as they all come around, we'll have to see what the game plan will be and who can get the best start. But not too much longer before we do go racing. And well, we do say hello to 257RO, says go James. And I suspect that'll be cheering on James Ibbotson. He's got a bit of work to do in this one, given where he's starting. We look forward to seeing what Ibbotson all can do. He starts 4th, and will he be able to make his way to the front? He is your Class E pole sitter. Well, the nearest Class E car will be Adrian Oliver down in 14th place. And the Hillman Imp driver there has got a way to go, but he's still got a bit of space between himself and Brendan Rooney and Stephen Platts and Jeremy Dias, who are all together. So therefore, in the Hillman Imps, there's quite a bit of a gap between some of them. And it's only 3rd through to 6th, separated literally by only a space to each other on the grid. Keep your eyes out for 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th on this grid, because I suspect the fight for the final spot in Class E is definitely going to be an exciting one. But then again, I suspect that's what Class E stands for, plenty of excitement, but you could say that for all of the classes, as the grid now makes its way into position and gets ready for the lines. Well, the grid almost in position, ladies and gentlemen. The marshals walk away there, having stopped the front rows, and everyone knows where to sit behind. And we are now only seconds away from going green flag racing for round number 5 of the Pre-66 Everard Touring Cars. And it's lights out, away we go from round number 5 of the 2026 seasons. They roar the way away. Brilliant start there from our front starting Lotus Cortina. Thompson trying to battle with Grange into the opening corner. And the big beastie Ford Falcon here makes its whiff known. Does it all come through? Great start from all drives there. Everyone away safely. The Mini's trying to make some progress. The number 91 there, Rooney just trying to squeak around the outside of arrival, and I think Rooney just about doing that there in his Hillman Imp as he tries to move into the top 15. But down the hill they come, and well, 2 free wide as you dare as they roll the way through Cascade, and plenty of fighting going on, everyone trying to establish the initial pecking order. We do see our Mini a little bit further back there carrying on, and I do believe that might be the Austin Cooper S Dodwell. Well, meanwhile, all the drive safe on through the opening few corners. That spray is really great. You can tell the rain's really coming down out there. That spray is the first time we've really seen it this pronounced today, but also the big volume of cars as well. That's going to kick up a massive spray. But the 52 moves on. Keneally right now on a charge, and we're making the move there on the number 11. So Keneally flying. That was Stanford he's just put a place on. So Stanford's dropping down the order, whereas Billy Keneally is absolutely on the attack. But meanwhile, Piers Grange here in the left-hand drive for Falcon. Well, he's having to tiptoe his way through the corners as the little number 1 of James Ibbotson is on a charge. But will this be a giant killing here today? Well, here they come over the hill, top and down. He's going to look one way then the other, but the Falcon's got all the speed on the straight. And right now, Ibbetson's going to need to make the magic up in the corners. Thankfully, he's got a chicane or two he can use. And in fact, we do see Grange go a little bit deep. Ibbotson backs out there. We can see already looking to try to set up an attack line here. The car's snaking around. But now as they get the power down, Grange starts to just open up a little bit of a gap. That 4.7 litre engine roaring to life. And well, coming up towards Druids Bend. This is where Ibbotson, if he can carry the speed, he'll have a lot of momentum towards Lodge Bend. Probably be able to. And with all the pack behind, well, it's going to be very tight as we see them all going through the panning shot. Fantastic running, but there they all come, the whole field right now, and that's going to be, I think, 9th all the way through to around 17th place all together. And we do see the combination there, the Ford Anglias plus also the Minis all try to squeeze their way in. Plenty of summertime fighting. There's a change to the lead into Lodge Bend. It's happened, and that is James Ibbotson up into lead. They started 4th, already up into lead versus Piers Grange. So now can Grange come back here? He's going to look around the outside here, and this is going to be Goliath trying to take on Small David. But right now, Ibbotson holding on, and Grange, well, I think there he's going to, oh, there's Ibbotson so sideways. He just about catches the car. Brilliant catch there from our 2-time champion in the last 5 years. Meanwhile, the 21's parked up. That is a bit of a dismal moment there for Davies, the number 21 runner in his Mini Cooper. And that's Mike Davies behind the wheel right now, but he'll be handing that over to John Davies in the second race. But as all the field comes down, onto a second lap, we're still at 12 minutes to go, plenty of time, and we'll further back, more fighting there, but Ibbotson versus Grange still raging on at the front. And all these drivers absolutely are frying it around there right now, but it is crazy for that Ford Falcon, and well, many of you comment to the fact he's just got it going from a standing start. But we see Ibbotson open up that little gap, and again, through these quarters, he can just carry a bit more speed, and that's where he feels so much more confident. But we've also got to mention the fact that Thompson's doing a great job in his Lotus Cortina in third place. Number 7 drivers breaking away from the rest of the field as Ibbotson more sideways than straight coming on through the chicane. But look at the gap he's opening through these quarters right now. James Ibbotson, he's definitely got the message, which is he needs to nail these quarters, and then he will be able to stay away from the beast that is Piers Grange's Falcon. Behind them, in the battle for 4th place, great fight going here between Smith and Gibbs. Now, who's ahead here as they make their way into the braking zone? Well, it's going to be the 712 of Smith, still holding on his Ford Lotus Cortina. He's currently second of your Class F runners. He's trying to chase after the Cortina Thompson if he can, but he's under a lot of pressure from the Anglia of Gibbs. Class C leader gets a really good run out the corner, but Gibbs now has to wait. Because we can see our 2 overall leaders right now heading off into the distance, coming through Druids Bend, then it's your third place man, and Thompson right now, in fact, closing a little bit on the leaders, but then a three-way fight for 4th place, Smith, Gibbs and Keneally, and well, Keneally right now in the Ford Anglia looking increasingly quick, and he's all the road and plenty more. Will he be side by side there as they look for the scrap? Well, in the end, he's going to try and look around the outside, but touch the white painted lines. Got to be careful of that as they go onto the brakes, and the 102 just holds on. But the problem is right now for Gibbs, he's got to be offensive, defensive. There'll be 3 wide, heading through Deer Leap. Here they go on to another lap. And who's going to be the leader here? Well, it's going to be on 5th place, right? Gibbs losing out in that run. It's going to be Smith holding on to 4th, but meanwhile, Keneally's still there side by side. Onto the brakes they go. He looks on the inside, he goes to both of them. And it's going to be a lovely move there from Keneally, taking the place there. And Billy Keneally showing no hesitation to throw it up the inside, and that's going to move him up into 4th place. But what a great move there from Billy Keneally. Now, can he break away? If he can, well, his next target will be Gibbs, the Class C leader, and that will be for all the points if he can grab them. Now, we don't know who's running their Joker here today, so we can't comment on that. But I can tell you one thing, if Billy Keneally has not used his Joker yet, he'll definitely avoid to use it today. But there's that fight for fall through to 6th, carried on. An incredible back and forth battle going on between those drivers, no doubt about it. Oh my goodness, I'm very sideways there for what was Smith and Gibbs, and Billy Keneally right now, he's really got this under control. But the 102 of Gibbs there passing Smith, so moving up into 5th place. Smith a bit too sideways there for Island Bend, and that's been the differentiator. But as they all weave and wind their way through, these gaps now start to open up. Oh, that's not looking very good there. That's a mistake from Smith. You could see it was wobbling under braking. He had to go to the grass there. He knew he was never going to make the chicane, or he was going to hit that curb way too high for the car, and well, had to back off. But back to your leader we go, and well, what exactly's happened to James Ibbotson, I wonder, because he was leading. The only thing I can gather is he's made a mistake, and therefore he's dropped out of lead. So Piers Grange back in control. Meanwhile, that is going to be the 712 of Smith going straight on. I wonder if he's got a braking issue, because that's now the second, as we've got the 21 parts there, a very sad looking Mini, but thankfully driver out the car. That was the car that retired on the open lap. Further back, this is a good battle here between our 64 of Gustafson and the number 13 of Oliver. They're fighting over what will be none other than 7th place, I believe, albeit they're not in the same class, but they're enjoying a good ding-dong scrap on the road either way. But after our 25 starters, we still have 24 runners out here. And that's going to be 2 wide. They're going through Druids. That's going to be a lovely move. And well, that is going to be a change of position there. And I believe that is now going to be Gustafson moving ahead as he tries to push onwards a little bit more. Wasn't rolled away in towards Lodge Bend. We've got 3 in a line here. Oh, under braking. That does not look very stable. And well, it's going to be deep there, our 64 driver. And Gustafson still fighting hard with 5.38 of Swan, and in fact, place is changing, and Gustafson now having the pressure of Swan all the way on to the next lap as we go into the second half of the race. Coming across that line, Gustafson does have a 10-second post-race time penalty that's currently pending over him. As move up the inside, that's your 5.38, and well, that's going to be other than Jake Swan making a smooth move there. The Ford Anglia driver now moving up another position, moving into 9th. As they all come down the hill right now, it's so brilliant to see how they're all conquering these conditions as best as possible. But then we do see that wonderful pack coming up behind. That's Law, Simon, Platts, Ellis all together as they roll the way down the hill. And then there is Piers Grange, your leader right now, who's just set what is an even quicker lap, a 2-minute 18.553. Not his quickest lap out there, that was a 2:17.732. But Piers Grange right now really commanding these conditions as James Iverson is closing the gap at the start of the lap. 3.8 seconds. That does not look like 3.8 seconds to me. That looks about 3 seconds. But all these drivers making their way around right now, and well, the pace is picking up. Most drivers are doing personal bests at the moment, so everyone is really getting acclimatised ski conditions. And there we can see third coming through. That's going to be Thompson. And then we'll see Keneally coming up very shortly. There we have the battle further down. And that is your number 70 of Law, trying to keep the little Mini, the number 25 of Sign behind, the Morris Mini Cooper S. Well, he currently is fourth place of Class C, which is really the class dedicated to Mini Coopers, and all Cooper-derived Minis, plus also any car with an engine capacity of 1.275 litres through to 1.6. So plenty of excitement as they come through. One driver having to get very late on the brakes there. That was Syme, and he's all over the back of number 70 like a bad rash right now. But of course, all the speed he has at the corners, he has none on the straights. Bit more of a fight here between the 11 of Stanford and the 35 of Norris. Unfortunately, Stanford just does have a 10-second post-race time penalty that's pending over him. I presume it would be for a jump start. Oh, goodness me. And Piers Grange in the end dipping the rear left tyre out onto the exit curve at turn 1. And well, you do that, you are then playing with the devil in terms of the grip that's available. But James Iverson still giving chase there as much as possible. And meanwhile, this is side by side. This is going to be Syme going for the move on the 70. And the Mini makes its way forward. Syme now up into another position. And in fact, back hard with Law there. And they roll the way through. And well, he's looking very happy right now, is Syme, as he continues to make that progress. Going across that timeline, Ellis is catching up as well. The Hillman Imp driver, who's 3.3 seconds behind at the moment. They're all going to be fighting gradually over 12th place. A little bit of slip there from the machinery of Law, but to be fair, just using a small touch of the curb, nothing more than that. You don't want to go any further if you can help yourself. But 5 minutes to go, the time is flying by in this race, but right now the spectacle is not flying away anytime soon. And we do see that coming down the hill there are 3 of our runners. Still looking to be pushing hard as Platts and his Hillman Singer Shamar is also enjoying himself. Oh, hold up, and that's important because that is Keneally, who was at the time in 4th place. That's your Class C leader, and that has parked up there. I suspect an issue with the car. That's parked up going into the Britain chicane, and well, they're rolling that car back. He's going to give them a hand, and that's just to get it safely out the way in case any other cars get it wrong. But Billy Keneally, an issue with his Ford Anglia, and he is out of this race. But we come away from the parked car of Keneally to the 712 of Smith, and right now still keeping the Hillman Imp of Rooney and also Oliver's own Hillman Imp behind. You can see that the Hillman Imps are definitely encroaching just little by little, but that wondered over 13 in what is the very dark coloration. Well, it's not going away anytime soon. As the field makes its way onwards. Oh, that's very sideways there, and I believe that might be James Iverson all over the road. And well, as he makes his way across the timeline, this is your leader. In fact, where is Piers Grange? Well, we have lost Piers Grange by looks of things, ladies and gentlemen. The Ford Falcon has disappeared, but there's Ford Iverson going more sideways than straight round every corner. So as he does so, the number 1 driver right now, he's showing he's the number 1 of making it go sideways. Although, I can tell you one thing, all he needs to do is drive in a straight line to get across the finish lines. We have a red flag, ladies and gentlemen. So the race is being stopped. We're not quite sure what's happened to Piers Grange. I'm hearing in my ear that there is an off for the Ford Falcon, but where, we will wait and find out. And well, so what we are hearing is that Piers Grange's car is to the left of the camera you're looking at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. So imagine he's in Lodge. However, look to the left of the timing tower, and unfortunately our camera cannot pan that far over, but Piers Grange seems to have gone off. You can actually see, if you look at the bottom left of your TV screen at the moment, you will see a very gentle gravel line there where a tyre's gone in. That's where Piers Grange has gone. So the rescue unit going there. And well, as they make the way over, well, I suspect with what is the ambulance going there. They might need to tend to Piers. So therefore, we're going to pan away from that for now, ladies and gentlemen, just for a brief moment, and wait to see what's happening there. But what it will mean with the red flag, and we have had confirmation that this race will be classified as finished with the red flag coming with only about 20% of the race to go. We go back a lap, and it will be Piers Grange who will take the win, as we understand it, provisionally. James Iverson, meanwhile, will be classified as your runner-up there, but he will still take a Class E win ahead of your behind your Class A winner, Grange. Thompson will be your Class F winner there, Ian Thompson, ahead of Billy Keneally. And unfortunately for Keneally, it all went a bit wrong. He'll be your Class C winner. Gibbs, meanwhile, brought home at 5th place there, as in Ed Gibbs ahead of Peter Mutlow-Smith. And then we did see Brendan Rooney, Adrian Oliver, Jake Swan, and then Stephen Platts completing your top 10. But that was really getting exciting there between Platts and Syme as the race was heading towards its conclusion. Benny and Barry Syme called back to 11th place there in the Morris Mini Cooper S. Oliver Law took 12th place ahead of Simon Gustafson, and David Ellis completed your top 14. Now, we do have a bit of good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that Piers Grange is out of his car from what I'm being told. That was your top 14, and there you can see, and well done to our cameraman for waddling the camera over as much as possible. I think he's had to move the entire tripod there from his hut. Grange's car has gone into the barrier, and well, it looks like Piers being escorted out, but he has made it out the car, which is great to see. I mean, it looks like Piers Grange's car has gone onwards, but it does look as though Piers just been accompanied, and this is standard procedure, by the way, when a driver does get involved in a significant incident. Normally, if the car does get buried, that they will be taken to the medical centre, and it is just as a precautionary measure. So Piers is being looked after there. We've only decided to show this footage now. Obviously, until he got out the car, we wouldn't show you anything, just in case, should the worst happen. But it's looking as though Piers is being attended to, and well, we do wish him all the best there. But definitely a bit of a rough end to his race. But what a good race it was, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. And we got to see the battle back and forth between David versus Goliath, and it did seem as though Goliath was leading the way in the form of Piers Grange. But in the end, the little David of James Iverson in his Hillman Imp Super was getting as close as he possibly can, and then we did see the red flag come out there for Piers Grange going off. But outside that top 14 as well, we got to see McGurk finish ahead of Norris. Stanford, Bullin, Farrar and Harris completed the top 20. And in 21st place it was Dodwell ahead of Wright. And unfortunately along the way we lost Dias, Evans and also the number 21 machine of Mike Davies, the very sad looking Austin Mini Cooper S that was parked up on the run in towards the Hislop chicane. But as we do just wait, we're potentially going to get a word from our drivers down in Parc Fermé shortly. Well, as soon as I say that, the good news is Leah is ready, so we're going to head down there and hear from our potentially top 3 finishers and others amongst there. It's over to Leah, ladies and gentlemen.
You join us down in Parc Fermé with the pre-66 cars after that red flag because of that incident up at the final corner. Good to see that driver getting out of the car. Quite tricky conditions out there for these drivers to contend with. It came down a bit heavier, so obviously lots of people going off, getting a bit squiffy on this track. Because of the red flag, it does go back a lap, which I'm sure Paul has spoken you through. So actually James, who was leading it, has now gone down to P2, and it's Piers Grange, our pole sitter, who takes the win, which is a little bit different. We're actually going to head over this way and speak to Oliver Law because he is the third of his generation to drive historic cars. Oliver, can I just grab a quick word with you, please? Yeah. Lovely to speak to you. I want to speak to you because you are, I believe, the third generation of your family to drive historic cars. Is that right?
Yeah, my dad's business, well, my dad and granddad started Donnell Racing, and my granddad's Don, and I wouldn't know what year, but my granddad used to work on tractors and heavy good vehicles, and then he just started a Jaguar business. I think he worked at a Jaguar engine place and then got the bug, and they've been doing old Jags for ages, which doesn't make sense because this is a Lotus, but yeah.
It's a lovely little car, isn't it? And why do you, being so young, drive historic cars? What is it about this grid that, you know, finds you behind the wheel of one?
I love them. I don't like normal things usually, so I think, and this is my favourite car. I actually had a 1500E one of these for my granddad's field just to tear around in, and then when he bought a race car, I was like, I'll be racing that with you, and then here we are. But yeah,
That's so lovely. The conditions out on track, we obviously saw that nasty accident in the last corner, which means the red flag came out. What was it like out on track from a driver's point of view? Do you have quite a level head when it comes to those things, or was it quite challenging out there?
Well, I'm still on the historic tyre, and a lot of these are on like more of a road wet tyre. So I had Hillman imps coming past me left, right and centre whilst I'm going over a crest sideways. So I made the most of it, had a good battle with Barry Syme for a bit, and then he got past me, I couldn't do anything. But no, we'll see what happens in the next one. Hopefully it's dry a bit, but it doesn't look like it.
No, it doesn't. Well, those pesky minis, aren't they? I'll let you get out of the rain because it just started to absolutely pelt it down. Go and get dry. Lovely to speak to you, Oliver. Thank you for your time. Look, Barry, coming back to bite everyone in that mini. We spoke about it, didn't we, with those front-wheel drive cars. They just are a different breed, and the Hillmans have done very well here too. I don't know if we have our winner, Pierce, in the Park Ferme area because he did have that slight off. But because of reinstated laps, that's just how it works. So I think what we'll do is now go over to the Super Touring demo, which we've got up for you now. And I spoke to some of the grid members a little bit early on in the assembly area. Well, we are back in the assembly area for something a little bit different for you now. We mentioned on the grid walk, if you tuned in over lunchtime, that there was a Super Touring demo this morning when the weather was a little bit more forgiving, and we've actually got another one of those up for you now. You can see there aren't maybe as many Super Tourers as we would have hoped for on this grid. They're literally just going to go around and demo for the crowd that are here. A lot of them obviously very understandably don't want to go out because of the conditions, and then one of them actually had a mechanical issue too, which meant that they couldn't quite drive. We've got a lovely BMW lining up first. So we've got this Skoda here. I'm just going to speak to Tony, see if he's free a second. We'll have a little peep in here. We're okay to go in for a quick chat? Oh, it's one of the so you've got to wind them. It's not like the modern day technology. Open the door. Super Touring demo then. Why do you think it's important to get these cars out on track in front of the public?
I think it's a generation thing. I think people relate to what they saw when they were probably first interested in motor racing, really. The 90s was very popular with Super Touring cars, and I mean, we're not in a Super Touring car, we're in a car that was used by Skoda in the 1980s. So, and we've had lots of people come up to us in the paddock remembering the car and the era, and it's good to keep them alive.
No, it is lovely. It's so important to keep them out on track. Maybe not in these conditions though. Was there any doubt that you might go out for the second demo because the conditions are a bit worse off now than they were this morning?
I'm fine in this because I'm on normal road tyres. So you can throw whatever you like at me, I'm fine. It's the other guys on slicks or cut slicks that have more of an issue. So yeah, we'll be okay.
You're set then. Lovely to speak to you. Thank you for opening the door, let you get shelter from the rain again as it is starting to spit. Get in there, go. Thank you very much indeed. A few different cars, a lot of Vauxhalls that are kind of right at the back of this lovely queue. But when you talk about the Super Touring car era, it doesn't get much better sights than these back here. Let's speak about this Vauxhall then, because it's a lovely livery, something a bit different. A 1997, lovely for me on the side, very helpful, Vectra SRI V6. Have a little chat with the driver. Hello, sir. Hello. Can you talk to me a little bit about this Vauxhall then? What's its history? Where did you get it from?
I've had it 23 years. It was one of two cars never raced in the Vectra Challenge. So when I got it in 2003, it was kind of new. It's not very new now. It's been used since then. But yeah, got two of them.
So how do you make the decision on which one to bring to events like this?
I brought them both, but that one's on slick. The other one's on slicks, and this has got it's got road tyres on today, and I haven't got any wets with me, so probably better to go out on road tyres than slicks in the wet.
Yeah, definitely a safer choice. The Skoda in front of you's also got road tyres on. I asked him as well, so I'll ask you the same thing. With things like the Super Tourers and this kind of generation of classic touring cars, how important is it to keep these sort of vehicles on show racing for the public to see?
Well, I think it is important, really, isn't it? But I suppose it's a generational thing because, you know, I'm of an age now where these were the thing back in the day. And, you know, as you get older in life, you can afford to own them and drive them. So, but I think it's great to see even stuff, you know, before my time, you know, the Cortinas and stuff in the 60s. And, yeah, I think it's great. And I think there's there deserves to be a really strong place in motorsport for the old stuff, not just, you know, this year's.
Exactly. Well, lovely to speak to you. Thank you for. He's not even wearing his boots.
I know.
You get a shot in it. You're wearing
as
the.
long as I wasn't wearing sliders, it was fine.
So you pick,
no sliders and socks.
He's got some Skechers on. That'll give us a good grip. That'd be lovely. Thank you for speaking to her.
Shoes.
Exactly. Drive for comfort. I've got a favourite pair of shoes I drive in too. Maybe not. I wouldn't drive a Super Tourer in it. Thank you very much indeed. A Super Touring demo coming your way, and you've got the dulcet tones of Paul Walsh to talk you through it.
Well, thank you, Leah. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us not to go racing, but still some on-track action. It is time for our Super Tourer demonstration, this MSV Demo. Well, the rain may be absolutely coming down, but it is not stopping cars from going out there. And we've got some absolutely iconic machines making their way around. You may have just seen sneak its way out of the camera shot. Well, that was none other than the ex-Winkelhock car, the 1994 BMW 318i. All these cars taking their way around. You may also notice some other iconic cars out there. We'll try and describe each one that's out there where we can catch it. But of course, just enjoy this feast for your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, because some of these cars are steeped in some incredible history. As we do see there, one of our cars making its way around, and that is the Vauxhall Viva GT from 1970. One of our early machines back in the era of the Group 1 regulations, and will very gradually make its way around. And of course, they won't be pushing too hard when they make their way around, as we do have a few Vauxhalls out there. But look at that Renault Laguna, and well, many of you may be looking on the side and thinking, do I need some coffee beans? Because yes, that is the Nescafe Blend 37 1999 Renault Laguna ex-Jason Plato car. The one that saw him finish 5th place in the 1999 BTCC Championship, and of course Jason Plato, the two-time champion in 2001 and 2010. And in now the BTCC era in the modern day, of course you have Plato Racing, who Plato is the team manager for. But that being the Nescafe Renault Laguna, and the Renault Laguna being a staple of the racing in the Super Touring era of the BTCC. As we do see there, the number 1994 BMW 318X Joachim Winkelhock car. And of course, Joachim Winkelhock being your 1993 BTCC champion, your 1995 Super Touring and Wagen Cup champion, and also your 1999 24-hour Le Mans winner in the LMP class. And whilst our drivers getting a little bit quicker than others out there, definitely enjoying themselves. In terms of some of the other cars that are out there at the moment, we are just checking to see what else is making its way around. We do have a few of our Vauxhall Vectra Challenges going on around, including the number 20 out there. One of a couple that's made its way here today. And the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge being a staple of touring car racing at its time. Back in the late 90s. And we'll Schaefer Racing Development saying, awesome to see Winkelhock's E36 out there. So glad we could be a part of getting it back up and running after a lot of years not working. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I thought we all need to give in the YouTube chat a big thank you to Schaefer Racing Developments for enabling us to see Joachim Winkelhock's 1994 car out there, because it is a huge effort to get these cars out there. And even with these absolutely abhorrent conditions, they're still doing the demo. I mean, credit to our drivers and all the teams behind them to get these cars out there. We're not going to be denied our spectacle, no doubt about it. As John Wilkins says, that we've got John's 96 Vectra and Jason's 1999 Reno out there, and all great to see them all heading on around. One car that we haven't had the chance to see one unfortunately we haven't been able to see is none other than the Volvo 850 Estate, which was here the ex-Jan Lammers car that you may have seen Leah get her shopping out of earlier on. And we have had a bit of an update, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to our races later on, but we're going to talk about that a bit later. What you do need to know is that this Super Tourers demonstration, it was originally built to be 15 minutes in length, but it has been reduced to 10 minutes just because our schedule has been slightly compressed. So therefore it does mean you won't get to see these cars as much. But see what I'm going to do? I'm going to let you enjoy the view of these cars, including the wonderful Renault Laguna. Absolutely beautiful there, and I do remember that car. And if we did hear from some of the drivers early on saying about the fact that sometimes they're absolutely nostalgic from them, that's definitely the livery that stands out in my mind, the Renault Laguna in the deep green. But then we come back to our Vauxhall Vectras making their way around, the challenge machines, that wonderful number 4 making its way onwards. And these Vauxhall Vectras absolutely beautiful, no doubt about it. And they always do come out in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club series and as part of these demos. You see them on a regular basis. Indeed, Vauxhall, a staple of motorsport in the United Kingdom, particularly in the 80s through to the 2010s. And here we have the much older 1970 Vauxhall, the Viva GT. Making his way on around right now. Incredible to see them out there, and well, the Vauxhall's absolutely synonymous with British motorsport and indeed the World Touring Car Series as time went on. I do believe just in front, the all-white car there, let's just double check what's made its way out in front. And I wonder, is that the 1983 Skoda Rapid? I think it is. And that, if I'm not mistaken, and feel free to correct me here, ladies and gentlemen, because again, I'm trying to look through a very specific lens. We'll see it coming up very shortly. I wonder if that's the car that raced in the 24-hour wheel hire race at Snetterton in 1983 and 1984. Just trying to see it. May have raced in those races. It may be that very one, because we do have it here today. Well, Skoda, a brand that has really been a staple of the British car industry, albeit not a British manufacturer, of course, but definitely see plenty of Skodas out there as it roars its way on around. And for those wondering with regards to what is the significance of the wheel hire 24 hours of Snetterton, well, it was the first ever 24-hour race held on road racing in the United Kingdom. Of course, many of you may be aware of the Brit Car 24 Hours of Silverstone, of course, popularised by the Top Gear TV show, where Clarkson, May and Hammond raced in one instance of the races, but the wheel hire 24 hours of Snetterton and at one point the 25 hours of Snetterton for a single race year, well, that was the first 24-hour race in the country, I do believe, at a major level. And we do see there John Wilkins saying in the YouTube chat that his personal favourite part about that Renault, as in the Jason Plato car, is the 1997 RAC Tourist Trophy, where Alan Menu and Jason Plato were sponsored by Sega and Sonic the Hedgehog. And indeed, I do remember that. I think now it would have only been 4 at the time. Indeed, if there was anything on TV at house, it was either Formula 1 alternative British touring car. But we do come back to the Winkelhock car. Number 1 making its way around. Lovely car that is, that BMW, and that livery as well. Completely imperial, that livery. And here is the surprising little Skoda making its way around. This is, we have had confirmation, this is the 1983 and 1984 car in terms that raced in the wheel hire 24 hours of Snetterton. What a car that is, being made its way around right now. Well, as we get ready to see our Skoda come down the hill there. And absolutely beautiful seeing again. Some of the cars you've seen here today will date back several decades, but great to see them all still going. And that's the Vauxhall Viva GT just behind it, and then there's the Renault Laguna as well. Going a bit more pace. Does seem as though the driver behind that wants to push it a little bit more. And then we do see the wonderful 20 Vauxhall there with the lovely bright yellow livery in amongst all the white. And indeed, that livery quite nice. And I want to say that that livery is, and again, somebody's probably going to know this a little bit better than myself. I've only gone with the notes that I've been able to get, but I think those colours more in tone with Opel racing as part of European series, particularly the DTM series or equivalent back at that time. But Opel and Vauxhall are very synonymous with one another, and will typically the white and yellow in very notable cars of Opel. A lovely colour on it, must be said. Just taking it very easy and gently out there, understandably, because these conditions are very tricky. And as we did hear from some of the drivers early on, not all these cars can go out there on road tyres. Several of them will be on what could be theoretically cut slicks or slicks, although I suspect they've gone as far as they can towards a wet top. Excuse me, I've gone as far as they can towards a wet tyre, just because to have any grip. That's in the Winkelhock car making its way on around again. And looking absolutely beautiful, the 318i. And well, as it makes it free, I do believe E36 generation BMW as well. You've seen plenty of those go racing today, of course, in our pre-93 category. And then we do come back to our Renault Laguna. And of course, the colours that you may remember the likes of Jason Plato in originally would be the Williams colours for the Renaults. And there's always a story about Jason Plato badgering Frank Williams by literally hanging outside the Williams office. And that's how he managed to, in a way, get his way into the racing team. But the original colours, of course, for the Renault Lagunas being in the yellow and blue, if my memory serves me correctly, and then moving to the lovely deep green right towards the end of the Super Touring era. And then we do have the Vauxhall and Viva heading around there. And that Viva, a staple of the pre-BTCC era, back all the way in the British Saloon Car Championship era. But back to our Skoda we go for a little bit. The surprising Skoda, it says over the top of the windshield. Well, definitely great to see it out there, and well, we may be surprised to see it out there. We didn't have a few other cars lined up, but a lot of them opting not to go out given the conditions. And well, fortunately for us, we still got plenty out there doing the drive. And well, Punto MK1 UK64 says the yellow and white was seen on the DTM Opel Calibra. So thank you for pointing that out there. Indeed, fill in the gaps that we have. Cody Ficker says, and in fact that's the car that Punto MK is talking out there. And well, I can tell you one thing right now, our broadcast director is absolutely besotted with this car. I think he would love to have a car in these colours here. Although whether he'd take it to his local Asda, I'm not quite sure. But either way, as the indicator goes on, making the way into the pit lane. But great to see our cars making the way on out, and I do believe the demo session now gradually coming to a close, but still taking it nice and easy for 10 minutes out there in these conditions. Absolutely brilliant. But in the meantime, we also see Cody Ficker there saying the Fina livery on Jochen Winkelhock's 1994 BMW 318. Great, love it on the McLaren F1, and I think I might have some Fina NASCAR diecast somewhere. And indeed, I mean, I'm sure there's many of you out there right now who probably, when you were growing up, or indeed don't have to necessarily grow up if you're a big fan of motorsport. Indeed, we can all be big children, enjoy motorsport, but we've all pretty collected a Fina liveried car at some point and put it in our model kits. I still have, I'll be honest with you ladies and gentlemen, I don't know who else does this, feel free to let us know if you're not embarrassed by it, but I still have in the attic in my house about 4 boxes of Hot Wheels toy cars that I grew up with over the best part of 15 years. So, I mean, my mum and dad always used to buy me a car every week as a treat if I'd done my homework and that at school, and well, I can tell you one thing, I haven't let them go. They'll go to a future generation when I have a son one day. But as we do see our Renault Laguna coming in there, or just a couple more cars to make their way in. But thank you to all of our drivers for heading out there in their demonstration cars. Beautiful to see, and despite the weather, they've persevered. We really do appreciate it here as part of the Touring Car Rewind North event, this brilliant collaboration between MSV and Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the CTRC for 2026, and we're getting to see our machines out there, not at full pace, but definitely being kept alive, and it's thanks to enthusiasts and fanatics of motorsport that we get to see these cars keep on going. And whilst our drivers do make their way into the pit lane, we just went a little bit quiet there to get confirmation of what's happening next with regards to racing. Of course, if you are listening in right now or tuning in and you are circuit side at Oulton Park, do keep in mind there are also plenty of display cars off circuit there today at the Touring Car Rewind North, and that does include a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155, the ex-Antonio Tamburini car, and yes, that is the Alfa Romeo 155 that had the illegal adjustable spoiler. That was a big controversy point when it made its way onto the BTCC grid, and well, Antonio Tamburini was the runner-up in 1994 in the BTCC, in the Italian Super Turismo Championship, and well, the car in the end did take the 1994 BTC title, albeit in the hands of Gabriele Tarquini. Yes, that Tarquini, or as Mario Walker would say, Tarquini's up on two wheels. The iconic moments there, and indeed, we'll never forget him. And as we do see also what it was 1996 through to 2000 Vauxhall Vectra Super Touring cars in the displays today, and also I do believe there's an ex-Jason Plato 2007 Seat Leon from his BTCC era, and that was the car that saw him finish runner-up by 3 points to Fabrizio Giovanardi in the 2007 BTCC Championship. And we also, I do believe there's a stand in the paddock today for Road to Race, and that's a display dedicated to putting period-correct road cars alongside the touring car racing machines they inspired. So really give you an idea to remember all of these touring car series, much like also our tin tops in the MG Owners Club Championship, they are all road cars. It's part of the rules and regulations. They have to be based on a road car. But that completes our demo, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to cut back to Leah now in preparation for our upcoming races the remainder of the day. It's over to Leah in preparation for the Boss and Thunder Saloons.
Right, we are in the assembly area for the Boss and Thunder cars. We have the classic and historic Thunders out on track this afternoon for their second race today. We did miss them a little bit earlier. We didn't quite have time to catch up with any of them, so let's catch up with them now. We will start here with William Sharp in this Ford Fiesta, lovely colour livery car. We did want to try and chat to him earlier, but we didn't quite have the time. Hi William, are you keeping lovely and sheltered from the rain?
Yes, it's nice and dry in here, thank you very much.
He probably doesn't envy us out here in the cold weather. What was it like this morning then out on track? Did you have a successful race?
Yeah, I had a good race. I finished third overall and first in class. It was a bit greasy though compared to when it's fully dry, so it's just sort of got progressively wetter and wetter throughout the day. So I started on intermediate tyres and thought that was too far, then went back to slicks for the race and that was brilliant, and now the heavens have opened up, so I've gone full wets.
I know, it's an absolute nightmare, isn't it, trying to figure out the setup of these kinds of cars for the wet conditions. Do you think you'll get on all right out there when it's a little bit damper?
I think I'll be okay, yeah. I'm from wheel drive and I like the rain. I started in autograss and I'm used to going sideways, so looking forward to it, yeah. Just got to bring it home shiny side up is all.
Lovely. Well, I'm going to ask you a question I've been asking a few of our drivers today. If you were in a two-man team, yourself and one other driver, which touring car driver would you pick to be your teammate?
That would be James Dunkley, Mr. Bacon, in Pre-83.
Why would you pick him?
Well, a couple of years ago when he was competing in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, we were always ducking and diving in between each other. We had some really good battles. So he's a driver that I could learn from, but also push at the same time. We're good friends, we get on well, so he would be my teammate if I could have my pick of the world.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, best of luck out there, William. Lovely to speak to you. Thank you for your time. He's definitely got the right idea, hasn't he? Keeping cooped up in there. The grid is starting to fill out in the assembly area. Look at this, eh? Talk about BMWs. Look how slick that is. Obviously, remember orange, my favourite colour. Of course, I'm drawn to this one. Why wouldn't I be? Let's go back into this 1 Series back here. We'll see if the driver's around for a little chat of Dave Farrow. Is Dave keeping nice and dry, boys? Is that the strategy for him?
Trying to keep him dry, yeah, but I mean the range is everywhere, so we can't really. But we're trying our best.
I know it's absolutely pulled it down the last couple of minutes, hasn't it? I won't open this door, don't worry.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do apologise for having to cut off Leah's interviews with our Blue Oval Saloon Series and our Thunder Saloon Series a little bit early, but you can see they're out on circuit, so we don't want to miss walking you through the order as they get ready to go racing. Joe Collier then continues where he finished off in race number 1 earlier today. Starts on pole position in his BMW M3, and joining on the front row of the grid will be Ian Burr for their round number 6 of the season. Minor on row 2, it's going to be Mike Manning and the Ford Sierra driver in the end, with the flames spitting out the side of it. Well, he's going to have James Janicki for close company, and the Nissan Skyline GTR driver definitely having a slow start, but once he was up to speed, the R32 was absolutely flying. Nigel Beardsmore and Kevin Denwood line up on row number 3, and the E46 compact driver definitely looked to be getting quicker as the race went on. And then Colin Boyce will start in 7th place there, head of his class in the Ford Escort, head of Simon Collier. Derek Jefferson and Melvin Hooker complete your top 10. Watch out for the Jaguar XJS machine, definitely roaring its way around. It was very thunderous. That's going to be your top 10, but we've got a few more to walk you through, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of those rows, and we'll bring those up very shortly. But it definitely was a great race, and well, we got to see also a bit of battle in between Lucas Dryden and William Hunt. They were on for what was 11th and 12th, and that's where they'll start in this one. Michael Rudge and Martin Reynolds will be row 7 ahead of Todd Hawkins and Simon Hunt. And then we do see Dave Farrow in the BMW 1 Series. If he is able to make this one, we're very happy to have him back. He was leading until his unfortunate retirement. We then do have Leslie Chapel starting in 18th place, and Piers Grange, should we see him out there in the Ford SR, will be starting at 19th. But that is your grid, ladies and gentlemen, and they're all ready to go for round number 6 of their season. And we get ready to go very shortly. But just to give you a little bit of an update with regards to all of our races now for the remainder of the day, due to the schedule and the curfew here at Oulton Park, all the races have now been shrunk down to 12 minutes in length, and given the conditions, all the races will involve 2 green flag formation laps here. Whether it's a standing start or a rolling start, we will have 2 laps there to enable our drivers to get acquainted with the conditions. This is not unfamiliar, to be fair, particularly if we've seen a massive evolution in conditions compared to racing earlier in the day. We do normally go with 2 green flag laps, particularly when the rain comes down, and this is all about getting our drivers acquainted with the conditions they're going to go racing in. As it all come through, green flags waving there, the field all coming together right now, and we will have 1 more green flag lap, and then we will be going. But Joe Collier, of course, did very well to hold on in the end ahead of Ian Bower, albeit keep in mind, of course, that it was Dave Farrow who was in control of the race until his late demise from it, and therefore, should Farrow be there towards the very back, you can watch out for his BMW 1 Series. It's going to try and pick its way past everybody. But other flashpoints we need to keep an eye out for. Your number 7 there, of none other than Kevin Denwood. He was in an absolute back-and-forth battle with Colin Boyce, which was brought to an abrupt halt, and only 4 separated the 2 of them at the finish line. The one that everyone will be watching will be your 2nd place starter, with only 1 working headlight at the moment, Ian Bower's BMW M3, because the number 1 driver, he's doing the most racing of everybody here this weekend. He's doing 4 races, whereas many are doing 2. I'll tell you one thing, he never tires of having good fun in that BMW M3. And there is Dave Farrow at the back of the field, which is great to see. So he's back out there, but he's going to roar his way through. It's definitely going to be a bit of a challenge for him, but then again, he might feel comfortable in these conditions more than others. And we do see Team Aqua there saying in the YouTube chat, love this, not great weather, wishing them all the best, have a great race, people, love Charlie. Well, good on you, Charlie, and the challenging weather for all these drivers today, but the fact that all stand out and giving it all is absolutely fantastic. But of course, it always opens at the door. The little Ford Fiestas, for example, they may just feel a bit more nimble here, but that's why we do have these series intermingled together. The classic Thunder, the historical Thunder, and also the Blue Oval Saloons. And as all the drivers gradually make their way on through there, well, now they'll definitely be getting itching to go. Dave Farrow's holding back a little bit in the rear. He's very eager to go racing. I think he wants to get the last little bit of tyre temperature he can. I'm going to go take a quick sip of water, ladies and gentlemen, because I suspect when we do go green flag racing, I'm going to need it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, not too far away to go now as they all bunch up behind the safety car. Gareth Newton and Elliot Danaher doing a fantastic job today as a safety car team. They've definitely seen a lot of work. And once they just gradually bring the field through 2 by 2, and we're not far away to get underway from round number 6 of the season for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's PRG Traders Classic Thunder, plus also our Burton Power Products Blue Oval Saloon Series, and don't forget as well the historic Thunder Saloons, the Ricky Can Series, sponsored of course by the man who took the 2025 championship in the historic Thunder machines. But here we go as the lights go out on the safety car, and we're not too far away from going green flag racing. As the safety car pulls in, here comes the field. Watch the lights on the top left corner of your screen. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be green, green, green as we go racing. And well, it's a great start there as Collier puts himself in the middle of the road. But Manning trying to look up the inside. That's not going to work. Meanwhile, Ian Barr has to tuck in behind. So therefore, he wanted to look around the outside. But I think that was more safety than anything else. Coming down the hill now in towards turn number 3. And will the spray there making it hard to discern who's who. But you just about see the rear lights. And well, everyone's safely through the opening corner. Janiki having to defend a little bit hard there versus Beardsmore's RSR Escort, but holding on to 4th at the moment. But watch out for Farrow as he looks up the inside there. That's on the inside already of one of our drivers, and that was Reynolds. He's made his way past, so another place gained immediately. And we see Denwood looking to go on the attack versus Beardsmore. The Jaguar XJS there of Hooker trying to fend off the Ford Fiesta. None other than Hunt, who was trying to make a bit of a move. But the field continues to spread, although looking at this, we can see a bit of a queue building up there in the fight for 5th place. And that is Beardsmore trying to keep Denwood and Voice behind him as much as possible as the fight for 2nd hops and skips its way over the curbs, and Boa and Manning together. And that Ford at Sierra side exhaust absolutely flying. Here they go as they make the way down the hill, and that's going to be Manning moving up into 2nd place. So the Texaco livery machine making a critical move. Bowen on the inside, he's got nowhere to go other than behind. And Janiki's now starting to build up some patience. See that Nissan Skyline gets it quicker. Further back, look at that. That's going to be a lovely move made by Farrow. That's going to get onto the back now of Hooker. That's almost into 10th place. He's come all the way from 17th. He is absolutely chomping his way through the field right now and trying to go for a last to first challenge. And I'll tell you one thing, the last time I ever saw a last to first challenge in real life motorsport, that was all the way back at Mallory Park, done by Ollie Allen in 2024. And he actually did a huge run through the field. Could we see Farrow do it here today? Well, he's going to a slightly reduced race. Remember, this is a 12-minute race rather than a 15-minute race. And as they come down in towards the Breakers Over Lodge Bend, well, you can see there, under braking, that's going to be still following. And where's Simon Collier and Jefferson a little bit too further back. The 225 of Hawkins there making some great progress. He's all over the back of the book already, but Farrow up into 8th place now as we look to our 2nd place runner of Manning. And then we do see Boa, your leader of C-Class and Classic Thunder, and Janiki creeping closer and closer here, little by little. The Godzilla machine, as the Skyline is known, is getting very close behind. And meanwhile, there's going to be Farrow making another move. Does he get that done versus Voice? I think he will. So I think that's going to move up well inside the top 10. Here, side by side, meanwhile, that's a BMW making a move there. That's Collier up the inside of Beardsmore. That's going to move him into 5th place. And Farrow there confirmed as Clue and Voice. But as the spread continues to build, of course, this gives our drivers an opportunity just to get their heads down and try to come out some more laps. But understandably, Joe Collier is flying at the very front of the field. And he's opened up quite a significant gap. In fact, Joe Collier, his first true flying, that was a 201.205, whereas everybody else lapping the 209s or higher. That's a monstrous lap. And even Farrow is still having to pick his way past. So I don't think we're going to see the full pace of Farrow for some time. As we can see the number 19 of Janiki, the Nissan Skyline driver right now, getting closer and closer to Boa. And there we can see Dave Farrow still on a mission, looking up more places, but he's got to now get a bit closer to the RSR Escort Beardsmore. As Bart falls slowly away from Manning, but he'll be looking more on his rear view mirrors. Meanwhile, coming up behind Janiki, that is a very fast approach here in that 224 of Simon Collier. The Collier limited drive on the attack, but that's another move made meanwhile, and that is going to be Farrow up the inside there through Druid, and well, he's not too far away now from what will be an opportunity to be inside that top 5. Denwood's been closed a little bit there in the number 7. It's going to have, I believe that's Voice closing, and also we have the one to at Jefferson that gets him closer. But Ian Bowe, he's definitely going to be building a traffic jam behind him at this rate. The man who took the win, well, not took the winning class earlier on today, not quite the win overall. Well, he chased after Joe Collier, but in this one, he's the one who's being chased here. The hunter has become the hunted. But then there's that presence, and the headlights there make it look even more demonic in the form of Farrow's car right now. The BMW 1 Series is running its way forward, but here comes Janiki, looking up the inside in towards Island Bend. He'll go for it, but Ian Bowe, meanwhile, is going to defend around the outside. Can he hold it all the way to the inside of Shell Oil's corner? He can, but does he get it stopped in time? Remember, inside line here, a lot of water gathers on the low line. He does hold it together. Lovely bit of defensive driving there from Bowe, but now you can see how that Simon Collier is closing up as well. So this fight for the third place, but overall is continuing to build up, and it's only more cars being added to the mixture. We're coming out of the first of the 2 chicanes through Britons. Well, now here comes Simon Collier. He's thinking out a potential opportunity. Can he find a way to get in the attack? Well, we can see that Ian Bowe definitely right now. Look at his rear view mirror and think, okay, I'm building up a traffic jam. Let's just see if I can cue the ball up. And Farrow right now so close to the back there of Simon Collier. But does Collier attack forward, or does he instead now focus on fighting backwards? He focuses on defending more so in the Martini machine. Well, Farrow's going to see if he can force the issue on him coming up towards Druid's Bend. As they come into our view, no change at the moment with 6 minutes this race left to go. And just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, at that time in the top left of your screen, whilst it does say 8.5 minutes left, there are 3 less minutes on this race. So, therefore, wherever you see up there, discount 3 minutes off it. But here's a move. It's going to be 1. It's going to be 2. He's covering on position. Goes up the inside, Janiki. And that is going to be a cheeky move there for Simon Collier. But sometimes that's the way you've got to get it done. And he will move up into full place. So Simon Collier making that jump. But Farrow still trying to come back. And it's all chop and change at the moment. But goodness me, this is absolutely brilliant. And now Simon Collier's going to look for the move here on Ian Bowe. Well, will he find a way through here, come down the hill? I don't think so. Ian Bowe right now just committing to his lines, but there goes Farrow around the outside of Simon Collier and takes that place off him. And suddenly now, Farrow is up in a 4th place. Well, I think the gap to Collier is a bit too much to overtake here, given that our race leader of Joe Collier has opened up a massive gap to the tune of about 23 seconds, as that's going to be Farrow passing Ian Bowe in towards Island Bend. So he's now up in the 3rd place overall, and we've still got more work to do. But this is the man who's come all the way from the back of the field after a disappointing end to race number 1. And for Dave Farrow right now, there is nothing that's stopping him other than time, it would seem, from picking his way through the field. In fact, his lap times are they as good as Joe Collier's? Not quite. He is currently 5 seconds slower, but you can forgive him for that because he is having to fight his way up through the field. He is absolutely on a mission right now. But behind, look at this, Ian Bowe under pressure. It's the battle of the BMWs. Will Collier go around us? Give you a big snap under braking there from Farrow. Well, as he comes on through the chicane, he survives it. But who comes through behind him? Oh, goodness me! Into stage right unexpectedly. That's Simon Collier. He had to cut the course. I think going a bit too late on the brakes. Ian Bowe goes around the outside. Can he get that move done? Can he get it back? He will be given the place back there because I think Simon Collier otherwise will be told afterwards you may have gained that place off circuit. So that battle continues. But Ian Bowe knowing where the limits are. Goodness me, what about that's going to be? And Janiki, we mind that Nissan Skyline's probably watching in front and thinking, how do I get involved in it? Well, James, you need to get a little bit closer than that. Of course, he's trying his utmost to pedal as quickly as he can. The wipers on at full tilt at the moment, although the wiper's not on your 224 there. And I do wonder if we can get a word with Simon Collier after this race to ask what his visibility's like, because I can't see any wipers going on that BMW. That cannot be easy as he makes rounders. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, ladies and gentlemen, let me know. And those wipers are not going on that 224, so right now he's having to do this race blind. And well, goodness me, by doing this race blind, that's absolutely incredible. Oh, and who's this? That's Ken Deadwood, and Deadwood is in to the gravel there. And he's trying to get it out, but the more you spin the wheels, the more you dig yourself in. Throws his hand up in frustration, and unfortunately for Kevin Deadwood, I should say, let's get his surname correct there. His race has come to an end for the voice tune machine. Very unfortunate for him. But meanwhile, Ian Burt keeping ahead of Simon Collier just about, but Janiki is closing back up, but Denwood will drop all the way down the order. And we're going the way onwards right now. Not long left, as we do have a red flag, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and that red flag will be for the buried car of Kevin Denwood, caught up in the gravel trap. And the race will be classified as finished as a result, and understandably, he's very frustrated in that BMW E46 Compact. He was going quite well, and well, he was the leading voice tune machine at Cadwell Park. I think he made Colin Voice, the man behind Voice Tune, a little bit envious that he was getting the best out of the conditions. But here today, he has not got the best out of the conditions in this race, unfortunately. But meanwhile, we do see there the 847 of Dryden. And well, he will be your Class G winner in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. He'll be very happy with that in his Ford Fiesta XR2 Mark II, just ahead of Hunt, who's right behind him there. But their race has come to an end, so they won't be going any further. And well, great race had by all. And well, we're waiting to see how far Farrow could go and whether he could get himself up into second. But we will no longer see that. And remember, of course, because of the red flag, we will see the race results taken back a lap, essentially. So here are those provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, subject to any Stewards' inquiries. These are essentially taken back a lap as a result of everything that's played out. And we can see Joe Collier winning in the end by 22 seconds to be the M3 driver in the Classic Thunder Series, ahead of your Blue Oval Series winner of Mike Manning in his Ford Sierra, who was absolutely electrifying. Ian Burr taking third place there, but winner of his class in the Classic Thunder C category, ahead of Simon Collier, who took fourth place. What a brilliant drive from him. He was definitely getting very fast and furious and battling for that third. Dave Farrow, in the end, his conquest will be stapled at fifth place, even though he was almost into third, but unfortunately for him, the red flag that sees him demoted back to fifth, and the BMW 1 Series driver, remember, came all the way through the field. In sixth, it was James Janiki in Nissan Skyline that looked confident, but unfortunately wasn't quite on the pace. And then Nigel Beardsmore took home a winning class. And that was a great drive for the Classic Thunder S category driver in his SHP ISOL Escort. Then we did see Kevin Denwood, unfortunately with the red flag, where he'll be listed as finishing in 8th place, ahead of Colin Voice, the Ford Escort driver. And well, he will be your historical Thunder winner. Brilliant effort there from Colin Voice. Great to see him out there scoring some big points again. And then we did see David Jefferson finishing off your top 10. The Jaguar XJS of Melvin Hooker finished in 11th place, ahead of Todd Hawkins. And it was Michael Rudge and Martin Reynolds completing that top 14, with Dryden, Hunt and Hart completing your lap back finishing order. Fastest lap, meanwhile, well, he was in a world of his own at the front. Joe Collier, a 2 minute 0.37, a monster of a lap, and the BMW M3 driver will be very happy with that. But what a race it was, ladies and gentlemen. And well, we were building up to some absolutely brilliant fights, but I suspect very shortly we may be hearing from one or two of our drivers in Parc Fermé. But in the meantime, we leave you with these results on screen. We can see plenty of support there for James Janiki, including Beverly Janiki there. He says, go on, Jim Janiki, love mum. Great to see all the family coming out. And well, great to see you tuning in today, Beverly. But with those results, I think we are going to make our way shortly down to Parc Fermé. But before we do, we can see there the marshals using the tried and tested method of a shoe in order to be able to try and move the gravel from underneath the voice tune machine of Denwood, and just trying to get it moving as best as possible. And that's the thing. When you end up buried in the gravel, you spin those wheels and you just dig yourself a bigger hole unless you can find a bit of traction. Matt Busby says, very wet trackside still. I am damp, and well, a very soggy Matt Busby there. Thank you for the weather update, Matt. We really do appreciate it. And we see Aristason saying, with regards to Simon Collier's car, with regards to the fact there was no windscreen wipers run it, maybe he has a bit of magic there that stopped all the water from being on the windscreen. And again, just a big shout out to our marshals in the meantime, doing a brilliant job. They're just talking to Kevin at the moment and saying what he needs to do. And I suspect they are going to get that car moved. There it goes. It's out of the gravel, and that's great to see the Voice Tune Motorsport BMW E46 Compact rolling back onto the tarmac. But unfortunately, they're going on around. And well, as all of our drivers have made their way into the pit lane, apart from Kevin Denwood, who will shortly be trying to make his way back to the pit lane, we're going to hand over to Leah down in Parc Fermé to get a word or two from our drivers in what has been a brilliant, if not slightly curtailed race.
Well, we are in Parc Fermé for that final race of the Boss and Thunder this year. Obviously stopped because of that red flag, as Paul was just talking us through. So the final classification of that was Joe Collier P1, and then Mike Manning came through for P2, and Ian Bauer in P3. He's featured on the podium every single race he's competed in so far. Oh, we're just having a little shot of Joe Collier getting a little shot of that now. Let's get Ian Bauer again to see if he's happy to speak to me. He's always happy to speak to us here at BARC. Ian, can I just grab you a little quick minute?
Yeah.
You just love the podium, don't you? Can't keep away.
Yeah. That was hard though, because everyone's on wets and I'm on road tyres, so I was really struggling. So I was locking up everywhere and just trying to get around as fast as I could without crashing, basically. And then he came past and then he went off. So I had a great race. Really enjoyed that.
Hard work, yeah. No, it is carnage out on track at the moment, isn't it? Everyone's going off left, right and centre. That final section of the track, especially for that final corner, seems to be a bit tricky. Did you find it challenging?
Yeah, very. I had to brake really early because I kept locking up because obviously I haven't got wets on. So, and then thankfully there's a red flag because otherwise I would have got overtaken even more. So got away with that today, I think.
Came at the perfect time for you
Exactly.
For that final race, do you have any wet tyres for that?
No, well, see, these are great in the wet, but they're not as good as wet. So they're a great intermediate, but they... Oh, thank you. Cheers. But they're not as good as the wets. Oh, and we're not allowed to use wets in our Pre-93. I can in Thunders, but just from, I just don't bother. I just use the other ones.
Oh, well, it seems to be stopping a little bit of the rain. Maybe we'll get a slightly drier track, but it's still going to be challenging out there, isn't it? No matter what sunshine we might get in the next couple of hours.
It'll still be wet. It'll definitely be wet, so cool.
Well, maybe we'll see you on the podium later. Probably. He's been on the podium all blinking
crossed.
day. Honestly, lovely. Thank you, Ian, for speaking to me. We haven't actually spoken to Mike Manning, which we're going to catch him for just one moment, because I haven't spoken to him today. He's been avoiding me. Mike, you've been avoiding me. I've been wanting to speak to you all day in your lovely Ford car. Congratulations. Are you going to share this bubbly with me?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, lovely, wonderful.
Come round later.
I'll come and find your awning. We just spoke to Ian. He's been on the podium. He's greedy today with his podiums that he's had. Talk about it out on track then, because a lot of people are finding that final section, we've had a few offs at that final corner. Is it hard particularly there, or is it the whole track that's challenging now?
I didn't have one miss out whatsoever. It was good. Tyres, good wet tyres on it. Yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, I didn't have no moments at all, really.
You are one of the only ones actually that's got a massive smile on your face. What is this car like to drive around Oulton Park?
It's an absolute handful. Put it on the minimum power and then we rallycross past has paid off again.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations. Well done for that. Mike Manning, lovely to speak to him as always. And that is it for the Boss and Thunder race today. A lot of people finding it tricky out on track, understandably so, because of the weather. Don't forget, guys, that we've got that question for you. If you were a driver yourself and you had a two-man team, what touring car driver would you have in your team alongside you? Let me know in the comments. We are checking it. Paul can see it, I can see it too, so let me know what your pick would be. And actually, speaking of Paul, I can hand it back to him in commentary now for the next MG Owners Club race. Paul, over to you.
Thank you, Leah. And well, ladies and gentlemen, after what has been a thunderous round of racing for the classic and historic Thunder, plus also the Blue Oval Saloon Series, we are now back to the Morris Garages machines. It is time for round number 6 of the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. And well, here we're going to go straight in with the grid, and we've got some information to feed you regarding some questions that many of you asked earlier. But first, the grid. Now, these times, they are set not by their race 1 performances earlier today, but they are set by their second fastest qualifying lap. So, you will see some drivers a bit out of position compared to perhaps you would expect them, because all the classic touring car racing club series do it based on the previous race. Regardless, Jack Woodcock takes pole position for Class Z, and overall in his MG ZR. And he'll be joined on the front right of the grid by none other than Scott Bugner, your winner, of course, from race number 1 early on today. It was Woodcock who was the runner-up, but will they be the other way around this time? Starting third, it's going to be Matthew Harvey ahead of Tim Harvey, the MGZR driver, very close once again, it's the same surname driver. And then Steve McDermott, the 4-time champion, the most decorated driver of this series on the grid, starts in 5th, ahead of Rob Addison, the 88. Then you'll see Cal Moore in his 43, starting in 7th place, ahead of Jake McDermott, son of Steve, and right now is having a bit of a difficult day so far at Oulton Park. He seemed to struggle in race number 1, finishing only 10th, so what can you do in this one? Jack Meager and Simon Byrne complete your top 10. And we've got some absolutely huge grids, ladies and gentlemen, so we will continue our way through. And Lee Sullivan starts 11th there ahead of James Cole. And then we will see on row number 7, Crystal Lawson, who was looking relatively quick, but not as quick as Lee Pearce, who starts 14th. It was not a happy qualifying session today for Lee Pearce in the 2-3-4, but race number 1 saw him battle his way up to 8th place from a 14th place start. He's got to do that all over again. Josh Burns starts in 15th place ahead of Martin Wills, and then we will see Conor Lawson and Reese Lawson complete your top 18, and with it Class Z machinery. If we do come to the invitational car, the MGZR 170 of Joshua Dakers. Then we do see in 20th Adrian Olsen, and they'll be back to Class Z machinery, but we've got a few more rows to go. And starting 21st, it's Greg Thomas ahead of your Class A pole sitter, the MG Midget, and championship leader now coming into this round of William Sharp. Aaron Chappell starts in 23rd ahead of John Copland, and the MGB will be followed by Hannah Leonard, the MG ZR, and the only car there, I do believe, in its category today, and that'll be Class B, the only one Class B, ahead of James Wade. Mount Vest starts in 27th, is MG BGT, and he'll be at the head of what will be a quartet of Class A machinery. It consists of David Amphlett, Chris Millard, and Robert Fisher as well. That's your top 30, and I believe we've got a couple more to cover, and we do have Simon Jackson starting 31st ahead of Aloy Treadle, and then it'll be Darren Leonard starting 33rd. But if you're wondering why Eliza Seville is starting in 34th, but in 37th on this grid, 2 rows back, well, we have clarity. Now, the car of Eliza Seville has been deemed as not compliant with the weight regulations, the minimum weight. So what it does mean, as we get our second green flag lap underway, they're trying to get as much tyre temperature as possible before they do get their standing start, that Eliza Seville has been required today. All of her qualifying times have been annulled, and then she's had to start at the back of the grid and starts with a 10-second race start penalty. So that explains it. We had several you asking earlier. We only had the information come into us as we were commentating the first race, so therefore we didn't want to talk about it then and there. We were to focus on the action, but that's why Eliza Seville is at the back. It is because of a weight infringement on the car, and where it's been deemed that they are allowed to go racing, but only after a 10-second stop and hold weight penalty. So we'll have to wait and see what happens for Eliza Seville and whether they can make the way up to the back of the field. But as all the field comes on through, well, the race number 1 was definitely an exciting one. The story of it was really Scott Bugner just checking out versus Jack Woodcock. And then we did see James Cole constantly threatening for that second place, but also being threatened by Rob Addison. Matthew Harvey, he looked quite good, albeit he couldn't quite stay with Rob Addison, who'd gone from 7th to 4th. Tim Harvey, meanwhile, well, he was having a great fun out there, and we did have Leah catch up with him, the 1992 BTCC champion, who was saying he loved being part of the pack and really getting comfortable with the car and looking forward for this race. A bit further down in Class A, well, William Sharp in the end really checked out for the win in that one, but John Copland, he also felt very safe in second, and it was really Chris Millard who had all the pressure on him for that third place until Mount Best slipped away, fell to 4th, and David Amphlett almost managed to take the place off him, but it didn't quite work out. But there is your number 100 parked up at the moment. And that is going to be the car there of, I believe that's going to be a pit lane start for Conor Lawson. So Lawson has decided to start for the pit lane. Perhaps they were late to the call, perhaps there was an issue with the car. But either way, it'll be good to see them going. But it will not be from the grid for the man who should be starting 17th, because there will be a spot there. He won't be allowed to take his spot. Instead, the race will go green, and then he will be allowed to leave the pit lane once the field has passed. Where's the pit lane safety line? as all the field comes on through here, just warming up those tyres at the moment. And great to see so many of you still tuning in. And we do say hello to Graham Barnett, who says, enjoying the live coverage, keep up the great work. We appreciate it, Graham, and glad to have you tuning in. We also do see there Woody265 saying, I would choose David Reynolds from Australian V8 Supercars to be my teammate in a two-car touring car team. Purely for the entertainment, that guy is hilarious. And, well, we also do see John Wilkins saying, I bet when we get to my home circuit, Snetterton, next week, I bet David Addison will speak to Tim on ITV4 about these MGs, which would be great to see. And also we see Chad Cahan saying, my two-man team has got to be with Jason Plato, absolute legend touring car. And meanwhile, Jodine Sullivan says, come on, Lee Sullivan. And we look forward to seeing how Lee will get on. As oil dryers cool down, it's not going to be too much longer before they do take the spot, so we're going to go quiet for a little bit and let them all get into position, ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for round number 6 on the 2026 Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, brought to you today from Oulton Park International. Oh, in fact, we do seem to have another formation up there. I wonder if we've got anything to explain that, but it seems like we're going one more time, so we do apologise for any confusion there. That seems like they're getting one more lap. I suspect it may be just because of trying to get these tyres warmed up as much as possible. But we are just double checking in with race control for you, ladies and gentlemen, in case there's any other information that we should make you aware of. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as they all gradually make their way on through, we have no further information at the moment as the extra lap there, unless we're losing counter laps. So it has been a bit of a long day, but a long day of absolutely fantastic racing. But all these MGs are turning out there. And if you are curious about potentially getting on the grid to go racing with these, the MG Owners Club Championship, it is run by the MG Owners Club, the biggest club in the United Kingdom, I do believe, around the world for supporting the older MGs. We're talking about the time, of course, of Morris Garages, not the electrified era now, where we've got all the electric, bulkier SUV-style machines, but these were the cars, of course, that everyone wanted to have one of these in the 90s and the noughties. And of course, we did see the partnership between Rover and the MG Group in the late 90s going into the 2000s, if my memory serves me correctly. And all these cars as close as possible to what is the road car, but they have just been essentially turned into race cars. They've had all the interior clutter removed, the weight taken out the car, they've had roll cages added to them, as well as other safety features, the safety harnesses for the driver, etc. But otherwise, one of the most affordable ways to go racing. And keep in mind, this series started in 1981 and it has been running now as of this year for its 46th season. There's not been a single season where the MG Owners Club Championship hasn't raced, and was all credit to what is a brilliant formula, where it be classic or more modern MGs, and well, an incredible time they're having, no doubt about it. And the most decorated driver of them all, now taking the back seat for this year. You'll see him at Thruxton, Jim Bainham, the 2007, 2011, 2012, 2016, 2018 and 2025 champion. Last year being his final full year of racing. He's now taken the back seat to help run the series as much as possible. Your four-time champion, Steve McDermott, he is out there today alongside son Jake. He is a four-time champion. And John Hewitt, of course, winning 3 titles, as well as Terry Farman. But you'd have to go all the way back to 1981 through to 83 for John Hewitt. And meanwhile, for Terry Farman, you'd have to go for 1991, 1997 and 1999. But they all cool and calm down here. And this time around, we will see these drivers get themselves into position. So we're going to go quiet this time and let them all get into position, ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for 12, well, I believe 20 minutes of racing from these drivers. Well, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a bit of an update here. So what's happening in regards to this race is we've just had a car come into the pits, is essentially they have had the clock start to count down on the second green flag lap. So they have not started racing, but the clock has been ticking down. So this will be, when we get started, around a 15-minute race. We apologise for the confusion there. We're just trying to understand what was meant earlier on. But this won't be a 20-minute race or so. The clock has already started. When they do go racing, whatever time is left is how long they've got to race. So approximately 15 minutes. But here we go then for round number 6 of the MG Owners Club Championship. And it's lights out and away we go for round number 6. It's a bold start there from Woodcock, immediately coming across the cover off Bugner, looking for a potential move, but in fact it's Matthew Harvey who's had the best start of everybody. Harvey looking at the inside, he started in 3rd place, he's already jumped up into lead, and well, as all the field comes on through, great start there from our Class A runners as well. I do believe that's Copland just holding off the attacks of Best as they all weave and wind their way now in towards Cascade, but that is definitely, make no mistake, Matthew Harvey is now leading this race. He's had such a monster start and has got away with it immediately, but we will see what's to come, where Bugner can potentially come back in, or Woodcock as well. All the field taken through the opening couple of quarters, lovely to see, and Matthew Hardy's trying to run away as the 24 gives pursuit. That's Woodcock there, the pole sitter. We lost out at the start, but he's going to try and come back as this race goes on. Oh, that's going to be too wide. 176 goes all in. And do they get it stopped in time? Yes, they do. Lovely bit of braking work there from Tim Harvey. Well, you can show one thing. The age has not dulled his ability to attack. No doubt about it. He's probably feeling very youthful for that move. As Lucy, the wonderful 39, carrying on. Oh, very sideways there for Tim Harvey. In fact, he's absolutely flying right now. He's up in a 2nd place here. Is it going to be a Harvey 1-2? We'll have to see. As being on the 24 behind of Woodcock, under a bit of pressure here. And in fact, is that the 234 directly behind him? I think it is, and well, if so, that is going to be, Pierce is absolutely flying. In fact, Pierce looking up the inside there under braking, as meanwhile Matthew Harvey goes straight on. He's going to have to give up the lead of the race as a result, so suddenly, well, this is going to be absolutely magical as car onto the grass there, a few more going straight on, cold breaks the water, Matthew Harvey comes back on, Tim Harvey is side by side with him, side by side, they're further back. Goodness me, it's an absolute mad scramble as they all weave and wind their way through what will be the Hislop chicane into Knickerbrook. And right now, take your pick, ladies and gentlemen, there is fighting going on everywhere. There is MGs on the grass, some of them. They are all right now absolutely full of spunk, but understandably right now, who's going to keep it down on the road? But as the fightings continue, well, looking towards the very front of the field, we can see there everyone line astern, but here comes Harvey. He's going to try and take that place that Matthew Harvey denied him earlier on, and that's going to be Tim Harvey into the lead of the race, and he takes over. So now, can he run away with this, or will he find that once you're at the head of the MG pack, everyone tries to come back at you? Well, I think straight away we're going to see Matthew Harvey look for an opportunity. Here he comes, too wide. Tim Harvey going as defensive as possible here, and no change. So Harvey holds it for now, and behind Pierce has come all the way from 13th up into 3rd already. Your pure blue machine right now. This is the Lee Pierce that we saw at Cadwell Park. He is on a mission. I don't know what happened in race number 1. Perhaps it wasn't the same Lee Pierce, but right now he is absolutely fired up here as they come on towards this 2nd lap. The rest of the field looking impressive in terms of your Class A leader at the moment. The man is 17th for the 39. It's still the MG midget of Will Shaw. He's looking very much in control of that. Cotland's holding on 2nd there, and Amplet has broken away in 3rd. So he's had a great start. Has Amplet jumping all the way up to the head of the quartet for that 3rd place in Class A. And we'll have to wait and see whether he finds himself reeled back in a little bit later on. But there's Pierce looking for a move around the outside of Matthew Harvey, and Harvey right now having to go really defensive here. This is not the way he wanted this race to go. He wanted an easy run to the win. Well, it's going to be anything other than that now for the Daytona Motorsport with CTCRS an iTech racing driver. As once Pierce has got his teeth into you, he does not let it go. But Matthew Harvey parking it up on apex there. And understandably, he knows that Pierce gets the better corner exit, so just be a nuisance. But that's going to bring your 24 Woodcock into the fight. But here comes Pierce first. Pierce looking up the inside on that inside line here, all in on the brakes. And it's going to be a bit of a touch between the two of them. That's going to send Matthew Harvey onwards. And, well, he'll go to rejoin here. He'll feel as though he's been made to take that route. But it's going to be Pierce who comes through into 2nd. And suddenly, Woodcock's going to find alongside him Matthew Harvey on the rejoin. Behind, there's the 68 of Sullivan, who right now has got a bit of battleground between himself, Cole and Wills, so that's going to be a bit of excitement between them for 7th place. And there is your number 14, looking absolutely lovely at the moment, is David Amflett's car. He's got a little bit of company behind him in the form of Leonard as they fight over overall position. But Harvey with that gap that leads for now, but look at Pearce. Lee Pearce is absolutely flying, but look at this as well. Looking up the inside for 3rd place. It's going to be an attempt here from Woodcock. Can he get it done versus Matthew Harvey? Yes, he can. Up the inside, but now will Harvey find a better line up to 1? I think just going onto that exit curb has not helped him at all. But 10 minutes of this race to go, and right now, even though we have lost 5 minutes to the weather conditions, understandably these drivers are absolutely loving every moment out there. They will take every second they can in the battle for supremacy in the MGs, and this is excitement at its peak now as they come down the hill. Purebred tin-top racing, no doubt about it. The rain still falls, and Pearce not really closing up at the moment. It seems to be the back end of the lap race, the stronger compared to Tim Harvey. And then we do see behind there that still growing battle. That's going to be the 68 of Sullivan, holding on to 8th place in Class Z versus Wills and Meager. Meager, of course, being pushed back down the order in the 95. He'll try and come back, though. He's not going to give up the fight for being inside the top 10. And there you can see the conclusion of our top 10. And then you do have in 11th the 4-3-1 of Crystal Lawson. But we focus on the battle for 8th, and it is going to be a battle, because there's the 44. Oh, up inside of Wills. Does he get it stopped? He does. He has to lean so heavily on that front left tyre to get the car to park up. Does a brilliant job of doing so. So he moves into 8th place, and that's going to be Sullivan dropping back to 9th. And just behind him, look at that battle growing for 11th place there. Chris Lawson versus Stephen Byrne, and Byrne all over the back of him like a bad rash. Well, it's going to be that continued fight for 8th, or is it? Are we going to see Wills break away? Well, he doesn't get the best of runs there coming out of the first chicane, and from Britons, he's not going to be too safe, but we can't stay with them for too long, because looking back to the front, it's Tim Harvey versus Pearce, and Pearce right now, the 2-3-4 driver. Lee Pearce is definitely wanted a piece of this. The Bromley-based driver, he's not giving up. As car goes straight on there, that was one of our belligerents for the top 10. He's had gone another car in the back as well, so several drivers struggling with the run coming through the Hislop chicane. But Tim Harvey just runs a little bit wide there through Druids. We're trying to go for that better outside line there, sling the car out the corner. We do have that fight for 4th place just behind. That's Matt Harvey still trying to hold on versus Jake McDermott. McDermott's definitely made a lot of progress in this one. And, well, coming through that right hand, does go on to next lap. Tim Harvey gets the better exit there. In fact, that gap to Pearce is stabilising quite nicely. So I think he's now found a bit more pace. And then we do see a bit further back. There's that grand battle for 5th place at the moment. And it is still Jake McDermott holding it for 4th place, I should say. And it's still Jake McDermott holding it versus Matt Harvey. He has got that moved up. But coming across line, your 44 meanwhile of Wills versus Sullivan. They're still fighting, these two, and well, if they stopped fighting, they may be able to catch up to the battle for 4th place, but still, they're very much across each other. As the top 3 go out to the camera view, we do see a bit of defensive drive from Matthew Harvey at the moment, and well, I think he's more worried about what's behind. We are seeing a black and white flag for track limit, and that's for number 20 of Matt Harvey, so he's got to make sure he stays within the black stuff, as otherwise he is going to be subject to a post-race time penalty. A little bit of scrap there further down, and that was a fight between 2 of our drivers at the back end of the top 15 of Class Z. And in Class A, meanwhile, to give you an update to that off camera, it's still Will Sharp ahead of Copland at the moment, and in completing the top 3 of that class, it is going to be Amfleet, who's still very safe and has a bit of space to Leonard, your Class B representative. But here's a little look up inside the 777 on the 4-3-1. Is that going to work out? Not quite there for Wobby Dakers as he goes on to attack the Invitational machine right now, still trying to get in the hunt. And we have your number 4 there, Simon Byrne, right behind. And Simon Byrne will want to get past Dakers if he can, as he would like to gain a position on that 4-3-1. But that's not going to quite work out at the moment, as meanwhile we come back to your leaders. And well, these drivers absolutely are pushing onwards right now. And well, many of you asking the question there regarding, is this the Tim Harvey? Yes, it is the Tim Harvey. And well, he doesn't have John Cleland behind him saying, I'm going for first today. That would be Lee Pearce who's saying it. Although, I wonder how he would articulate a similar message to John Cleland all the way back at Silverstone in 1992. Of course, the infamous clip. But right now, for Pearce, he's still making sure to stay clear. But behind you see Woodcock there still watching on, and you have to wonder whether perhaps Jack Woodcock at the moment is looking at this and just thinking to himself, you know what, wait until they fight each other, then get involved. The rain is unrelenting here at the Oulton Park circuit, so therefore this circuit getting a fresh top up of water. And what we are seeing at these continued groups battling as the number 4 there of Simon Byrne. Well, he's got the 777. He has passed Akers. He's passed the Invitational driver. And well, it looks though they're all the tape and the numbers are gradually coming off of Dacre's machine. And if so, well, I suspect he'll get away with it here. But meanwhile, back to the front. Here's Phil about it there into Cascade. He's getting closer and closer. And in fact, Woodcock, meanwhile, has just set the fastest lap of the race. And that's the 2 minute 15.578 Woodcock. So with Tim Harvey and Pierce fight each other, Woodcock is now starting to turn the screw a little bit. But meanwhile, the gap between them and 4th place, well, that's the best part of 5 seconds. I think Jake McDermott would love to be a bit closer. Harvey goes very deep. He goes so wide. Lee Pierce looks on the inside, but in the end, on the high line, in the end, Tim Harvey just about keeps it on the road, uses the camber shell oils corner to stay alive in that one. My goodness, I thought he was going off, but not quite. Tim Harvey giving us a bit of a scare. More fighting coming down the hill. That might have been Lawson versus Byrne, but meanwhile, we're definitely going to stay quite transfixed to your lead of battle. And Lee Pierce looking for it again around the outside. Can he find it this time? I don't think he can. And right now, Tim Harvey literally defending to the inside, defending to the middle of the road. Everywhere he says it's mine. And Lee Pierce right now, well, he's definitely got to try and invent a way of getting on through. But what can he do to make this happen? Where can he find a mistake? Because Harvey goes very sideways there, coming for a nick of a corner. This is brilliant, and Pierce is close, but the problem is he's too close to really pounce at this point. He is going to have to wait. But Woodcock, meanwhile, watching behind, and right now Woodcock no more than a second out of this battle. I think he might want to be a little bit close now. He might want to put the pressure on and see what the plan is going to be. Well, if he can put that pressure on, he maybe get Pierce to make a mistake. He could even get Pierce to make a little bit of presumptuous move on Tim Harvey and make some magic happen. But there's the fight for 5th meanwhile, and that is still Matt Harvey right in amongst Addison, Cole and Wills. They're swapping things around. Brilliant battle this is. That is the 88 of Addison who's got to the front of this now, so he's up into 5th place. And we see the 188 just behind there of Cole, and I think the triplet of moves is going to be made because only your 44 of Wills gets on past Matt Harvey. So Harvey, who was a bit of a hero at the start of this race, has now dropped down the order. So a bit of a challenging race there for Matt Harvey as he slips down. And side by side, he's going to have another go at this versus Wills, but Wills will be defending quite comfortably. And I don't think right now Matt Harvey's going to have an opportunity to come back here. 3 minutes left to go. 2 laps left in this race, and Matt Harvey trying to come back again. It towards Denton's. Will he get alongside? Not quite. That's not going to work out for him. And Matt Harvey having to back out. And well, a little bit further back there, you can see none other than Cole Sullivan. Well, in fact, you can see Sullivan and Meager, they're getting closer and closer together. Meanwhile, what's happening in Class A, I'm hearing? We are getting word. Look at this. Now, this is Will Sharp, your number 39. He's leading the class currently, but look who's caught up to him. That is Copland, who is flying in these conditions right now. Well, race number 1, it was the opposite way round. Sharp was on a different planet with regards to his pace, but as we do see our wonderful little MGBs roaring onwards, well, it is going to be the MG Midget ahead of the B of Copland, but Copland right now is stripping the best part of 2 seconds a lap out of Sharp. So at this point, you'd imagine, given they've gone on to their penultimate lap, and the fact they're not going to be lapped by Tim Harvey before this race is done, you could imagine that Sharp here may see his win streak ended. But as the late great Murray Walker once said, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. And Cotton right now is definitely have to keep chiseling away at this. If he can do it, it'll probably come on the final lap. But we'll leave them for now. We give them a little bit of love. We come back to the front as Tim Harvey goes so sideways there through Drury's Bend. My good Lord. And in the end, driving on the absolute limit. And Pierce right now, if he was any closer at this point, I think he'd be reaching out and getting into the back seat to the 176. But he's good around the outside. But Harvey simply says, well, you're going to have to deal with the traffic in front of you then, because that is the number 11 of Millard, your 5th place Class A or Classic Class runner. and there's going to be no way through. So Tim Harvey right now, one more lap to go. Can Tim Harvey hold on here to take the win, or will Lee Pearce be able to take it from him? Well, here they come into turn one. It's Pearce on the right, Harvey on the left, and in the end Pearce is going to get hit, but Tim Harvey throws it up the inside and says, no you don't. Pearce switches back, taps the rear, a bit of debris comes on the back of the cars, and Tim Harvey is elbowed out wide, but Pearce does take the lead. Well, I get the feeling that's going to be a BTCC style overtake there, and well, for Pearce in the end, he had to go for it, but that small tap on the back. Will we see Harvey come back at him right towards the very end? They were separated by 100 for the line that last time around. Will we see it get any closer this time? We'll have to wait and see when they do come to us. But there they are, at least to the boat, making the way up towards Island Bend. But it seems like now that Pearce is ahead, he may just be safe as the battle for third, meanwhile between Woodcock and Jake McDermott. We know that Jake McDermott has caught up very rapidly, but we're going to stay focused on this lead battle right now. As Tim Harvey says, right, I'm coming back at you, Pearce. You're not going to have this all to yourself. Where can Tim Harvey go for it? As that car just does not look anywhere near as comfortable as it did previously. I just wonder whether Pearce has pushed Harvey so hard at this point. And for Tim Harvey, this is now a race whereby he's battling against the car as much as he is with his rival. Into the second of the chicanes they come through Hislops. This has proven to be what's been a very difficult corner for a lot of drivers, but not for these two. And well, for Tim Harvey at the moment, I don't think there's much more. As there's your Class A leaders meanwhile. It is still sharp ahead of Copland. They go on to their final lap. But Copland right now is absolutely flying. He's going to look up the inside. Is it going to work? Not quite. He's too far back, but he might go for it. Ooh, what's happened here? That's your number 4 of Simon Byrne, and he's been caught up with another driver. But I think they're going to be okay. And this race is going to carry on to the finish, ladies and gentlemen. The clock says 0. We are on our final lap. And right now for Lee Pearce, he's in control. And after passing Tim Harvey into turn number 1, right now he's got one more corner to go. Into that braking zone he comes, and for Lee Pearce, he makes it out the final bend. Well, race number 1 may not have been that great for him, but race number 2, he's going to be over the moon with this one because Lee Pearce returns to winning ways. He's going to see the checkered flag first for Class Z ahead of Tim Harvey. And well, Harvey almost managed to take the win, but not quite in the end. And then we will see coming home in 3rd place in the end. That will be Woodcock just holding off Jake McDermott, who did a brilliant job to come up through the field. We will then see him 5th, Wills ahead of the machinery of Addison. And then it'll be Matt Harvey, who in the end struggled after a good start. He had a lightning start, but after that, the pace fell away from him. He will complete the top 7. In 8th, it's then going to be the 188 of Cole. And then we are going to have to come through. That is going to be a lap down Class A car coming on through. That's Millard. But meanwhile, here's Class A. We're going to stay with this now to the very end. And this is going to be the battle for the Class A win here. And can Sharp hold on? Well, Copland looks one way, then looks the other. I think Sharp right now is probably wondering to himself, where's the move coming from? And Jonathan Copland's just simply sitting there thinking, wait for it. You only need to do it once. But it's so close. And Copland's done an incredible job here to overhaul a 10-second gap since the start of the race to get close to the back of Sharp. And well, given the pace in race 1 and qualifying, you would have thought this was Will Sharp's day in the bag, but not quite so. How the conditions can change the dynamics of a race. Getting ready for what will be the Druids Bend here. Well, Copland a bit far back. If he's going to do it, he's going to need Sharp to have a bit of a poor run in. He's going to have a mega run of his own, of which he battles with understeer there into Druids. That's not what you want at all. And I think right now, Copland, with that, the gap's just going to grow a bit too great. Coming up behind him is the number 64 there. And that is going to be the 64 of Tredell, who will try to get involved. Although I think he might back off there and let the Class A leaders have a little bit of fun. I would say under the sun, but definitely under the autumnal rain, it would seem. But meanwhile, as we head towards the line, it is going to be the 39 of Will Sharp, who makes it back-to-back Class A wins here at Oulton Park. Jonathan Copland did everything he can to chase him down, but just didn't have the final 5%. They will complete the top 2 steps of their podium. Battle just behind there. That is going to be, I believe, Chappelle just finished ahead of Leonard, and we will have, I think after that, Seville very shortly coming to the line. And we also will have, well, after them, it will be Seville, and then we'll have Amflet coming on through, who will be your 3rd place finisher in Class A. The MGB Roadster driver is a bit further back, but he will eventually see his finish line. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. Well, an incredible race, that one. We can see many of you enjoying that in the YouTube chat. And we have just had confirmation that we have seen third place going Class A to Amphlett. And in fact, here are those race results, subject to any stewards' inquiries for round number 6 of the 2026 Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, brought to you from Oulton Park today. Lee Pearce fighting his way through to take the win for Class Z and overall ahead of Tim Harvey. Harvey was absolutely electrifying, but did not have enough to hold Pearce behind. Jack Woodcock completed the top 3 ahead of Jake McDermott, who fought his way from 7th to 4th. Martin was completed the top 5 ahead of Rob Addison, with Matthew Harvey, James Cole and Lee Sullivan there through to 9th. It was 10th for Jake Meager, and then we did see your invitational driver Joshua Dacres finish 11th ahead of Simon Byrne, Cal Moore and Christopher Lawson, with Woodcock taking that fastest lap. Your winning Class A, of course, going to Will Sharp just ahead of Jonathan Copland, and the top 3 being completed by What Was Your Machinery of none other than Amphlett. But without further ado, we're going to go down to Parc Ferme because Leah's with our drivers. One exciting race. And over to you, Leah. We've got to hear from them.
Wow, what a race we've just had in the MG Owners Club. What a fantastic showing from these cars. Wow, Lee Pearce, let's talk about that. A last lap overtake to beat Tim Harvey to the line. He went from P14 to P1 in that race alone. Obviously spent much of his time behind the former British touring car champion. But let's speak to him. We caught him before in the assembly area. He's probably pretty buzzing with that result. Lee Pearce, P14 to P1. Talk me through that race. Last lap overtake. You could be happier, could you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I said before the race when I spoke to you, I like the wet conditions and the car was absolutely flying. Yeah, just managed to get through at the start. Overtook about 8 or 9 cars, got into like P4, P5 and just sat there, and I was sitting behind Tim and I knew it was going to be a tough one, but yeah, we had a good race and managed to get him on the last lap.
Yeah, were you thinking about that overtake down into first corner quite a lot, or was it something you just thought, I've got to do it now, it's got to be here?
Yeah, I done it in the first race, so I knew, yeah, I had to. It was my only way of getting near the front, so all or nothing in the first corner pretty much.
So it was tried and tested then?
It was tried and tested, and hopefully we get to do it again.
Lovely, well congratulations. I'll let you go and enjoy the glory. P14 to P1, absolutely incredible result. Should we try and catch Tim Harvey? Should we try and grab him again? He's probably sick and tired of me, but I just love talking to him. He knows exactly what I want. Like, ooh, sorry there. Let's see. He's just chatting to his competitor here in the car next to him. Look, they're matching colours. Lovely. How beautiful is that? Oh, Tim.
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, how did you lose it on the last lap?
I wasn't going to say that, but how did you lose it on the last lap?
Well, we just caught some back mark of some of the MGBs at last corner lodge, so I had to slow up a bit to get outside and just lost the run out of the corner. But there you go. It was good fun. We had a good battle. We had a good battle.
Good race, mate. Thank you very much.
Did you enjoy battling Tim Harvey? What's it like, a former touring car champion?
That was all that was. That was all that was going through my head. To be honest with you, I've got to get past him. I've got to beat him. I try to be honest, but no.
Look, yeah, I'm an old has-been. I'm an old has-been. You should beat me.
You're a legend, mate. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Well, have you enjoyed your day racing here at Oulton Park? Has it been good despite the weather?
Yeah, it's great. You know, I had one race in the dry, one in the wet. You can't ask for more than that. You know, a full grid of cars, close racing. Really enjoyed myself. I should do more of this.
The question is, will you be coming back?
I don't know. We'll see. It was a bit of a one-off, but we'll see. You can never know.
Oh, well, thank you both for speaking to me. Really appreciate it. Go and get in the dry. Well, we might see Tim Harvey back here a little bit later on, maybe for the South, which is happening at Brands Hatch in August. But that's all from these MG Owner Club cars, and we're throwing out the Pre-83s. And I caught up with these cars in the assembly area a little bit early on. Right, we are down in the assembly area for the final of the Pre-83 races we've got this afternoon. I'm here alongside this GTI, which one of the drivers earlier commented on that they should be quite fast. It is Duncan Leffley in the cockpit of the car. See if we can catch a quick word with Duncan. Duncan, can we snuggle in with you? Oh, you've got that. Oh no! letting all the rain in now.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, it's not to try and tamper with the car, I promise. How did you get on in race 1? What was it like out there?
Not very well. I ended up in the gravel. Yes, on lap 3, I think. Very exciting. But yeah, haven't been out for 3 years, so it's not surprising.
What are you hoping for from this race then? Did you learn anything from those 3 laps so you can transfer?
Slippery, and the back sticks out. So we've adjusted the suspension at the rear, so hopefully it'll be a bit better.
Oh, lovely. Well, I spoke to a few of the drivers before race 1, and they said that they expect you to be very quick. Are you hoping for the same, or is it just...
I'm hoping to just finish. Yes, just be finishing would be quite good. Yeah.
I was going to say, is it just trying to finish out there today in these tricky conditions? Hopefully the rain lets off a little bit for you, but thank you for speaking to me. Do really appreciate it. Get back in the dry, get back in there. Oh, it's got a little like strap for a handle, bless it. Let's go over to this gentleman over here. Look at this. I mean, it's quite an obvious car. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, this rain's a bit of a nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah, probably better for a front-wheel drive than it is for the Capri and road, I would imagine. But yeah.
But have you enjoyed your day at Oulton Park? What is it like driving around such undulating circuit? A lot of the drivers have just compared it to a roller coaster. Would you say that's fair?
It's a wonderful circuit. Absolutely love it. I mean, it is my favourite circuit. And in this, it's just absolutely brilliant. I really, really enjoy it.
What is it about the circuit that makes it your favourite then?
It's a flowing circuit. That's the nice thing. You can carry speed through corners. You can brake late. You can, it's got everything. It's absolutely everything. Yeah, it's good.
Lovely. Well, good luck for this race. Hope you go well on this. I'll shut you back in now. Thank you, bless him. So yeah, this is it. The final pre-83, sorry, of the afternoon, and I will hand back over to Paul for you in commentary.
Thank you, Leah. And well, ladies and gentlemen, hearing from a couple of drivers there in preparation for round number 6 of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Cars. And the circuit's a little bit quiet at the moment, but as the circuit sits silent, let's bring you up to speed with the grid for this one. Starting on pole position after a brilliant victory in a race that was red flagged after only 4 laps due to a couple of cars being stuck in the gravel. Nick Grinrod there in his Ford Escort starts on pole. He'll be joined on the front row of the grid by Tom Harvey in his Mark 1 Escort, and then behind them, starting in 3rd. Well, he gave us plenty of excitement in his Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo, albeit he was struggling towards the end of the race earlier on, so I do wonder whether he's been able to get on top of those issues. Neil Philpotts, the Mitsubishi driver, starts 3rd. Jonathan Corker is 4th on the grid in his Datsun 510, was just as much sideways as he was straight, but the 85 driver definitely gave us plenty to talk about, with Jared Knight starting in 5th place there ahead of Malcolm Jeffs in his Volkswagen Golf GTI, and looking to try and make sure he's the quickest of the Golfs out there once more. The Triumph Dynamite Sprint of Mark Osborne will start in 7th ahead of Jerry Bailey in his Rover ST1, and indeed the Rover's definitely struggling to try and keep it on the road, with Sam Fish in his Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud living the dream, of course, of racing here, having spent a long time of racing at Oulton Park on the TOCA Race Driver Simulator all those years ago. He's enjoying it there, starting 9th in this one ahead of Nick Strong in his Ford Capri. So that's going to be your first 10, and I do believe we have a few more, including Don Hughes, who starts 11th in his Volkswagen Golf with the Ford Fiesta James Dunkley alongside, and then we'll see Duncan Leftley starting 13th ahead of Mostyn Rutter, and then Nick Williamson. Should he make it to the grid? Well, he'll be behind the Vauxhall Forenza in his Rover SD1 starting 15th. Now, we should point out that this weekend, unfortunately, the number 4 of Simon Jeffs, the Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark 1 from Lane End. Unfortunately, Simon not taking to the racing this weekend due to a damaged car, and also I think that's all the updates we do have here with regards to this grid, but we might be missing a few drivers, because we did see a little bit of a casualty list when it came to non-starters and also non-finishes from race number 1. But we will see who's out there, and I'll tell you one thing, they'll be definitely giving us plenty to be excited about. So that's a lovely view there. And you can see that sky is definitely looking multiple shades of grey out there. I wouldn't recommend getting the Dulux paint chart out to compare what shades of grey it is. It's not quite 50 of them, but it's definitely looking a bit bleak. But it does seem as though the rain still falling out there. But we're getting, from what we're hearing from our camera crews, we're getting these spells of very light rain, and there's a very quick deluge of it, and then it lightens off a little bit. So this circuit is definitely staying wet. As you can see, little slivers of drizzle there, or raindrops in the camera angle here at Druids Bend. So it really is very subjective to the time and place on the circuit, whether you find light rain or find a little bit more. But just a reminder, this race will be 12 minutes in length after they completed their 2 green flag formation laps. And it will be a standing start for our Group 1 Pre-ATV Touring Car Championship. But remember, after this as well, they will effectively be staying at Oulton Park, albeit the drivers and the teams will be allowed to go away. But they will be coming back at the start of June on Saturday the 6th and Sunday the 7th of June for the Oulton Park Island Circuit in support of the British Touring Car Championship. They will be non-championship races. The races you see here today at Oulton Park are the ones that matter in terms of points, but it will be a special pair of races in only 3 weeks' time, so we'll get to see the machines out there once again. They've absolutely been loving it. They've been tearing up the asphalt here at the Oulton Park Circuit. It's been so great to see. Remember, this is race number 8 in our programme for today. We've got a couple more races after this one, and all of our races have been absolutely electrifying so far. And all of you really did enjoy that previous race brought by our MG Owners Club. Of course, we will see them again in none other than what will be about 6 weeks' time at Fluxton, and all these series do travel together around the United Kingdom. So therefore, all the series will be heading to Fluxton on the 4th and 5th of July. At least now we stay in the present and we get ready for another race from our Group 1 touring cars. And well, we do see Howard Hunt there saying he's not sure about having a touring car driver partnering him, but he would definitely choose Leah. Our presenter, Leah Halsey, doing a fantastic job standing in for Ian Walthouse, who can't be at 2 places at the same time. And indeed, credit where it's due, Leah doing a fantastic job there, being oracle of Ian, and well, I don't think we could do it better now. Thank you, Howard. Definitely sure appreciate that. And many of you did enjoy that previous race. Ice Drifter, who we say hello to. Also Richard Moxley, who says hi, Woody. And I do believe that's in reference to somebody else there in the YouTube chat as well. As we also say hello to Simon Salmons. It's great to see so many of you tuning in. TLJ1724, also in there as well. And that's Woody265, who we were talking about earlier. And also Kev's Banger Racers 2027. Well, he was the one who said he would have John Cleland as his partner in a 2-driver touring car team, all for being his favourite touring car driver. The inverse, I'm going for first, says Cleland, but also for some of the comments he's made about circuits over the years. And I can't repeat the comment regarding Motorsport Arena Oschersleben, the German circuit, which has been a host to DTM for several years, in fact multiple decades, but it's the opening corner of that circuit. And if you know, well, you know what that quote is, ladies and gents, but I think I will not repeat it on this broadcast for the purposes of keeping it child friendly. But all the field comes around, so I'm going to go silent for a little bit and let you appreciate our Group 1 touring cars as they get into position on the grid. And so as they begin to take their slots on the grid, remembering of course that their round number 5 earlier today was all about Nick Grimrod running away from Tom Harvey and Neil Philpotts playing a bit of a nuisance trying to get involved. But it seems though Neil Philpotts not on this grid, so therefore that opens up some doorways. Jonathan Corker and Jared Knight will be the ones to watch out for, trying to make their way forward. But looking a little bit further back, of course, keep your eyes out for the Rover SD1 of Jerry Bailey, trying to keep it together and see what he can do. But knowing this is going to be a very slippery circuit. As the grid all sits in place, last car gets into spot, and it's time for us to see those lights go out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting to start. I believe there's just been a bit of a halt to the racing. And the reason we are halting the racing is because that is Leftley who's had a bit of difficulty. And, well, unfortunately for your 42 driver, one of our participants in this one, who Leah caught up with earlier on, it's all got a bit wrong before he can get underway. So that's why we're not going straight away. So he's waiting right now for assistance from the marshals, but if he does get assistance, that may mean he may not be able to start the race. Well, in fact, they're going to give him a little bit of a push, see if they can get the car out of the grass there. I think that's Knickerbrook Corner where he's got caught up. Can Duncan Leftley get going in the Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark 1? Go on, almost there. The Marshal's doing a fantastic job. Come on, Duncan, get it going. Oh, no, it does not want to go forward. It's standing at the moment, and in fact, they're on it back here, and, well, I think they're signalling to other marshals. Are we going to have to get a tow truck in? Unfortunately, it does look as though for Duncan Leftley, this is not going any further, so we are going to have to wait a bit. And I'm having confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, in my ear that we have got a recovery truck on its way. So sadly, we are going to lose one of our Golf GTIs from this starting order. And again, great work from all the staff here. Indeed, MSV, the owners of the circuit, doing a fantastic job to help work with the Classic Touring Racing Club and also the MG Owners Club in putting together such a brilliant event. But we can't go racing without the Orange Army and all these marshals here doing a fantastic job. And many of them volunteers. And if you do want to know how to get involved with regards to marshalling, go down to your local circuit, speak to the organisers of events, go speak to marshals as well when you do go racing, and do look online, because marshalling, it's very easy to get into. And the great thing is, when it's a good day and nothing goes wrong, you've got the best seats in the house with regards to motorsport, because you're the closest to the circuit side. But understandably, when things do go wrong, our marshals are always the first on the scene. And a lot of series in the United Kingdom, as we do see the marshals there just trying to work with the door of the car, and I think they're going to say to Duncan, you need to drive it, we're going to close the door and we will tow it for you, but we'll have to tow it back to the pit lane. It does look as though the car's lost power, so I suspect they're not wanting to go any further, the Volkswagen Golf. And one of the things about marshalling is a lot of series in the United Kingdom actually do make it a big part where they actually encourage drivers to volunteer to be marshals. Indeed, you may have seen, of course, the CNC Heads machines racing this season so far in other BARC broadcasts, and well, they do offer points essentially to championship contenders for doing a round of marshalling. So it's always a bit of an intrigue there. But the number 42 being pulled along, and we see Duncan Leftley sadly leaving the circuit, not under his Golf Zone power. And that is very sad for the car. But with his car being extricated, and well, making its way on past the parked up cars there on the inside of Knickerbrook Bend, I suspect we'll be going back to the start, and we're now waiting for our racing to get underway. Sans one Volkswagen Golf. And it's lights out and away they go, but as they do so, well, I believe we're getting another formation lap, in fact, ladies and gentlemen. So apologies for the confusion there. We just had it fed through to us. We're getting another green flag lap because they have been sat there for some time, so drivers need to get the tyre temperature back. So we don't know about whether this race will be shortened further. Obviously, we do have the curfew here at Oulton Park, which is the racing cannot go on beyond 6:30 in the evening. So that might be a bit of a full process here, because we are, at the moment, it's coming up to 5:10 local time, but we should be able to get all of our races in, all being well. They have already been shortened already, plus the extra formation lap is a big part of that, given the conditions. And many of you are remarking it in the YouTube chat about the Rover SD1, saying quite the beastly car out there. Indeed, the Rover's very big cars, no doubt about it. And I think, have we got the machinery there of Nick Williamson? Yes, we have. So Williamson, who did not make it onto the grid for race number 1, he's made it in the second of 2 Rover SD1s for race number 2. How about that? We do get to see Nick out there, which is fantastic. But as we can see there, our pole sitter just taking it nice and easy on around, and Nick Grimrod right now, well, he's definitely done this enough times in terms of green flag formation laps. He's just itching to go. I think all the drivers are, and of course, as a racing driver, you have a limited amount of patience. You just want to go racing, but when you're made to sit on the grid for that long, of course, everything gets a little bit colder, and there's just for safety, they get the extra formation lap in. Bit of a split in the field there. I think some drivers just taking it a little bit easier than others. They head on around. The number 2 of Jerry Bailey there, really notable. The Toshiba livery car, and well, let's see how he can get the power down. But it still looks as though the rain is coming, so it's not as though this circuit is getting any dry anytime soon. Let's go to be Ford Escorts and Datsuns right towards the front, and they're the ones who'll be fighting for the win, no doubt about it. And for Nick Grimrod, well, after taking that win in the first race of the day, he's extended his championship lead, and I think he's going to be looking very comfortable versus rivals this season goes on. He has been the one to beat, both in Class C and overall. And just a reminder, drivers score points based on their class finishing position, and those points then translate to where they sit in the overall championship. Your last 5 champions over the last 5 years. Stephen Primmitt has been a 4-time back-to-back champion, and indeed he's a 9-time champion this series, from 2014 through 2018, and in more recent times 2021 to 2024. Whereas Jonathan Corker, he is on this grid, of course. Keep your eyes out from his Datsun, the number 85. He was your 2025 champion, and well, can he find a way to strike back versus Nick Grimrod? Because right now, Grimrod definitely seems to be the one who's running away with proceedings. They head into position, and we get ready to see all park up, ladies and gentlemen, and await the lights. And TFF Racing are confirming that Nick Williamson fixed his gearbox and is out running, so indeed confirming the number 11 is there. Thank you very much, TFF Racing. We really do appreciate that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're all in their positions, and we await the lights. Round number 6 of the Group 1 Touring Car Championship. And it's lights out, and away we go from round number 6 of their seasons. They roar the way down towards turn number 1. 3 wide at the front there, but Grimrod getting the best start of the leading trio, or did he? No, it's around the outside. Can Corker get this done? Well, he's going to try and go for it here. Is it going to be side by side on the Datsun? Almost there. But in the end, Harvey says, no, you don't. He takes the lead. So Harvey to lead. Grimrod battling side by side now as they come down the hill in towards Cascades, but will there be an opportunity there for Grimrod? Yes, there will be. He takes the 2nd place back, and the Volkswagen there of our 5th place starter Malcolm Jeffs. He's done a great jump up in the 4th place, jumping ahead of Knight straight away. But now they roar the way onto the first long stretch. Will we see some of the more power-focused cars here make the way through? Well, firstly, we'll see Nick Grimrod go side by side, and already ahead there of Corker in towards left-hand of Island Bend. And just like that, Nick Grimrod may have had a bit of a slow start, but he's made no delay and moving back into lead. Coming through Shell's Bend. Hold up, Nick Grimrod, I was going to say, where's he gone? And then Sonny appears out the right side. He's doing what Tim Harvey did in the previous race. And don't scare us like that, Nick. We went very deep into the corner, but just about keeping it within track limits. All the field safely away, which is great to see. As look, meanwhile, Malcolm Jeffs, he looks a lot more confident in the car this time. This is a wetter circuit, and I think these conditions really suited him. Well, if he can get closer to the 85 there, Corker will go all in, and in fact, Harvey has found his way past Corker going down towards Island Bend. So there has been a change, but here comes the Datsun, looking up the inside, 2 wide of the braking. He's going to go for it. Meanwhile, look behind Nick Williamson, where he's come from as well, but fighting for second, it goes 2 wide all the way through the chicane, and in the end around the outside, Corker takes the place back, but he builds up a queue, and Nick Williamson, who's starting from the back of the field in the Rover ST1 number 11, he is absolutely on a charge here. Whether he can do last to first, we'll have to wait and see, but one thing is, he's definitely right now going to try and challenge for the overall podium. Nick Grimrod continues to move away just a little bit further, and well through Druids Bend at the moment. He's the one who's the most switched on of everybody, but you can see there's Williamson going on the attack, looking for an opportunity versus Osborne. Triumph Dolomite sprint, but trying to hold back the beast of the Rover for now. A bit further back there we do see the other Rover SD1 of Bailey falling back, but here's Williamson. My good lord, the speed of that Rover as he gets ready to go into the braking zone. That's not going to work. Behind a bit of a battle there between Hughes and Strong. Oh, in the end, I think that's Hughes. Oh, that's very sideways there for Williamson. Absolutely throwing the car around the corners right now. He's got no grip out there, but that's not going to stop him from going for it. Coming back then to the front, the number 3 there, Harvey, keeping Malcolm Jeffs behind. Jeffs still a constant nuisance on his backside. I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for him to now, as our leader is Grimrod ahead of Corker, followed by Harvey, then Jeffs. Then you do have Osborne currently in 5th place ahead of Williamson, and the Triumph Dolomite right now keeping the power of the Rover SD1 in check. Next Knight in the Ford Escort, who has picked up a 10-second time penalty for a jump start, as we understand it, so he will be demoted down the order later on in the 566. Hughes in 8th, Fish is in 9th, and Bailey completes your top 10 with Strong and Lefley. Well, they will complete your order, but sadly we have lost Lefley from this race after what was putting it in the gravel on one of our green flag laps. And the car seemingly being out of power. But as we see the field that continues on, again, we can see the SD1 continue the chase, but for Nick Grimrod, right now, the only thing he's chasing at this point is lap time. Or is he? Corker is still trying to get nice and close, but I don't think right now your number 85 driver has got an answer in Datsun. But a further run down here in towards the braking zone. That's going to be side by side here, and that's going to be an opportunity. Is it going to work out? Yes, it is. And Malcolm Jess is going to make that move. He's up in a third place, just like that. And meanwhile, behind, that is going to be a loss of position there for Harvey. But also, look at this right now. And the Triumph continues to hold on. But Williamson all over the back of him as they roll the way onwards. And going on the attack. But he can't find an attack here through the more technical and the tighter sequence of corners, surely, where power is not going to be useful to you. You need grip. As he rolls his way through that right-hander, you can see the Triumph right now, not as quick this time for Druids. That pressure is building on Osborne. He's no longer feeling as confident. And he just takes a small knock of confidence, and here comes Williamson, just seeing the door shut on him, and in the end, Osborne leaves it as late as possible. And number 49 tries doing a brilliant job, and one thing I've just noticed there, I don't know if you noticed, the fact he's actually put his car number in his headlights as well to help us identify him, but that's not going to help him keep Williamson at bay, as Williamson goes to the switch over, and in the end, gets the inside in towards turn of 1, onto the brakes they go, Rove on the left, Triumph on the right, and Williamson will win that fight. So great attacking move there from Williamson, but now what can he do next? Can he chase down Harvey for 4th place? Well, we'll have to find out, because there you can see Harvey just chasing after Malcolm Jeffson, but Jeffson clearly into 3rd now. The pace of Williamson is equal to your 2nd and 3rd place runners, so in theory he could catch them, but he has got a lot of work to do. Coming towards Island Bend, there you can see right now those gaps are tightening, and it's not as though Osborne is disappearing either. I think he's being brought along for the ride, and then further back we do have Knight with that 10-second penalty in 7th place, but that's going to send him down the order with Hughes and Fish catching up to him. Brilliant demonstration of cornering capability there from our drivers, and really differences in approach to be able to get the most out of the cars. And we'll get a lovely shot of the rear of the cars. They clear our camera. Fish in the Alfa Romeo, the red machine. Your number 50 still trying to chase down Hughes for the 8th place. But Williamson now definitely building a bit of a gap here to Osborne, so he is safe for 5th. His next target will be Harvey. But you can see how this field is bunching together gradually. And Malcolm Jess's Volkswagen Golf doing well to be in that overall podium position. He is paced at the moment, not quite on Corker. He's going to work a little bit harder. But this is the fun part of the race. We're only 5.5 minutes to go. They'll have this lap plus probably another 3. And at this time, it's now about who's going to be able to be the most consistent here to deliver those laps. Because Nick Grimrod, he is the fastest driver out there. His last lap was a 2 minute 15.647. It was a second quicker than what anybody else was able to do. But all it takes is one small mistake, and suddenly all that lead can be wiped out. And here comes Williamson for another move, looking at the inside, he's going to go all in here. Versus Harvey's Ford Escort, and well, the Rover snaking under braking on the inside line with a little bit of water, keeps it just within track limits, and he'll get that done even if he has to fight with the steering wheel every step of the way. But hold up a second, I think we are missing something a little bit further behind, so suddenly a bit of a gap behind. So I wonder if somebody's got it wrong there. I did hear the sound of wheels sliding, but as our Rover SD carries on, I think we have got a car in the gravel at Lodge Bend. There it is, and that's the poor little Triumph Dunlite Sprint. That's Osborne's car, and for Osborne, that's stuck in the gravel. I don't think that's going to be going anywhere, and we did hear the sound of tyres screeching, and sadly, I think that's... Oh, go on, come on! Keep going! Can you get out of the gravel trap? I think he's going to get out. I'm hearing our camera crew. He is getting out. There he goes. And the number 49's back out there. Well done to Mark Osborne for that. He was able to get it going. That's great to see. So the racing won't be stopped. We'll keep on going. But well done to Osborne for that. And well, the number 49 carried on here, pushing hard. That's pushed a little bit too hard. But as they say, you don't really know your pace until you've sent it a bit too hard when you go racing. You've got to know your limits. and where he gets himself back out there and makes his way onwards. And then we can see where's your Rover ST1, your other Rover, and that is Bailey right now, still being chased by Strong's Ford Capri. And in fact, that Capri is getting a little bit closer. But back to your leader we go, and that is your 220 of Nick Grimrod right now, and that gap between himself and Corker has grown to 3.2 seconds. Corker right now, he is working hard, and in fact, his lap times are getting closer to Grimrod, but Grimrod's pace is also dropping back. I wouldn't be surprised if our overall leader right now is perhaps backing off a little bit. And to be fair, with the gap he's built himself and the number of laps remaining, he doesn't need to really push anymore. He can afford to drive at about 85 to 90%, and he will be safe with only 2 more laps after this one. But there we can see the battle between the mighty Rover and the nimble Gold. That is growing at the fight for third. And we've got a little bit of battle crying further back between the Ford Escort 9 and Hughes' Volkswagen Golf. But here comes the Rover. Will it go all the way on the inside? Will not Malcolm Jeffs have anything to say about it. And Nick Williamson right now. Well, it won't be here. He'll go for the move. He's got 2 more laps of the circuit to try. So I think his full process is going to be tee it up and then do it on the final lap, or at least later on this one. But goodness me, does that Rover look ominous right now. It is the beast that's trying to come through, and he's done a great job to come from the back of the field, your Rover driver. So therefore, if he is on this overall podium, he will be absolutely ecstatic about it, and so will the TFF racing team. As the Good Times Racing Machine looks to go on the attack, taking a lovely line there through Cascades. It's going to set him up with a really good run if he gets it right. On towards Island Bend. There's our leader, Grimrod. Then we'll suddenly see Corker appear. There he goes. And then what's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? No, it's a Volkswagen and a Rover. But in the Rover's not close enough. And Malcolm just get better traction. That seems to be the difference. In these corners right now, this is not where Williamson is going to close up. He's just going to have to simply bite his tongue and wait. And Malcolm Jess has really got to exploit this as much as humanly possible. And then we do see Harvey's number 3, very sideways there, just about catches it through Shellwell's bend. And well, that shows you that right now Tom Harvey is not holding anything back. He's pushing as hard as everybody else, but the half-speed driver there more sideways to the straight. But here comes Williamson over the rise. He's got the longest run of the circuit right now, excluding the run from Dearly all the way up towards turn 1. And can he find a way in? No. Malcolm Jackson in, comes to the middle of the road though, and says to Williamson, I know what your plan is. I'm ready for you when you come at me. So they've got 1 more lap after this one with a minute left on the clock. And we can see the top 5 spots right now getting nice and tight. Through the picture briefly there, went to the return to racing machinery of Osborne. And then we can see there your racer leader of Nick Grimrod right now, and still extends that lead. In fact, his last lap at 2 minute 15.181. Fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, Williamson at a 2:15.105. So Williamson has definitely been turning up the wick. Incredible driving from him. And, well, we definitely will get that 1 more lap in here with 40 seconds left on the clock. So it's not over yet. And here comes Williamson looking up that inside. Oh, goodness me, I think in a little bit of a puddle of water there. And the car just pulling to the right a bit aggressively. I thought I was going to the grass. Williamson right now only finding his match in that Volkswagen. This is proving to be a tough cookie to crack. Coming into turn 1 then. On to their final lap they go. On to lap number 6 to 6. They'll get within the 12 minutes allotted to them. And Williamson, the closest he has been, 4.5 tenths a second. But so far has not found a way to get alongside. As the leaders begin to put a lap on, Osborne's triumphed on Mike Sprint, the car that was inside this top 1 until it found the gravel trap earlier on. Well, we'll have to wait and see whether he becomes a bit of a factor in that battle for third place, whether his role as a blue flag car potentially just causes a challenge. So yeah, they go. In fact, he's already let them all go, so he's decided he doesn't want to play any role in this. And Williamson still close him. And we're coming on through there. There's goes your second place, and look how close Williamson is. This time he's a lot closer than he has been. And, well, I think right now Williamson here runs a little bit wide coming out of Shell Oils, but he's trying his hardest. Meanwhile, for Nick Grimrod, the gap between himself and Corker has continued to grow, and I think it's as much Grimrod taking it relatively comfortably as it is Corker also taking it easy. But right now for the championship leader, well, this is going to need to be making it 2 in a row here today, both O4 and Class C, and, oh well, that 2026 title, that lead, if you will, is definitely growing for him, but they've still got plenty more rounds to go this season. He's definitely having the strongest start of everybody. A bit further back there, down towards where's the run up towards Island Bend, but I think there, no drivers coming at this time, so I have to wait and see what we get to see. But there is our leader right now, drifting his way through Druids Bend. Behind, there's Corker. Malcolm Jeffs is still ahead of Nick Williamson, holding on there. The Volkswagen doing everything right so far to keep the Rover behind, but look how close they are. But as they roll out to the corner, a bit further back there, there is the car of Harvey, number 3, the Ford Mark 1 Escort, and we'll see the finish line shortly. And who's going to come across that finish line? Well, it is going to be Nick Grimrod who will take victory here. His back-to-back wins at Oulton Park, and well, he will take the win in the Ford Escort for Class C and over honours. And then it will be Corker, the number 85 behind of Jonathan Corker, just ahead. But will it be Williamson or Jeffs? It's going to be Williamson, I believe, who just creeps across the line there, ahead of Malcolm Jeffs, and will go from last to 3rd place. Well done to Williamson. It will then be 5th place to Harvey in the Ford Mark 1 Escort. But who in the battle there will come home in 6th? It is going to be Hughes in his Volkswagen Golf ahead of Knight, and unfortunately that's because Knight does have that 10-second post-race time penalty for a jump start. He'll be demoted behind the Alpha Sud of Willie Fish as well, so Knight will come home in 8th instead, and we are just waiting for the last couple of cars to head towards the line, and that's going to be your number 2 shortly of Bailey coming through, and then we'll have to wait and see where the Ford Capri Strong is. But just be patient, ladies and gentlemen, they were about 28 seconds behind the rest of the field, but we will see them come over that rise shortly. And here they come. That's going to be the Rover of Bailey coming home 2nd in class and 9th overall. And then strongest for Capri will finish off your top 10 and everyone on the lead lap. We did have a lap down finisher, of course, and that was the number 49 of Mark Osborne after his trip to the gravel, but he got it going once again, and a very lightweight car there and able to get that run. But hand up in the air there for our 2nd place finisher of the, or 3rd place finisher of the Class Bs. He enjoyed that one, no doubt about it, as he went chasing after Bailey throughout the race. And well, ladies and gentlemen, that was round number 6 of the Classic Touring Car Championship, the CTCRC Pre 83 Group 1 machines. And here we've got to see, provisionally subject to any stewards' inquiries, Nick Grimrod making it 2 out of 2 in his Ford Escort by almost 9 seconds ahead of Jonathan Cork in the Datsun 510. Nick Williamson coming all the way through. Great to see they made his way back out there, and well, he will definitely be smiling. The Good Times Racing driver letting the good times roll, and he'll be going back to Nathan B. 90 picked up an overall podium today ahead of Malcolm Jeffs, who just missed out the finish line for the Volkswagen Golf GTI. Tom Harvey took 5th place for the Ford Mark 1 Escort ahead of Don Hughes, and then Sam Fish, Jared Knight, Jerry Bailey and Nick Strong completed your top 10. And then we did see outside the top 10 Mike Osborne, who was a lap down in the end in the Triumph Dynamite Sprint. And Duncan Leffley, unfortunately, retired on by the green flag laps with the car in the gravel. So a bit unfortunate there, but the fastest lap going to Nick Williamson, an impressive 2-minute 15.105 to the nearest 1,000th. Set on the 3rd lap, he was absolutely flying, was Nick Williamson. And where it just goes to show he was able to tame the power of his Rover SD1. But the Volkswagen Golf GTI Malcolm just put up an absolutely stoic fight, but in that run to the finish line, it was Nick Williamson who crept his way into 3rd. But nobody today, and for the entirety of this race meet, has been able to touch Nick Grimrod when he was absolutely on form. And remember, all the drivers you do see here, and some others as well, you will see them at Oulton Park again for what will be a special pair of races, and that will be as they support the British Touring Car Championship in 2026 on the 6th of June and the 17th of June. And well, the 6th and 7th of June, I should say there. Let's get our dates right, and it'll be absolutely fantastic to see them back out there. But, of course, they will not be scoring points in that one. That will be just a special pair of races. That's your results, and I suspect that shortly we will be heading down to Parc Fermé to have a chat with some of our drivers. And of course, bringing you all those chats, it's going to be none other than Leah Halsey, our presenter. So we're going to cut to Leah and get to hear from our top 3 in the Pre-83s.
Wow, what a race we've had for this Pre-83 grid. Can you see those? Oh, they've just turned them off. They had some glowing yellow lights on that number 11 car of Nick Williamson, which we will have to go and speak to him. We do have to go and grab a word with him. But first, we'll make our way to Nick Grimrod, who he's done the double again. One day in tricky conditions. Is there any stopping Nick Grimrod? Nick, the double again?
Yeah.
Just can't get enough, can you?
No, can't. Just keep trying. I'll do this for the rest of the year. That don't bother me.
talk about it then, being so dominant in such tricky conditions. Do you like weather like this, or would you prefer it to be dry?
You always want to win, so yeah, I mean, no disrespect to the other lads, everybody's trying as hard as they can. It's just tricky. We just seem to have a bit more grip than everybody else, but it's nice to have a battle. You want to have a battle, and it's not easy though.
Exactly. Maybe Corker didn't challenge you, but if Williamson was a bit further up, he's gone from P14 to P3. I
know he was going really well for the hassle he's had over the day. Then fair play to him. I think he deserves it.
Yeah, but it's all down to you. You've done the double today. You take the glory. Congratulations.
I'll take all the points.
Yeah,
that's it. Thank you.
Bless him. No, congratulations, Nick. Lovely to speak to you. There's only one man really I need to go and speak to. All respect to Nick, but I mean, Nick. We got a double Nick squared. Is that what we can call them? But we have to speak about it. I mean, P15. I have to apologise, I got that wrong earlier. P15 to P3 with a few more laps. He might have even got P2, who was only just over a second away from Jonathan Corker. Wow, that race was a corker, wasn't it? For him. Let's try and grab a quick little word with him. He's chatting away here. Nick.
Yeah.
Race 1, turbulent for you.
I didn't do race 1 actually. No, because in qualifying, somebody snapped in the gearbox. So we spent all this time to coming out now, about 6, 7, 8 hours, taking the gearbox to pieces, putting a drill bit in, jamming that in to make it work. So I was at the back. Got to do something, haven't I? So a podium, amazing, yeah.
It's absolutely nuts. I mean,
I was just stopped as well. The wipers were jammed up, so probably helps. You can't see where you're going actually.
You have training, don't you? All those video games where you can't quite see the screen.
Sort of remember, but yeah, it was great. Yeah, so last lap. Malcolm was there, and he was. I thought I've got to go for the podium, so I just went down the inside of him into Lodge and did the deal. Yeah, so brilliant. Yeah.
Well, absolutely incredible result for you. With that drill bit in as well, I was told about it. With a few more laps, maybe we could have challenged for P2. You were only second off of Jonathan Corker in the end.
Yeah, this golf was in the way actually for a bit, unfortunately. So for a few laps, but yeah, I could have caught up with John. Yeah, so brilliant.
You had trouble with the back marker then, but I've got to congratulate you. You are my driver of the day. If I had to give you one, congratulations. What an absolute feat. Have you enjoyed your day overall?
Yeah, overall, yeah, it's come good at the end. It's been tough.
Picked up.
Come good, yeah. We've had oil all over the garage floor, bits all over. We've got to go and tidy it up now, but yeah, podium brilliant.
I'll leave you to tidy it up. I won't come past your awning. I don't want the job of cleaning that up. What a race from Nick Williamson. Absolutely amazing from him. So this is it now. The Super Tourers are back out with the Pre 93, 03 and 13. Can't wait to see these and hear these roar around Oulton Park once more. And I'll hand up to Paul to talk you through it. Paul, over to you.
Thank you, Leah. And well, great to hear there from Nick Williamson, from a car that was definitely in pieces to getting back out to racing. What an achievement from him indeed. One of the drivers of the day, no doubt about it. But without further ado, we now get set for the second of our 2 races, which brings together for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club the Super Tourers, the Pre-13s, and also the Bertie Haulage Pre-03s, and don't forget the Track.UK Pre-93 Touring Cars. And how they line up is as follows. On the front rows, it will be your Super Tourers. This will be a rolling start, remember, after 2 laps, and we do see a sizable split where the Super Tourers will take the front 3 rows, and they will go racing approximately 20 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. But Jason Hughes in the Vauxhall Venture will take that pole position after having a back and forth with Tony Absalom in race number 1 earlier today. And the Vauxhall Cavalier driver could get within 1.5 seconds, but couldn't get any closer. Can he close the gap this time? Brian Aldous starts in 3rd in his Honda Civic Super Production. And then, unfortunately, we will not be seeing, I believe, the Honda EP3 Civic of Ross Keeling. We're not quite sure the reason, but it has had to withdraw for some reason, perhaps a technical issue with the car. Stephen Ward starts in 5th place in the grid in the Peugeot 306 GTI, and AJ Owen in his Ford Mondo will complete that order, although he did seem to be struggling towards the end of race 1. Then we come to the rest of the field, and well, we do see the Pre-13, Pre-03 and Pre-93 touring cars go racing. Ian Burr's back out for what will be his last race of the day. The BMW M3 driver will be your pole sitter there for the Pre-93s and oval of his pack. William Davidson lines up alongside, and well, the number 17 driver kept Burr under a lot of pressure throughout race number 1. Can he find a way to turn that pressure into a move in this one? Cam Tunio, the man in the Pre-03 Honda Civic EP3 Type R, looked very confident as the race went on in grimy wet conditions, and well, with the circuit a lot wetter than it was earlier on today, can the 75 driver find a way to surprise everyone? Chris Bassett will line up just alongside in there. The Peugeot 306 GTI, he was never too far behind, and indeed front engine front wheel drive for those drives were working out quite nicely. Dave Kay will start in none other than what will be 15th place in terms of his position on the grid, fifth of this group in his BMW E36 328, ahead of John Hillier, the BMW E36 touring machine, and good it's been what a back and full scrap he had with the Volkswagen Golf GTI of Darren Scholes earlier on. Speaking of which, Scholes will line up on row 9 ahead of Graham Myers, and then we'll see your top 10 rows completed by Tim Tomlin and Mark Finney. Do we have more to go through? Yes, we do. We have one more row, and we'll start on row number 11. Kevin Willis and Michael Greaves. But unfortunately, of course, both of them end up in a bit of an altercation in race number 1, we believe. Or at least they were both off together just before you went into the Britain chicane. And well, hopefully they both able to get back out there. Particularly Greaves, we'd love to see our pre-13 representative out there in the Renault Clio 97 car. And that's going to be a grid for this one, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe we are heading towards our second formation up at the moment. And then I was saying, make the way around, but are we going green? Are we not? We're just waiting to find out. And the answer to the question is going to be no. The light goes out. We are green flag racing already. We're 12 minutes to go. And, well, they roar the way through the opening corner. And it will be Hughes right now who leads them in towards the opening bend. Now, do remember, of course, the fact that these drivers have started 20 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, so the Super Tourists will go roaring away, and then we will see the rest of the field get ready to start in about 15 seconds from now. And Hughes doing what he does best, which is trying to bolt away, and Absalom will have to try and give chase after him and pull this a little bit further back. As they come out of view there, and what I do believe, we'll see them all the way towards Island Bend. Super Toy machines once again going, but meanwhile the rest of the field gets going, and look at this already. Ian Bower versus Davidson, and right now that's an eye-watering scene, but Camtuno tried to look for a little move on the inside. Did he get involved? Not quite, but he's immediately made sure that he's asserted his position over Bassett, and well, the battle there of the two Pre-03 machines, the Honda Civic versus the Peugeot 306, the Honda right now at least is absolutely leading the way. I'll see if he can get involved in amongst the BMWs there, because of course the Pre-93s, they do seem to be the land of the BMW currently. As we see our Pre-93 leaders bring the 03s behind them. Fortunio getting a bit closer already. And we'll also see a little bit further. Dave Kay has got Hillier's E36 Touring, not too far away from the Scholes, Myers, Tomlin and Finney completing that run. And the Vauxhall Astra GT there, slightly hanging off the back of the car it would seem, but still carrying on in the number 58. But there we can see Imbo right now, well, just keeping it all together. Bouncing around and indeed absolutely keeping it together in the number 1. He's been absolutely formidable so far today at Oulton Park, and right now he's been able to open up a bit of a gap. But then we come over to your Super Touring machines. That's that wonderful Honda Civic for all the there. Well, keeping it very comfortable. We also do see the Ford Mondeo Owen. AJ Owen, well, he's definitely had a much better start to this race compared to how his race previously ended. But the one who's leading the way out front, there is the number 5. Well, Hughes, who is absolutely barnstorming at the front of the field right now, and well, you can definitely tell that Jason Hughes is loving it out there. I think he's reliving his days of racing the BTCC, albeit that was in an MG when he used to race from 2004 to 2008. He started off in 2003 and a Nissan Primera in the production class before moving to BTC T category. But Hughes right now absolutely loving every moment out there at Vauxhall Vectra. We're going back here to our 303 leader. That's going to be Camtunio. And, well, trying to win the wet patch on the circuit at the moment is Cam. Well, doesn't look to be as happy. I think just trying to get himself into a bit of a comfort zone. You can see Ian Bower's been able to get away from Davison, and now they've been fighting. And we're coming across there. I wonder if Tunio is perhaps just trying to find the best possible lineup, perhaps trying to cool those tyres down. Either way, he's definitely not looking as happy. Meanwhile, to the front, the number 5 leads the way, and well, the Jason Plato Navan Muller inspired car going down here towards the second half chicanes, and coming over the crest of the hill just behind is the Vauxhall Cavalier of Absalom, so it's not too far adrift either. These wonderful machines continue to push on as much as possible, and indeed right now, you think if you close your eyes, you can go all the way back to the 1990s and the early 2000s with these cars. That's what it's all about. But if we do leave them be, there's our Peugeot 306. That's your second place runner in the Pre-03 category. But behind him, you can see Cave and Hillier. They're very close together. It's the E36 Touring trying to attack, and that will be for lead of the Pre-03 Class A category. But That E36 Touring right now, well indeed, blink and you'll miss it in terms of 9 Touring as they roll the way onwards, and get the feeling right now that whilst he may not have as aerodynamic a car, you could say, in the form of Hilliard's machine, he's definitely looking to go on the attack here. He's going to try and streamline his way into lead of his subclass. Oh, and that goes very loose there coming out of the chicane, and that's gone wrong for Hilliard, but he just stopped short of the barrier, and will drive around a bit of a scare, but thankfully it did not go into the oncoming barrier there. He will be able to reverse that, and he'll be able to get going. So trying to get the power down, and the rear of the car just simply let go. So a big mistake there from Hilliard, but the good news is he is all okay. It's John Hilliard, and he gets going once again, the Shepperton-based driver, so he'll drop all the positions, but he won't drop out of this race. They will open up some places there, some other drivers coming on through, including the wonderful 89 there of Tom Blinn, your 328 BMW E36 generation car, with the little stick on the back that says he's a relative novice racer. That's what the yellow square on the back with the black X across it means. It means that I'm in my first 6 race meets. They take it off after 6 race meets once they've all been signed off. He'll just keep it together for now and just keep it nice and smooth, and shortly we may see our E36 Touring come over the hill. There it is, and well, there's the proof that Hilliard is still going. And well done to John for keeping that car running. Indeed, many that could have stalled it potentially, or it would have gone to the barrier, but not quite for him. All back up to speed here. And tell you one thing, once more state has not dampened his enthusiasm, even if the rain is definitely dampening the paintwork in his car. But with half this race almost complete, given it's a 12-minute race now, still got half it to go. In terms of those big battles out there, the field just spreading at the moment, it would seem. I have to wait and see if anybody does come back together. And Hilliard, meanwhile, carrying on there, and well, that car definitely looking to be in a healthy state. But what's this? Side-by-side here, that's all the 2 Peugeots, and that is going to be your 306 coming on through. Back to Peugeot 306s, but one of them is the 115 of Ford, I believe, being swallowed up there by the number 33 of Bassett. So it does seem as though our super production car is struggling a little bit, and Harrison right now, the Harrison machine, not going as quickly as he would like it to. I wonder if that's going to be making a trip to the pit lane in the near future, because definitely right now not on the pace anymore. As Dave Cave's also coming through. And the light of blue BMW definitely trying to push on and go chase him. He'll try and chase after Bassett as much as he possibly can, trying to take that Prio 3 position. Here we can see the leader of the Pre-93s coming out for Madrid. He's still being chased, to be fair, by Davison. Davison's last lap, not as good, 6/10 slower, but Ian Bower right now is not being allowed to break away very comfortably. He does go up the inside there of the super production Honda Civic of Aldous, and well, they will definitely show quite a bit of space there to those venerable Super Touring machines. They don't want to essentially get into trouble with them, but Aldous definitely dropping down the order right now. And I do wonder whether perhaps the tyres they're running are just not offering them the grip they want. Number 1 of Bower still running away from Davidson. That lap time last time round, however, well, Ian Bower goes up to 4th place overall. It's a 208.351. Davidson, meanwhile, a 207.1 flat. So this could be a battle building here for the lead of Pre-93 between your 117. 2 BMWs get ready to duel. We'll have to see what happens. Meanwhile, a bit of a change of position. And that's going to be number 9 going inside there. That's Myers taking the place off of Maud as well. And the 115 Peugeot, well, he's going to stay out. He's not coming into pit lane, so perhaps not a technical issue with the car. Perhaps just not finding the grip out there and deciding to back it off. But look at this, meanwhile, that is going to be Cantunio continue to absolutely charge on. He's going to look his way past the fellow Honda there as he puts one over the super production Honda. That is your Prio 3 leader, continues way around in another place. A few of you there talking about what is the Castrol logo on the side of number 1 of Ian Bower, saying it's the period threat logo. This says Artizoson, Aristoson I should say, get the name mixed up there. Well, cut through the right to left here, Ian Bower goes a little bit deep of apex there, collects it back together. He is definitely struggling in these conditions right now, and I think those tyres have seen better days. Well, your number 17 of Will Davidson really charging, and understandably, he wants an opportunity to try and take this off if he can. Further back, we do have that grind battle as well, and that's going to be the number 94 and the 33, getting into a bit of a back and forth. And well, Bassett has lost out, in fact, versus Cave. That is for Pre-03 honours, so that's going to change him now for fourth place, or third place in class. But this is the big battle we are keen to keep an eye on, because it's the Pre-93 lead battle. They're both in the same subcategory as well. They're both Class B. Ian Barr, the championship contender, holding on at the moment, and Davison still trying to stay as close as he possibly can. Over them, of course, in the Track Hub UK sponsored series. But 3 minutes to go. They'll go on to 2 more laps. But it's definitely looking to be all in control right now of Boa, as long as he can keep the car wide enough. But Davison is going to have something to say about that. Further back we see Camtunio still carrying on. As meanwhile we come back to your overall leader, and that is Jason Hughes in the Super Touring machine. The wonderful Vauxhall Vectra in the TC1 category. And run his way up through the corners, and that TC1 category referring to essentially the era of touring car. And feeling what that actually means, those of you who are curious a little bit as he gets ready to make his way up past the E36 touring car. That's the BMW there of none other than John Hillier. Well, these TC1 category cars, their main focus in terms of what it means to be a TC1 car is it's a 2-litre naturally aspirated super touring car from 1996 through to the year 2000. Whereas TC2, they're the ones from 1991 through to 1995. And meanwhile, our super production or TC3 category cars are the ones pre-2006 in the FIA S200 category. But right now, to Jason Hughes, that means nothing other than, well, I'll definitely make sure my 2-litre engine completely sinks high. We do see our Volkswagen Golf GTI making one pass. So we see a BMW, and that is the 2 drivers there coming past, Scholes and Tomlin. And right now, Jason Hughes is just getting that little bit close to getting ready to try and put a lap on them. And we do see the field continue to spread out. That was Absalom just briefly chasing after Hughes, but 12 seconds is the gap right now. And was our 1-on-5 to toes his way around. Maud, he's about to be attacked here by Hillier's E36 Touring. And Hillier may have had a spin earlier on, coming out of Britain chicane. He's going to make this place up now overall. A bit further up the road from them, we see the wonderful Jägermeister machine of Myers, and as we heard earlier on from Graham Myers when he was interviewed by none other than Leah, well, he was saying about the fact that he took his last win at Oulton Park 7 years ago in the Pre-93 category, and he was in the same car back then as he's racing today. Some of these cars do live on for a long time. But with 15 seconds left on the clock here for Jason Hughes, the man who we can see there in focus, well, he's going to be seeing himself make his way to the finish very shortly, and well, as he rolls his way through, it's been a very comfortable drive for Jason Hughes in race number 1. It's going to be a very comfortable drive in race number 2 here for him, and well, nobody's really been able to keep him under pressure. But to be fair, in a celebration of super touring cars, this will be a very special coming home for the Vauxhall Vectra driver. He makes it out the corner, and in emulating Jason Plato and Van Muller, it is going to be an overall win there for Jason Hughes. He comes towards the line, and it will be a very happy victory there in the number 5. An absolute smooth, you like it, for the Vauxhall Vectra Sing Tie. 12 seconds behind him. It's then going to be a finish for Absalom, and well, it's been a good drive from Ton Absalom, no doubt about it, as we will see him come to the finish very shortly as he's come on through. And then we do see what will be our Peugeot 306 coming through a lap down in the form of Maud. And then we do see AJ Owen. He will be third there in a Ford Mondeo that looks a lot happier than how it ended race number 1 earlier on. So he comes across line at number 15. And now we've just got the question of who's going to be your Pre-93 winner. Will it be Ian Barr or will it be Will Davison? We're going to have to wait a bit of time, about 30 seconds, to see them get to the finish line. But when they do, well, is it going to be back-to-back wins for Ian Barr here today? The answer, stay tuned and you'll find out. And the answer is going to be yes. Ian Barr will make it back-to-back wins here, hand out, fist up high, and he'll be very pleased with that. And Will Davison kept him honest every step of the way, but could not find a way to close that gap down. Very shortly, you are going to see your Pre-03 winner. and it will be Cantunio coming on through. There he is Honda Civic, continuing his run of wins in category, and we'll be very pleased with that in the Power Dreams Mark car. And then we will shortly potentially see our number 28 come through. But hold up, that's your 33 parked up. And that is not looking to be a very happy car there in the form of your 33 of Bassett. And we've quite a bit of liquid coming from underneath, but I'm not sure if that's oil, whether that's just water from the under tray, to be fair. But as we do pan over to Jason Hughes' car, well, he comes on around right now and just calling it on down. Leon Alders has finished his race, and he will be in his super production Honda Civic coming home in 7th. Then we see Dave Cave come across the line here, and he will bring on home 2nd place in the Pre-03s. But for him, it will be a winning Class A of that category in the E36 3-8. And we've still got a couple more to come on through, including, well, unfortunately, we won't see the 33 of Bassett, of course, because he's retired down towards Knickerbrook. But then we will see Myers come on through, and it'll be the Volkswagen Golf there, come to the finish line of Skulls, who kept chasing after Myers, but could not find a way to get past him. But as our drivers do cool them down, we'll very shortly get those results off the screen for you, ladies and gentlemen. And here they are, subject to insurance inquiries, and Jason Hughes taking the win in the second of the 2 races for the Classic Touring Car Championship. And that's the Super Tourers in particular in his category, ahead of Tony Absalom and AJ Owen, completing the top 3 there. The Vauxhall Vectra, the Vauxhall Cavalier and the Ford Mondeo. Then it was a Pre-93 win there for the Track Hub UK sponsored series in the form of Ian Bower, taking that win ahead of William Davison, and Cam Tunio was your Pre-03 for Bertie Hallage sponsored series winner, 6th place overall. He made sure that Byron Alders could not get close enough there to challenge him, the Honda Civic FIA Super Production machine, but still, for Byron, he was very happy to bring that on home. Dave Cave in the end taking victory in his category in the Pre-03 in his BMW. He brought on home 8th place. Then it was Graham Myers and Darren Scholes who completed your top 10, with the unfortunate demise of Chris Bassett on that final lap. And we did see Tim Tomlin, John Hillier and Stephen Maud all hold it together to the finish line. And well, in the end, it was none other than Finney's Vauxhall Astra GT that also finished a lap down in 15th place. But the fastest lap there, a 2:01.77, or 2:01.77 I should say, and that was set on lap number 2 by Jason Hughes, who in the end did everything absolutely right. But the recovery truck makes its way out there, and I suspect that is to collect Chris Bassett's car that's parked up by Knickerbrook Corner, so that'll be a little bit of clear-up work to be done there, and well, get the feeling, ladies and gentlemen, that with that, definitely plenty of excitement in that one. And remember, of course, we will see all those machines out there once again in what will be the race weekends to come. And their next race weekend will be at Thruxton on the 4th and 5th of July. We'll shortly be cutting down to Parc Ferme when we do get some cars in there. Everyone's taking it nice and easy to come in, and we'll get some interviews with our drivers. And in fact, we've just had the thumbs up from Leo, I do believe. So we're going to cut down the Parc Ferme, ladies and gentlemen, and catch a word from our Super Touring drivers, as well as some from, say, the Pre-13s, 03s and 93s. It's over to Leah.
Well, we are down in Parc Ferme after that Super Tourer and the Pre-93, 03 and 13 race. Race 9 of the day, another 12-minute corker. A reminder that we can't have the Super Tourers in this Parc Ferme area, because if they did come in here, they'd have to do something like a 16 point turn just to try and get out of it. Absolute nightmare for them. Here's Cam Tunio. He was P3 in the end, with the standings we've got obviously in the Super Tourers. As it stood in the final race, it was actually Jason Hughes who was P1, Tony Absalom P2 and AJ Owen from P6 to P3, so great results from him. With the cars we've got here in Parc Ferme though, it is Ian Bower. Honestly, you just can't stay away from that podium. Some great racing from him today. I don't think he's been off the podium once. And in P2 it was William Davison, and Cam Tunio was P3. Ian, hello again. How are you? Hello again. Is that what we're doing with here now? I'm just gonna keep talking to your day.
Well, thankfully the day's over, so I can go home. But yeah, good race. Yeah, really good race. I was happy with that. I think doing Thunders really gave me an advantage with the knowing what the track does. So I got enough gap in like lap 1 and 2 before he got used to it, and then tried to stay in front, but it was a lot harder than it sounds.
Well, congratulations. You haven't been off the podium at all today. Go and have a little rest because you've been out a lot on track today, hasn't he? Congratulations, Ian. Congratulations. What an amazing result he has had today. Absolutely dominant in his classes. Like he said, maybe that Thunder experience did help him in changing conditions to the drivers. This is what we mean. This is why we love BARC Championships. Look at the camaraderie here between these drivers, chatting away despite having intense battles on track. Well, this is the final race, guys. The final one of the day, the Pre-66s. And I caught up with one driver in particular in the assembly area before they headed out on track. What a treat. The hood's down for the final race of the afternoon, and what better way to round off a great day of racing with the Pre-66 class. Now there is one chap I have not caught up with today that we just keep missing each other like trains in the night. Oh, look at that, lovely coming round up here. But the man that I want to speak to is your 2025 champion, James Ibbotson. He hasn't been at the first few rounds. It's lovely to see him back out on track here at Oulton Park. James, I was going to treating us by killing the engine, bless you. First thing I want to say to you, James, is how lovely it is to see you back out on track in this class. Have you enjoyed your day at Oulton Park?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been a lot of work to get here. Me and Andy from Shrigley Engineering built the engine in about 2 days, and yeah, it's been a lot of late nights getting everything sorted, and there's been a lot going on in life at the moment at home and stuff like that. So to come here and take a win in the first race back was just incredible. So yeah, made it all worth it.
Yeah, because that first race was a bit funny, wasn't it? Because the results we got said that Piers won, and then we're like, hang on, how was he won if he wasn't even racing at the time of the red flag?
Champ. Thank you very much. Enjoy yourself. Thank you.
I see. Look, it's lovely camaraderie in this championship, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some good people.
Yeah. Sorry, back to race one was that we thought you had P2, and you looked absolutely gutted. So I thought, oh, I'll leave him.
Yeah, no. I got out of the car. I came over the. I came around the last corner and I saw him go off in exactly the place. I mean, it wasn't actually shown, but I went off there as well earlier on in the race. That's how he got past me. And then apparently I was catching him by about a second a lap. And yeah, I saw him go off. Went across the finish line, did about half of the first lap, and then the red flags came out. And at first, I thought, yes, we've done it. But then, of course, I thought, well, if they do a count back, it's going to be, it's going to be Piers taking the win. But as he calls the red flag, yeah, it was given to me. So, yeah, very happy with that. So.
Lovely. We're starting on pole for this race then. Is it taking the whole shot into turn one, just maintaining that lead? Is it going to be easier that way around rather than having to squirm up from the back of the grid?
These are always quite good off the line, so hopefully, we can get a good start, lead into the first corner and then just try and build a gap. But I think Ian's going to be chasing me in the grey Cortina, so we'll see. Hopefully we can take the win.
Well, lovely. Hopefully we'll speak to you in Parc Fermé a little bit later on. Good luck for the final race. Well, guys, just like that, I'm handing over to Paul Walsh for the final time this afternoon for the final race on track here at Oulton Park. The Pre-66. What a way to end a fantastic day of racing. And Paul, it is my honour to hand over to you for the last time.
Thank you, Leah. And well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an incredible day of racing here at Oulton Park. It really has felt as though we have taken a big trip back in time for our touring car machines, whether it be the Super Touring era machines, the Pre-83s, the Group 1s, of course, the more modern cars, the Pre-2003. Alternatively, we now go all the way back to the beginning, of course. We go back to the year between 1958 and 1965 for our Pre-66 machines. And well, as they make the way around, they've got a 12-minute race to come for round number 6 of their championship. And what a race it was earlier. We heard, of course, from the defending champion, James Ibbotson, only moments ago in that wonderful interview Leah conducted. And Ibbotson starts on pole position is Hillman Imp Super. He'll be joined on the front row of the grid by Ian Thompson, the Lotus Cortina driver who will look to try and battle his way forward. Ed Gibbs starts in third ahead of Peter Mutlow Smith, the Ford Lotus Cortina driver in full place there. Brendan Rooney and Adrian Oliver, they will be on row number 3 together. The battle of the two Hillmans once more. The Ford Anglia of Jake Swan and Stephen Plax's Hillman Sina Shamar will be on row number 4. from Barry Syme, the Morris Mini Cooper S driver. He made a lot of progress in race number 1. He's going to start 9th on this grid ahead of Oliver Law, and that'll be your top 10. But we've got plenty more cars on this grid. This is a packed grid, no doubt about it. And starting 11th, it'll be Simon Gustafson ahead of David Ellis. Then we'll have John McGurk and Charles Norris Mine on row number 7. Roger Stanford and Bob Bullen will be on row number 8 together. And then we see behind the Ford Anglia driver, the Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1 of Simon Farrar, ahead of Patrick Harris's Morris Minor 1000. Tim Dodwell in the Austin Cooper S will be just ahead of Keith Wright's Morris Minor. That will complete your top 20. And then we do have just a few more rows to go in the Everard Sponsor Series, and it will be, of course, Billy Keneally who starts in 21st place. Remember, he was looking very impressive for an overall podium until it all went wrong. The same for Piers Grange. And the Ford Falcon, should he get back out there when it went into the barrier out of the final corner? We'll have to wait and see. Jeremy Dias would start 23rd in the Hillman Singer Shamar, ahead of Austin A40 Farina, Brian Bedford, and John Davies for the Austin Mini Cooper S will complete your 25 car starting order, should they all make it to the grid. But ladies and gentlemen, as we do look from the scenic view, they're all on the grid, all getting to their final posts. And I do believe we may almost be ready to go racing for the final time today. Indeed, what a wonderful way to send off our racing here at the Oulton Park circuit for the first of 2 special events for 2026 of the Touring Car Rewind Series, this being the Northern Edition. And well, let's send it out on a high, shall we, in the form of the Everard Pre-66 Touring Cars. And well, ladies and gentlemen, they all gradually pull away. This will be, of course, to get the green flag laps underway, to get themselves acclimatised with the conditions as they make the way on out. And we'll be 12 minutes to race, and we do go racing, but of course they will get these 2 green flag laps. Now the story, of course, from race number 1, to fill you in just that little bit more in the intervening period, with the race classification amended based on the fact we did have the red flag. So, James Ibbotson, the Hillman Imp Super Driver, was classified as taking the win after his back and forth battle with Piers Grange. And it looks like the Ford Falcon has not made it onto the grid, understandably, given the severity of the incident for the car. Ian Thompson, he was your runner-up, and in the end, he took that second place 4.5 seconds behind. With Ed Gibbs, meanwhile, well, he found himself in a bit of a lonely 3rd place in Class C in his Ford Anglia. So where was all the phonics in? Well, Peter Mutlow-Smith was able to get away from most of those around him. He took 4th, but then the real pack was headed by Brendan Rooney, who finished 5th, ahead of Adrian Oliver. And, well, he had for close company at Brendan Rooney, but in the end, Rooney got the upper hand. Jake Swan, who you'll see here starting towards the back end of the top 10, well, he had to make sure that Stephen Platts, Barry Syme, Oliver Lording went quite close to him. And in the end, the Mini Cooper S of Barry Syme made some great progress, but in the end, it was also marshalled back down the order as quickly as he could gain those places. And Oliver Law completed that top 10, whereas meanwhile Simon Gustafson, well, it was a very challenging race for him, and it was a 10-second post-race penalty for a jump start. The same was also said for Roger Stanford. They both lost out on major places, and again how tight the field was in that mid-pack. It was not the way they wanted it to go. But of course, if you jump the start, then understandably you are going to be penalised for it. Those are some of the big stories in that race. Of course, we did have the retirement of Piers Grange, also Billy Keneally, and well, he'll be at the back of the field. There you can see him in the blue machine make his way onwards. The number 52 Ford Anglia, he will be one to watch, because for him, he needs to carve his way through the field as quickly as he can to pick up as many points as possible, given the fact that he's in contention for the championship at the moment. It's not quite worked out so far, but then again, you can have a slow start to the day or a difficult one. It's not about how you start the day, it's about how you end it. We also did see those retirements, unfortunately, for Jeremy Dias, Steve Evans and Mike Davies. And we'll have to wait and see if they made the way out. And sadly, the Austin Mini Cooper S of Mike Davies did have a bit of a miserable demise, and it didn't even get to do a full racing lap. Definitely was an exciting race earlier on, and the rain seems to have stopped coming down based on what our cameras are showing. Well, it's taken a bit too long to stop coming down, to be fair. We would have liked it to stop earlier on, but hey-ho. We'll have to wait and see if anybody confirms. whether it's all wrapped up. And in fact, we're hearing from some cameramen that it is still raining. In fact, if you look very closely, you can see the umbrellas up there. So therefore, apologies, ladies and gentlemen. What I can see from the commentary booth versus what the camera team can see, well, I'll trust the cameramen, no doubt about it. And anybody who's at circuit side who messages in. But immediately, I've just had a universal in my ear. No, Paul, it is still raining. That's it all coming around. That was the opening green flag lap. Just wonder if we will. In fact, they're all queuing up here, so I think we're only going to get the one green flag lap. So they are starting to form into their positions, so we will be going racing after they've all parked up this time, ladies and gentlemen. Once they're all settled into position there, a great job being done by our marshals. We couldn't ask them to do a better job. They've been absolutely fantastic today, given several offs, the inclement weather, and our drivers as well. But of course, now it's over to the fantastic talents of our Everard Pre-66 touring car drivers for the 6th round of the championship, and who is going to take victory in the final race of this event at Oulton Park. And it's lights out and away we go for round number 6 of the Pre-66 Championship as they roar the way away. Great start there from Ibbotson. He's really got a couple of car lengths to the field already. He's safe into turn 1. But meanwhile, Thompson and Gibbs are going to fight their way into the opening corner. Side by side they go. The Lotus Cortina Ford Anglia, but Edmund is safely away. A bit of a slow start there for the Mini right at the back of the field, but we'll see how it can get involved. It's a bit of a run wide there as well. A couple of drivers just understeering out. Cold tyres there and need to adapt to conditions. But coming down the hill now, we can see 2 by 2 as they go. And, well, actually, brilliant drive there. Our number 25 is Simon. He's trying to fight his way forward, but he's had a bit of a slow start. He's now going to try and fight his way on past. We'll see what he can do. It's the Morris Minor of right, falling to the back of the field. But to be fair, he's had a safe start, which is the most important part of his race. And he can build up the pace as time goes on. The whole field now makes its way up towards Shellwell's Bend for the first time, under braking. Well, we see the 538 that goes as defensive as possible. That's Jake Swan trying to make himself wider than most, albeit the number 91 trying to go around the outside. That is Rooney, who's trying to pick up some places that he's lost at the start. He wants them back. And well, meanwhile, you can see the Mini there of Syme absolutely flying behind. But into the braking zone. Well, Syme still trying to make some progress, but meanwhile, fights going on here as they come on out, and well, that is going to be comes back in the hands now of Jake Swan. His 538 holding firm there versus the number 91 of Rooney. But there you can see the rest of the field following, and plenty of battles going on as our leaders come down to the heavy braking zone. But there will be side by side still. Oh, that goes round. That's the 94. Goes for a spin, does a pirouette, and in the end he gets the point in a straight line. But everyone takes to the grass there, and with pandemonium coming in towards Knickerbrook Bend. But thankfully, at his locks, they all just about survive it. And well, that was definitely a bit of a scary spin there. But well done to everyone, including the Hillman singer Shamar of Platts, who managed to keep it together when it could have been far, far worse. Great awareness from everybody. Nobody experiencing tired eyes out there. But there we can see that fight for 5th. That has not stopped whatsoever. There may have been a bit of chaos further back, but right now they're not letting the chaos get in their minds. And we'll have to see how they all come around at the end of this lap. But some brilliant, brilliant racing so far. But meanwhile, as they fan out into the braking zone, our number 70 driver looking for that opportunity. Law trying to attack. He started all the way down in 10th place. He did a brilliant start as Law. We're able to move forward there. And Oliver Law, our driver in the Ford Lotus Cortina from Newcastle upon Lyme. Well, he's doing a brilliant job. Here he looks to the inside. It's going to be too wide here as they go into the braking zone. Up the inside of Rooney goes. And well, that is going to be done just like that, or is it? As Rooney tries to hold it around the outside, finds the runoff area, finds the curb, and in the end, he finds no grip out there and has to give up the spot. But will there be a further battle here down the hill? Well, there will be a swap of positions, and that's going to be a quick lunge up the inside there. And that is going to be Jake Swan in past the 4th place. So suddenly, well, Law is absolutely on a mission right now, and he's trying to lay down the Law as he roars his way towards the podium overall. See further back, many of the field still pushing onwards, including Norwich chasing after Dias potentially. That could be for 14th next time we see them come around. We'll look there, no move being made. That's going to be a big look up the inside. Our number 91 of Rooney diving on Jake Swan. And well, suddenly, after a great start for Swan, it's all going backwards. And well, a lovely move being made. And now, who's going to pick on Swan next? We'll have to see. I mean, that's going to be the 52 of Keneally. And we'll keep in mind that Keneally started from the back of the field. He's already up into 8th place. He's flying in his Ford Anglia. And, well, absolutely keeping it composed together right now. And understandably, after it all ended in dismay, he wants to be on that overall podium come the end of today. As we see on number 91 holding on, really going defensive, but look at that, 2x2 coming up behind here, and Carl Brown, that's the 35 that's gone for a spin, and that's Norris in his Austin A35, who's had a bit of a moment, and that's been at the Britain chicane, but he gets going, but meanwhile the little mini fights hard here with the 64 of Gustafson's Ford Lowe's Cortina, and right now Simon is Morris Mini Cooper S, he's taking the fight to the big boys out there. But he wants a bit of a scrap, and his Mini says, we're not quite out of this yet. I mean, a move there for Keneally. Up the inside, does he get it stopped? Oh my goodness, so close through Druid, and Keneally will take that place there. He'll move up into 7th off of Smith. But now he'll be going up, well, in fact that was on Law. I think now he's going to be looking for the move here on the next man in front, but not quite yet. He knows that's a bit too far to go. But Jake Swanee was the one who was passed, and now he'll be looking for the next move if he can. Going to that end of that lap as James Iverson continues to run away at the very front of the field by 2.5 seconds, and the fighting inside the top 3 has definitely got a bit quiet. Well, here we can see that right now, actually number 91 are really feeling a huge amount of pressure here, and Keneally glued to the back of him, and will run a bit wide there. He is going to get a black and white flag potentially for track limits if he continues doing that, so he's using those track limits as much as possible, but at some point he will need to stop, but not before he makes this move. On the inside of the cascade he goes. Will he get that move done? We'll wait and see, but we do see them head up towards Isle of Ben. And then we can see Symes Mini up into 9th, ahead of Gustafson with Bullen following, and also Platts trying to give chase. So a bit of a fight going on for 10th place, but meanwhile we see Keneally making that move. He is now up into 5th place. He's past the Hillman in Pavruni, and meanwhile we look back to the 102 here. That is Gibbs. He's under pressure for the final overall podium position versus Law. Well, Law started very well. He's come all the way out through the field and currently running 4th. He wants a taste of the podium if he can get it, although at the moment he is running 2nd in his category to Thompson, who is currently the class leader up there in 2nd place. But as they slide their way, I think that's the more appropriate way rather than turn their way through the first half chicanes. Well, there we can see Law gets a much better run, and at this point, surely it's going to be a question of when or if he'll go around the outside. Was going to try it, but Gibbs here is going to make himself nice and wide, and in the end, well, there's no way through for Law at the moment at least, but he is going to see Gibbs go very deep. There's 2 wheels on the grass there. That's not rallycross, says Law, but meanwhile Gibbs says, well, as long as my wheels stay within the track limits, I'm okay. And he manages to keep it together there. A very light machine and just absolutely nimble through those corners. Fastest lap of the race, we should point out, is currently held by Law, your 4th place runner, so therefore a 2:18.354. He's a second quicker than our overall leader of Iverson, so he could yet bring some surprises here in terms of being able to get onto the overall podium. Could he even potentially chase down the overall win? Well, with 5 minutes to go, may not work out, but there we do see the Mini assignment continue to chase after Smith, wanting the 8th place now, and then behind Gustafson being chased by Bullen and Platts. But we're 5 minutes to go, and our leader going on to lap number 4. We are going to get a grand total of most likely 3 more laps in, but here comes a look from the 70. Not close enough there, so Law having to wait behind, but Gibbs feeding the pressure, carries a lot of speed through turn 1, but does perfectly there, and Law meanwhile cannot get close enough. There's your leader, James Iverson right now coming down the hill, and well, he's being caught up to as well by Thompson. We can have a battle for the win before this is over. The Hillman Super right now being caught by Lotus Cortina. This isn't over yet, so that overall podium could change hands before this is all said and done. As that gap closes, the fight for 3rd really takes precedent here, but the more they fight each other, and particularly for Law, he wants to try and get involved. New fastest lap of the race, Keneally now, your 5th place runner, the Ford Anglia driver, a 2:18.043, so he could get into this podium fight. There you'll see him emerging into the camera shot. Understandably right now, he sees what's going on in front and says, I want a piece of that pie, and well, he's probably feeling a bit hungry right now as they roar the way onwards. Looking a bit further back there, still more of the drivers coming on through. Great to see everyone queued together. That was your number 2 making his way on through. And well, meanwhile, very sideways there for the 102. And oh, well, goodness me. More sideways than straight at this point, and Gibbs right now under pressure. I think Law's going to make this move happen. Here they come in the drag race down towards the chicane. They touch once, onto the brakes they both go. But who's going to be the better of the late breakers? And they're going to touch again. There's a bit of contact between them, and it's going to be Gibbs who just holds on. My goodness, right now, Gibbs is throwing everything at this, and you can understand Ed Gibbs wants this as much as possible. He is your Class C leader at the moment, and well, he doesn't want to be pushed back towards Keneally because Keneally is closing, and he's the second of your Class C runners at the moment. And remember, it's class position that counts when it comes to your overall championship points, not your overall position in the race. But as our leader comes on past, they're going through Druids. That fight still goes on for third place. This is absolutely nail-biting stuff. And if Keneally can get involved here, we're going to have an incredible three-way fight before the day is done. And meanwhile, Jake Swan and Rooney still trying to chase after that. We'll have to see what's going to come between them if they can get involved in a bit more scrap here, as the battling further behind does calm down a little bit, as we do get that lovely view of everyone together. As they come riding on the round, we'll have to see what's next on the ground between our drivers, because there is your leader, and that's James Ibbotson right now. Well, 2 more laps to go here, and all he needs to do is keep this on the road at the moment. Thompson is not closing. It seems though Thompson at the moment at least just falling a little bit too far back. Find the way down the hill and going through turns 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there's Keneally trying to get on the attack. Trying to make a move he possibly can. I don't think that's going to work at the moment, but he still has 2 laps to try and make some magic happen. If he's going to try and do it, he is going to have to get closer and closer at this point. And will he go for a move there in towards Island Bend? Let's wait and see when they come back into shots. Not quite yet. He is close, but he's going to go for a big move on the inside. There's going to be contact between the two of them. Comes in, razor hot. In the end, rebounds on the side of number 70. And, well, he gets that move done. Is that push to pass, or is that just rubbing his race in? I'll leave it to you guys and girls at home to give us an opinion on that. But in the end, Keneally absolutely throwing the car in. Did Billy, and, well, very close between the two of them. Zusi, Simon, his Mini Cooper still pushing on. Morris Mini in 8th at the moment. Well, Keneally has given the place back there. I think realising over the hilltop they will be considered push to pass, so he doesn't want to gain it unfairly. Great racing respect being shown. Very sideways there for James Ibbotson, and Thompson is still closing, but not that quickly. And Keneally is still trying to make a move. But he's staying right on the back here of the number 70 of Law. And this isn't over yet for full place. And he's going to go all the way to the very end of this battle, no doubt about it. But there you can see an attempt at a potential move there coming through Druids right now, and Billy Keneally is not giving up here at that 52. He is throwing everything at this to try and find that fourth place. And right now, you're 102 at Gibbs. He's going to be breathing a big sigh of relief as Keneally's avoid Adrian tries the outside this time. But Law in the Lotus Footy says no. So Keneally says, what about if I switch it back the other way? At which point he has to fight with power oversteer. 10 seconds left to go. 1 lap remaining. And right now, the lead in second place seems safe. Third seems just out of reach, but the battle for fourth here. Can Billy Keneally come all the way through the field to fourth place and be the first off the podium? He's going to try around the outside, but then takes the rally cross line. He keeps it pinned, however. Good man, that is. But then he has to back off, knowing he's trying to make a move off the circuit. But my goodness, he is absolutely throwing everything at this right now. And I think Gibbs is just hoping the two behind keep fighting each other. He does not look safe at all. And meanwhile, we can see there Rooney and Jake Swan a bit further back, then not getting involved. Off camera, we have had Platts move ahead of Woodman for 10th place. In fact, Gustafson's also come through. So a bit of a change there, that. We'll have to wait and see what happens with them right towards the very end of the race. But there's the battle side by side. Keneally around the outside, and he's going to go for both of them. What a move, and on the inside of the Mini as well. My goodness, well, that is a move. No doubt about it, and that is third place into Billy Keneally's hands, and it's the lead of the Class C class. I mean, I'd love if we could get a replay of that. I doubt we will be able to, but my good lord, that came out of nowhere. And as they made the way through, well, meanwhile, I can tell you right now, Gibbs is probably looking over his shoulder and thinking, did he really just do that? And Law's probably thinking, yeah, he kind of just did that. But what a move there from Billy Keneally, and that was all in. It was literally do or die, that move. But we come back to our leader right now, and, well, James Ibbotson, he's in control. The gap between himself and Thompson is 2.5 seconds. and I think he's going to be absolutely in control all the way to the very end of the moment. And for Iverson, after taking the unexpected win in race number 1, well, I think he's going to be breaking it 2 wins and a bounce now as he rolls his way through the last couple of quarters. But as he comes on through, there we can see what is, many of you are saying that, well, you're big fans of James Iverson, but look at this. Is that the battle for second right at the end? It is Thompson. That's got Kennedy hot on his heels. And right now, oh, Zago spinning around there. And that's the Gibbs' 102 that gets 3 pointed. And, well, good catch by him. And meanwhile, Lee tries to go round the outside. Will he get it done? As there's a lot of war on the inside there from number 7. Was they power the way towards the timeline? It's going to be a bit of a rush between the two of them. James Iverson will take the overall win, and with it his class honours, but who will be second? Is it Thompson? Is it Keneally? It is going to be Thompson in the end, who takes the win by 900ths in that battle for second place, and then it will be Law coming home in 4th ahead of Gibbs, and then it will be Rooney in 6th place. And then we will see Jake Swan very gradually coming toward the line shortly. There he is, and Jake Swan will come home in 7th place ahead of Simon in his Mini. He's ecstatic about that. He's driven absolutely brilliantly today. And then we will see just behind there the lap down Mini Austin Cooper S of Dodwell, just ahead of, that will be, I believe, that's going to be Platts ahead of Bullen, ahead of Smith, and well, no, we have got it updated there. It's the transponder's not quite working. And Simon did finish ahead of Bullen. Platts, that was your top 10. Then it'll be Smith in 11th place. Gustafsson in 12th. Then it'll be Ellis coming up through in his helmet in 13th place. The bright yellow machine, you can't miss it. And then the Hillman Singer Shamar of what will be Dias will come home shortly in none other than 14th place. There he comes. Lovely livery machine, it must be said. And then we've got a bit of time before we do get Farrar coming through. And that number 24 of Simon Farrar for SDG M-Tech. It's not too far away, the Ford Lotus Cortina. But what an ending to that race, ladies and gents. But I can tell you that, and Billy Keneally in the end, he may not have won this race, but he will have run a lot of hearts by making that absolute last-minute lunge into Shell Oil's corner. And we've still got a couple of cars to make their way through. We are just waiting for Farrar's machine at the moment. There's about 40 seconds behind, so therefore, wait for it a little bit longer, ladies and gents, and we'd love to see everyone come through. There was a glimpse of him making his way through the background there. And well, we get ready to see our 24. There it is as it comes. And that is going to be, well, in fact, that's Norris there coming on through, so not Farrar. So it is the Austin A35, and in the end ahead of Farrar, who's had a bit of a poor final lap. So he'll drop down, and we are just still waiting, I suspect, for 3 more of our drivers. There's one of them, and that is going to be the Austin A43, not a Bedford. And then we will see Harris and Wright come through in about 25 seconds time, if my guess is correct. There they are as they come on through, and they're enjoying a good little battle in Class D. This is the 3rd place in Class D, and they've been back and forth all race long. But in the end, it is going to go one way, and it is going to go into the hands there of your number 90 of Patrick Harris, just keeping the 68 there of Keith Wright behind. But good back and forth between these two. It's been great to see. And well, they will be your last finishers of this race on the lead lap, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a race. What a way to wrap up our day here in terms of the racing. Fantastic racing, and well, here are your provisional results subject to Eddie Stewart's inquiries, and we see James Iverson, your overall winner, and with it, your Class E winner in his Hillman Imp Super, ahead of Ian Thompson, who in the end had to hold off Billy Keneally as best he possibly could. The Lotus Cortina got the upper hand on the Ford Anglia. Then it was 6 seconds back to Oliver Law, who took 4th in the end, ahead of Ed Gibbs, who had that spin right at the end, but both of them did very well to avoid each other. And then the Ford Anglia driver who ran off the top 5 was followed by Brendan Rooney. Rooney was 7 tenths behind, Jake Swan, Barry Syme, and then Bob Bullen completed your top 9 ahead of Stephen Platts there, who was a little bit further back. In 11th place, it was Peter Mutlow-Smith ahead of Simon Gustafsson, with David Ellis and Jeremy Dias completing that top 14. Fastest lap was Billy Keneally. He was on fire in this one at 2 minute 18.04. And outside that top 14, we did have Norris, Farrar, Bedford, Harris, Wright, and Dodwell. And unfortunately, every time for Oliver's Hillman Imp. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, those are your race results subject to his inquiries. And we are going to queue down now to Leah in Parc Ferme to have a chat with our drivers after what has been an absolutely epic race to conclude the Pre-66 round here at Oulton Park.
Well, we are down in Parc Fermé for the final time this evening for the Pre-66 touring cars, and it was a lights to flag victory for 2025 champ James Ibbotson. Was it ever in doubt? We'll never really know. He did gain to about 2.5 seconds at different points during the race, in the end winning by a margin of 1.9 seconds in his Hillman Imp. James, congratulations. Is that not a dream return to the championship? 2 wins on your debut weekend back in the class?
Quite happy with that. I think I'll retire now.
He's done now. He's done one
Yeah.
more. He's gone, to know what, don't need to do it anymore. Have you enjoyed your day back racing? It must be hard watching on the sidelines. Have you enjoyed your time here?
I actually don't mind watching from the sidelines. It's a lot less stress, but no, you know, when you get a day like that, you can't beat it. So yeah, very happy.
Well, congratulations,
Thank
James.
you.
Lovely to speak to you again. Lovely to see you back in your lovely Hillman. We'll try and grab a word with Ian Thompson. Is he around? Where is he? Is he over here? Yeah. Ian, he's over here. Ian, a P2 for you.
2 P2s.
2 P2s. I know, there's just no stopping James, is there really?
No, he was quick for me. I couldn't catch him. And for me, I'm in the class championship. Didn't make any difference to beat him. And even I could have. With no point in risking it. So I was first in Cortinas. That's what I was aiming for. If I could have beaten him, I'd love to, but he's too quick. So.
Do you think your time was lost off the line because those Hillmans are so quick, aren't they?
They've got the weight over the rear wheels, and they're very light. So just get off the line, they're gone. And all the other Cortinas struggled the same thing in the wet. But it was tremendous fun. But it's quite scary, quite sketchy in pieces.
I was going to say, the rain, you had it hammer it down before your first race. Lightened off a little bit before this one, but still quite tricky out there?
Very tricky, and at the end my tyres went off, so I had no grip at all. So I was spinning everywhere. So, but yeah, it's good. Thank God it finished after 5 laps, not 7. So
I was going to say, because P3 was quite close behind you, wasn't it?
he was. He overtook me on the last lap, the last corner. I took him on across the line, so I ended up second. But he caught me from nowhere, so I was quite slow at the end. So, but good fun, good fun.
Well, Ian, you are P1 in your class, so I'm hearing he's a winner. Congratulations, lovely to speak to you. Can we catch up with Billy Keenely just quickly? Let me see if we can find him in his car, because he went from P21 to P3, and he was challenging Ian for that victory, wasn't he? In this lovely Ford, and yeah, so that car, he's got a massive dent on the side. Did that stop him from absolutely rocketing through the grid? No, it did not. And like I said, yeah, very close to Ian in his Ford Cortina. Different cars here. Was it lost off the start for Ian in his Lotus Cortina? Perhaps. We know they rocket away off the start, but you can make it out from anywhere, can't you? Wow, that is it, guys. The first touring car rewind of the year here at Oulton Park is done. It's been a great weekend, a great day of racing. Oh, Ben, watch your back. We're going to get run over. It's been a great day here at Oulton Park. A bit wet at times. I did absolutely throw it down before these earlier. Glad they had a slightly drier race for the finale. Just a reminder from you, this isn't it for the touring cars. We do have Touring Car Rewind South in Brands Hatch in August, which is going to be great. Hopefully a bit better weather than we've had here. Maybe a bit sunny too. As for the next BARC meeting, well, that is a TOCA supporting the British Touring Car at Snetterton from the 23rd to the 24th of May. And we have also had a double stream. As I mentioned, Ian has been very busy over at Thruxton with the truck. So if you did miss that stream, you can catch up on the BARC YouTube channel for that as well this evening or tomorrow. Feel your Sunday. Football's going away, so why don't we watch motorsport, eh? As for me, my next round will be for Case from Heaven at Donington Park on the 20th of June. Thank you so much for giving me the privilege to speak to you today. I want to give a big shout out to all of our camera operators around the circuit. Ben, hats off to you as well in these treacherous conditions, bringing you great coverage. I've seen a lot of support, especially for the sound, so a great job from all the team. But thank you so much for joining me here on the ground at Oulton Park for the Touring Car Rewind North. And I'm going to head over for the final time to Paul Welsh in commentary. He's done a stellar job all day to round off the day. Paul, over to you, and thank you.
Thank you, Leah, and well, I must reciprocate the compliment there. You've done a brilliant job today, Leah, and indeed all the team have. And ladies and gentlemen, what a day of racing we have had at Oulton Park for what has been the continuation of the Super Touring Power events with the now new special event here, of course, the Touring Car Rewind, the first two, as Leah mentioned. This was Touring Car Rewind North. And if you do want to catch up with Touring Car Rewind itself, we'll save the date in your diary. It will be at Brands Hatch on the 1st and 2nd of August this year, where you'll see all these machines out there again, plus plenty more. And for all the series you've seen here today, whether it's the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the CTCRC, or the MG Owners Club Championship, they will continue their stories of the season officially for rounds 7 and 8, and that will be at the Fruxton circuit on Saturday the 4th of July and Sunday the 5th of July. So you haven't got too long to wait if you want to continue to see how their stories continue, as they'll go to race meet number 4 of their 7-meet campaign. Well, all that leaves me to say is thank you very much for you all tuning in today. A huge thank you to the organisers of these series. Also a big thank you to MSV for allowing us to go racing out the wonderful Oulton Park circuit in the Cheshire countryside. Also a big thank you to the broadcast team, our presenter Leah, of course. Also want to give a big shout out to JJ, or James, our director, for doing a great job. Also to our camera team of Ben, who was roaming around with Leah in Park Fermi in the paddock. Also to Danny, Troy, Ben, Jack and Adam. They've all done a brilliant job today, surviving the weather conditions as well, of course. I think some cameras and power units got a little bit soggy, but they kept it together. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, all that then leaves me to say is, if you want to carry on with the story, you know what to do. Subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, so you can stay up to date with all of the racing action that we cover throughout the year. Indeed, all these broadcasts are brought to you live from circuit side, completely free of charge, of course. All you need to do is subscribe. And, well, as Leah was mentioning, this weekend we do have Convoy Fruxton, and, well, there's a broadcast in parallel earlier today, and that will continue tomorrow. That's a 2-day event. But otherwise, we'll continue the story of the touring cars on what will be Saturday the 4th of July and Sunday the 5th of July at Fruxton. And, of course, Touring Car Rewind will go into its second part of the South at the beginning of August. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we've been the British Automobile Racing Club. I've been your commentator today, Paul Walsh. And until next time, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And remember, as always, to stay safe, stay healthy, stay smiling, and most importantly, remember, like our drivers, to stay on track. Good night.